or less.
Yes. Well, so it's funny you say that because Ellie had batting practice last night, which is up in Ortonville. So from Canton, but with perfect weather, it's at least an hour drive. And so I looked at the weather and Lisa said, I don't think you should go. And being from, I met her in Texas and being from Southern California, I told her,
You don't know.
You don't know. Like, it's okay. It's an inch. And I looked at the weather app and it said, totaling about an inch over the next, 4 hours.
Yeah.
I thought,
It'll be fine.
no big deal. And honestly, it wasn't that big of a deal other than it happened at rush hour. And so everything was slowed down. And I use a couple of different mapping apps, and I was going on dirt roads. I was going on side streets, and I always got stuck behind the one individual that just figured 15 miles per hour was going to be what they should do. And it was a nightmare. It took us almost 2.5 hours to get there.
For batting practice?
For batting practice, yes.
Had to get those reps in, huh?
Uh-huh, yes. And
How'd she hit?
She's getting much better. Her swing she's launch angle, all that stuff. The place that they go is phenomenal. They got all that technology where they can measure, bat speed, launch angle, exit velocity, all that stuff. And I'm a nerd. And so I'm sitting there looking at it going, oh, wow, this is good. And for softball, I don't really know what the numbers are. I'm like, yeah, but it's not even close to Spencer Torkelson.
You're looking at exit velo and launch angle. That's awesome.
Anyway, but yeah, got stuck in it last night. And on the way back, because no one else is on the road, so it took maybe an hour and 10 minutes. So it wasn't awful.
No, but it was pretty consistent for most of the day. It stopped. I did a second shoveling last night before I went to sleep. I wake up and there's
the
even
broom
more.
out.
Yeah, not the
plug?
corded, stupid electric shovel.
Sorry,
No.
I won't go there. Old bit.
Yeah, but I did a little bit of the shoveling last night. I wake up and we got even more snow today.
Yeah.
So there was some in the night, and I'm just wondering, they going to plow it?
Oh, wow. You're calling out the road commission.
Well, I'm just wondering, as I'm driving in, I wonder, did we even plow this?
Wow, if you're plowing in Royal Oak, Jim Costa doesn't like you.
I was out last night, and the roads are basically the same this morning. Like, I questioned John when I walked in. Did they plow from 1 to 4 a.m. when nobody's on the road?
Because that would have been the best time to do it, right?
Yeah. Maybe it's because they worked all day yesterday,
That's
and
possible.
they have limits. I get that.
Yeah. So if you're in my area, Plymouth Canton, thank you.
Did a great job.
Roads were great.
Okay.
Do you have, is that city?
Not
runs that?
our little neighborhood, no. We got somebody privately that does that, but the public roads.
But I'm talking like
were pretty good.
696, like the highway.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I didn't think it was all that bad. It is a little adventurous, but
Well, you've got this humongous truck. You got 4-wheel, right?
yeah.
I-
It did come with
different
4.
world.
Yes.
Yeah, I got a
It
golf.
is, yeah.
I got a golf cart. I stop at a red light. I'm like, I don't know if we're gonna get this thing back in gear.
Yes.
So
But
some
I
of
will
that's
say
on
this-
me. But come
Yeah,
on, guys.
But I will say this: coming from, like I said, Ortonville last night, there was more north than there was where we are.
You were out by me.
Yes, I was. In fact, where Emily had her birthday party,
Yeah.
I drove right past it last night.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually thought, and I told Ellie because she wasn't there. I said, "Hey, this is where Emily had her birthday party."
there you go. If you can see it through these whiteout conditions, it's right over there.
Yeah, and Emily, and obviously Ellie, who turned 16 at the end of the month, she was like, "Dad, can I drive?" No, no, not my truck.
So you're probably going to have a longer commute in today. Just be safe. Get there in one piece.
Yeah.
I mean, like, Heather, we were talking about our drive-in. You?
It was rough. I mean,
Yeah.
it was fine. The drive was fine. It was slow, right? Like, and what's tough, this is not the road situation, it's the no school situation, is that Clarkston does not cancel school until I am already on the road.
Oh, really? This morning?
So I woke up at 4:30, looked at the list, no Clarkston, even though I kind of knew it was going to be, but it wasn't officially there. Get on the road. I'm seeing the conditions of the road, thinking there's no way.
Yeah.
Still checked, nothing. I'm halfway here.
Looking at your
Clarkson's
phone
closed.
while you're driving.
I was at a stoplight. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
I did. Well, I wanted to know.
Sure, I get it. So fortunately for us, I don't know, got home late last night and started watching Michigan against Washington at 10:30, and I got the email for both the kids' schools that they were out. So obviously I go knock on doors and wake them up because they're already. It's one of my favorite things things to do about a snow day.
It's to tell them?
Well, yeah, we'll go in there because they're, and they want to know, right, so they could turn their alarms off in the morning. But, they freaked me out as kids. Dad, I think I'm going to be sick right on top of you. So now I do the same thing. I'll go into Ellie's room and I'll tap her on the shoulder, but I'll be like 3 or 4 inches away from her face. And she wakes up. She's like, ah! I'm like, yeah, sucks, doesn't it? No school.
And then she can never go back to bed anyway 'cause she's terrified.
So I imagine most, if not all, of the schools are closed. I also got this alert on my phone when I was driving in today. Public safety alert.
Oh.
City of Taylor will be under a snow emergency.
Oh, it's interesting because Ellie got that one last night. Like, we don't really live near Taylor. You got that one too, Greg? I didn't get it.
Yes. Now, here's the thing. I live in Dearborn, so there's something, but I believe the signal I was making was that everybody got it.
Yeah.
Like,
you know what? I have the emergency alerts
I did
turned
not
off.
get it.
Oh, Heather.
Yeah. I mean, maybe I have my alerts
You
turned off
might
too,
have them
'cause
turned
I
off,
did not
yeah.
get any
Heather says
alerts.
F. Taylor.
Yeah.
Tay-Tay.
But you have your emergency alerts off?
Yes.
I did not get an alert.
Yeah,
You don't want to know if there's an emergency happening?
Well, I think I can open my eyes,
Okay.
look around, and I do listen to news stations.
All right. But I thought it was odd that it was just Taylor. Taylor's the only city experiencing a snow emergency right now. Everybody else is just making the most of it. Some of the texts that have come in. The snow removal around here is a joke. My 40-minute drive this morning is going to take an hour and a half. If I'm lucky, 696 is totally covered in snow. Another one says 12-mile, not plowed or salted. Embarrassing. Zach on his way to work.
Wow. Shots fired.
Road crews,
Yeah.
taking some
I didn't think it
ammo.
was, honestly, I didn't think it was all that bad. The only thing that drives me crazy, we talk about this every time there's a snow event or a rain event, is the bozo that is driving, I don't know, in the right 2 lanes, which is where they should be, with their flashers on. I know that the road conditions are bad. I can see your taillights. I don't need to see your flashing lights.
How about this one this morning? A new level, John.
Oh, boy.
A huge Amazon semi in front of me on 696.
Yeah.
Had the flashers on.
Wow. I don't know that I've ever seen a semi-driver
I
do
don't
that.
think I've ever done any, unless they're approaching like a ramp or something like that.
Yeah.
This was just driving for like
Huh.
3 miles to Orchard Lake Road.
Huh. Interesting.
Hey,
It's contagious.
just in defense, I guess, of the road commission, I do know that this was not an ideal situation. So when it starts snowing, like during the evening commute, that was the heaviest yesterday.
Yeah.
All the people are out and they're packing all the snow down with their tires.
Yep.
And it
Yeah.
gets plastered on the pavement. And then you had rapidly falling temperatures and the salt doesn't work as well. So it wasn't the best case scenario. I'm just surprised at least the freeways aren't plowed a little better.
Right.
Yeah, it was a great opportunity though to, as I was, driving in a number of different road conditions and a number of different types of roads last night, to be talking to Ellie, who is going to be getting her license at the end of the month, about how to drive in conditions like that. Now, probably later today, I'll take her out and actually let her drive around in some less populated areas that are still going to be covered in snow, so she gets the feel of what that's like.
You mentioned the salt. We got an unnamed texter. The salt on the roads, it's about as useful as Rieger's boner pills.
Oh, boy.
Let's get to Brian. You're next up. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, Brian.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good.
I wanted to clarify some angry calls here about the roads. I've been out since 2 a.m. The problem is it snowed 2 inches and then it immediately snowed 2 inches right after we cleared everything.
Yeah.
So
You
the
guys are
problem
playing
is
catch up.
It's not that we're not out here. It's that we can only do so many in a certain amount of hours that we have, and people got to take their time, and we'll get to it.
Brian, you still plowing?
I am.
All right. Well, hey, be safe, man. We appreciate the work you're doing.
I appreciate listening to you guys.
Thanks, Brian. Appreciate the update, too, because we don't know what's going on. We wake up, we see the roads are still a mess, and everybody's grumbling on their way into work today.
And that's really what it was, is if you're going to blame someone, blame the meteorologist.
The weather guys?
Yeah, I mean,
Girls?
we always got to blame somebody, right?
Yeah,
And,
of course.
and just, hey, there's an inch coming.
Would that have changed how we are dealing with this morning? It's still snowing. I mean, there's still snow on the ground. We still got to drive.
Correct. Yes.
Right.
Yes. I think it just would be our attitudes may be different if we knew it.
We
was
would have
coming.
expected it, and could the plows have
Yeah. I would have stayed home last night
been more prepared? I don't know.
if I knew it was
roads
going
were
to snow.
not great out my way last night.
Oh, no, they
We
weren't.
were out and about too.
Yeah. No, but they're manageable. I mean, again, they're manageable. Just take your time.
For sure. It does depend a little bit on the kind of car you're driving.
Yes. Yes.
I mean, but it's being echoed.
If you're in his car.
Well,
You know.
everybody looks at
yeah,
me.
Yeah. Life choices.
Exactly.
Life choices.
I'll be very clear. It got me where I needed to be.
Yes.
Did the job.
Albeit later than me.
Yeah. Okay. Guys, keep the score over here. Couple more texts, guys. The roads downriver are horrible. You can't even tell what lane you're in. If you're driving downriver or planning to be downriver, be careful this morning.
Yeah. I mean, that's a great statement for anywhere.
I think that's kind of universal.
Yeah,
The lanes
is,
are not
yeah.
clear
No.
as you're on your way. Now, maybe it'll be better in an hour when the next wave of people are making their way into work or school, wherever they got to. Well, not school, but wherever they have to go.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Got some football storylines to get into. We've got the Thursday touchdown at 6:35. Plus, one of the first big dominoes just fell in the coaching carousel. We'll get to that next. It's 97.1. Well, this is timely. Winter means snow and icy roads. It means more serious injuries from car accidents, too. So if you're in a car accident, you need Lawrence KG. You need KG Law. He'll make sure you and your loved ones get paid big for your injuries. KG is uniquely qualified to fight for you when you're injured in a car accident, and KG has won more than $100 million for his clients. He'll win big for you. KG will make that driver that hit you accountable. He'll fight their insurance company to get you every dollar you deserve. So, if you're not in a car accident right now, if you've been driving safely on these roads, that's great. But save this number in your phone, 877-KG-CARES. That's KAJY, or visit kgcares.com. Text pouring in. These roads are BS. Another one. Don't make excuses for them. I'm blaming Brad Holmes for my commute. He didn't add enough plows at the deadline.
Didn't water the garden.
The road commission is soft. Signed Dylan in Royal Oak. People are not happy. The plow guy lied. It hasn't snowed since 11 o'clock last night. No excuses.
I would disagree with that. I got home at about 10:30, and my truck was clean of snow. And I woke up this morning, and there was at least a couple inches
For sure. Same at ours.
Guys, it took me 3 hours to get home from a 45-minute drive from work yesterday.
Whoa.
And now I've been driving for over an hour for the same 45-minute drive. This is great. Yep. Derek in Harrison Township.
Yep. January in Michigan. It's just it's going to happen.
On my way to the airport from Rochester Hills, 50 miles the whole way.
Yep.
Our roads or freeways are a 4 out of 10. It took me an hour. Normally takes 40 minutes. That's Adam, Rochester Hills. Yeah, I think that kills me. It's just like 696 is, whose lane is it anyway? And you think like the major highways would be the thing we'd cover.
Yeah.
I get it if like my side streets aren't plowed. I get it.
On Twitch, we have our weather man, Cyclonic Vortex, who I've actually met this summer.
Oh, nice.
And it was Red Wing says, John said to blame Cyclonic Vortex. Okay, yeah, we blame all weathermen. And he says, he actually replies, that's right. The way that snow band set up and stalled over our area was a surprise to me. So we all get surprised at times. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
If
all our takes were spot on, I think we might be in different places right now.
Yeah. I said the first domino fell in this coaching carousel in the NFL. John Harbaugh to the Giants. Good fit, good move?
Yeah, I think so. And I think it's interesting, too, because, he can pretty much call his shot. And for him to pick the Giants, he's obviously looking at the defense. What do we know about the Baltimore teams? They've always been led by defense. Kind of let them down the last couple of years. But you look at that front seven. Yep. It's a good front seven. You look at the skilled position that they have there with, running back that was hurt, wide receiver that was hurt, a young quarterback. I think he's probably looking at the situation and saying, you know what, this is something I can work with.
So I don't know what you think of Dart, but if he sees upside, you got a young quarterback on a rookie deal. You have a legit number one receiver in Neighbors. You have a legit left tackle. You got a strong defensive line. You got a top 5 pick. It's actually kind of a pretty good job. Mm-hmm. Was it the best job? I think the best job was probably Baltimore, but
he just left there.
Right. So this was probably in that next tier of jobs. John, to you, best jobs, worst jobs of the 8 remaining jobs in the NFL.
Oh boy, racking my brain as to it all depends on what a coach, how they evaluate the situation as well.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of beauty in the eye of the beholder for some of these jobs. Like, do you have a quarterback or not? Do you like the general manager? Do you have cap space? What's your draft situation? Like, the Ravens.
Where do you want to live?
Right.
South Florida?
Well, that's probably the only selling point for Miami. Like, for Baltimore, you have a quarterback, you have a legit owner, a legit general manager. The Ravens probably the best job. Miami, to me, might be the worst. You need a quarterback. You don't pick in the top 10. Tua's going to put so much dead money on your plate that's going to make it tough early.
That's what we also thought about Denver. And Sean Payton's gone in there with the cap strain that Russell Wilson put on them and has seemed to be doing okay with the number 1 seed.
Can I give you a sneaky bad job? No one's really going to bring this up because of the history. I don't think Pittsburgh's a good job. It's an old, expensive defense. You have to win right now. You don't have a quarterback and no path to a quarterback, and the skill talent outside of DK Metcalf is pedestrian.
Well, in regards to you have to win now, I know that they've gone 19 years with a winning record, and they've famously been in the playoffs, blah, blah, blah. But I think if they're realistically looking at it, what would have been the situation with Tomlin next year if he was still there? What's your path to a starting quarterback? I don't think it's going to be Aaron Rodgers again.
So do I have permission as the next Steeler head coach to tear it down?
I would hope so. If they're going to do it right, yes, you're going to have to tear it completely down.
So I'm trading TJ Watt.
And yes, I think that's the first thing you go in and say, hey, I need first round picks. Yeah. I need a path to at least hoping I can have a franchise quarterback. And to do that, you need draft capital. You need first round picks. So you walk in there and say, yeah, okay, the first thing I want to do is trade, Watt, because we need first round picks.
Yeah. Okay. I guess if there's a buy-in to that, I doubt. an organization like Pittsburgh.
Right, especially when they're asked the question, oh, is this a rebuild? Well, I don't like that word. Nobody likes
Well, then I don't want to take your job. I don't
Right.
like your job. There's 7 other available right now.
Right. So if they're realistic and say, yeah, it's going to take us a couple of years to get back to Steeler football, how do you get there? Well, you need to acquire first-round picks, and it could be, it could be Watt.
Well, think about it. The standard is we've only had 3 coaches in how many years? They've all
Since
won
69.
Yeah, they've all won a Super Bowl or more.
Mm-hmm.
So get here, win a Super Bowl, or else.
I think the better question is, with their track record of coaches, 3 since 1969, famously,
Yes.
how patient are they going to be with this hire? And because do you want to be the coach that follows those 3 guys and then you're out in 3 years?
Right.
Like that's where you gotta. And I know all these coaches. Hey, I'm confident what I can do. I go and win anywhere with my offense or my defense, whatever it is. I think that's the big question as you look at that job.
Let me just ask you this: the Lions OC opening compared to some of these head coaching jobs,
Much better.
Okay, better than the following. We're just going to do this rapid fire. Ready? Would you rather be the Lions OC or the Ravens head coach? Ravens head coach, right?
I don't know.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know because
With Lamar?
So I'd have to look at all the factors involved. I'm not an expert on the Baltimore Ravens organization. I know it's very well run, and they've got studs on defense, they've got studs on offense. But what's left in the tank for Derrick Henry? What's left in the tank for Lamar Jackson? Have defenses figured him out? Are the defense now adjusting to him as the best mobile quarterback that we've ever seen?
Okay, Lions OC or Falcons head coach?
Lions OC.
Lions OC or Raiders head coach?
Lions OC.
Lions OC or Dolphins head coach?
Lions OC.
Browns?
That's another interesting one. I'd have to take a harder look at that. No quarterback, but your defense is loaded. I'd have to take a look at that one a little bit deeper, much like Baltimore.
Titans, Cardinals?
Titans, it depends on your evaluation of Cam Ward.
Okay.
If you think he's your future franchise quarterback,
You're starting in a good spot.
yeah, and they've got draft capital.
Right. No doubt about that. So, only other team I didn't mention, Pittsburgh. Lions OC or Pittsburgh?
I would probably say Lions OC.
Okay. We're going to have some fun with the Thursday touchdown coming up in 10 minutes. We've got 2 Grand Slam in the 7 o'clock hour. Your chance to win $2,000. Already had one winner this week. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, this news is sponsored by Gardner White. So this is like a collab I think everyone can get behind. Hudsonville Ice Cream just announced that they're releasing Little Debbie ice cream sandwiches.
I'm out.
What?
I don't like Little Debbie's.
Really?
Yep.
What? Okay, wait till you hear this, John. Hold on, because these sound great. So they're going to come in 2 flavors, the oatmeal cream pies, and there's going to be vanilla cream flavored ice cream sandwiched between real oatmeal cookies.
Sounds awesome.
Right?
I don't know that I'm not in on that.
Okay, how about the Cosmic Brownies? It's brownie flavored ice cream sandwiched between chewy fudge brownies with rainbow chips.
See, I was good until Rainbow Chips. Just give me the
Party
the brownie.
pooper over here,
Well,
right?
I'm more of a basic individual, meat and potatoes type of guy. So give me the brownie ice cream between 2 brownies, but don't give me the rainbow chips. I don't need that.
John, shh. You just shh.
They're not going to hurt you, John. It's okay.
I thought you were going to say meat and potato ice cream.
Oh gosh. So
I put meat and potatoes in a smoothie before.
oh gosh.
My Thanksgiving leftover
Classic
smoothie. We didn't touch about that one
I've
this year.
heard about that, but I kind of forgot about it. So anyway, these
awesome.
sandwiches that sound much better than that smoothie will be available in Kroger, Meijer, and a whole lot of other stores across Michigan and then across the country as well. So
To each their own.
Most of us.
accept the fact that you don't eat meat. I would hope that you would accept the fact that I don't like Little Debbie's.
that's fine, but it's a cool news story for Hudsonville. And you're
I
kind of
didn't say
pooping
it
on
was.
them.
You asked.
I
and
didn't ask. I just said it's a collab
No,
I think
you
most of us will like. And you
right,
said,
and I
"Not
said,
me."
I'm out. Yeah.
All right, how about this? Bruno Mars has just added a second Ford Field concert. Can you get behind that, John?
Sure. I love live music.
There you
Yep.
go. So in addition to his previously announced May 9th concert, he's also going to play at Ford Field on May 10th. So there you have it.
Cool.
Must be in high demand. Pre-sale tickets for the newly added show go on sale at 1:30 p.m. on Wednesday. General public at noon on Thursday for both concerts. So that's exciting. The Ford Motor Company employee who was suspended for heckling President Trump is getting plenty of support from his friends and from strangers. Two GoFundMe pages raised over $800,000 to help support the employee who has now been identified as TJ, what's his last name? Sabula.
Oh.
So GoFundMe has confirmed that the two fundraisers are legitimate. Also made it known that the pages have now been closed. And a person who has identified themselves as Sabula wrote that we greatly appreciate the outpouring of support. At this time, we are closing donations to this campaign and encourage you to look for other causes or organizations to support. We greatly appreciate every single donation, comment, share, and sign of support. Kiefer Sutherland. He's in a little bit of trouble. He was arrested for allegedly threatening his Uber driver. So according to police, he was out having dinner with a friend. This was on Sunday night, left for the evening, right? Called an Uber. The driver arrived. He jumped into the vehicle. And as they were on their way to his home, at some point, he said he asked the driver to pull over so he could get out. The driver refused and kept going. And multiple times he had asked, "Hey, I need you to pull over. I'd like to get out." Apparently that didn't happen, and he said, "If you don't pull over, I'm going to kill you." That was his threat. And then, so the Uber driver ultimately is the one who called 911, also said that he was assaulted as well, or said that Sutherland assaulted him with his hands.
Oh, probably hit him in the back of the head or something.
No injuries were reported. He didn't need any medical attention. And it sounds like the confrontation or dispute may have been triggered by a language barrier. Because the driver did ask for a translator to arrive at the scene as well. Either spoke Russian or Armenian. So there was, that could be it. Anyway, Sutherland was arrested for a felony, making a criminal threat. And he was released on $50,000 bond. So he's out.
Understood those words.
Yeah. Hey, if you're worried about dying alone, there's now an app for that. So there is a trending Chinese app that's helping combat the nationwide loneliness epidemic by keeping tabs on people who live alone to make sure that they're actually alive and well. So it's an app that's been dubbed "Are You Dead?" It's an app. Basically, all you do, users log on and they click a giant green button with a ghost on it every 2 days to verify that they're still breathing. And they have a contact in there. So if they don't check in on the app, the contact is alerted to say, "Hey, this person might be dead, might be in trouble.
Go check on them."
Yes, go check on them. Developers say the app is a safety tool to make solitary life more reassuring.
I thought this was going to be an app that kills you with someone present so you don't have to die alone.
Oh, no.
Yes. The Kevorkian.
On that note, that's Heather with the news. Coming up next is the Thursday Touchdown 97.1. Ahead of the divisional round of the NFL playoffs, we have big storylines in college and pros. It's the Thursday Touchdown.
The Power Brokers in college football will meet in Miami on Sunday to discuss expanding the college football playoff to 16 teams. Do you think we'll see a 16-team playoff as soon as next season? And do you think we'll eventually see it expand to 24 teams as Big Ten Commissioner Tony Petitti desires?
Yes and yes. Now, how quickly we get to 24, I don't know, but it's all about money. More teams, longer playoffs, more games, more money for all of these universities that are, quote-unquote, crying poor. I do think that we will eventually get to 24, and I do think we get to 16. And part of it is the issue, the Miami and Notre Dame issue this year. I just think that they're going to want to get to 16. I also think that they want to get away from the bye weeks because those teams have not fared well.
It's a runaway train. Yes, we're going to get to 16. Yes, we're going to get to 24. We'll be at 64 before you know it. The way we are right now, no good teams being left out. So we don't need to expand. But yes, John, they're going to want more home sites. They're going to want to get more money. It's just going to keep growing. If a 10 seed wins the national title on Monday, it only fuels that argument. Hey, keep putting good teams in and see what happens.
Well, and it's all about the brands that were left out this year. It's the USCs. It's the Michigan. None of those teams belong.
I say win more.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Speaking of that 10 seed, Miami gets to play at home on Monday night for the national championship against Indiana, a home game. Do you think this will help the Hurricanes at all?
Yeah, a little bit. But here's the thing. It's not a traditional campus stadium. And Indiana alums, there's more of them than anywhere else. They're going to pay to go to this game. I don't think it's going to be as dramatic as you would think.
I think the advantage is in less travel. It's the advantage is in the environment, warm, all of those different things. Now, obviously, Indiana has performed well, but in terms of how much of an advantage, instead of losing by 10, maybe they only lose by 7.
Right. And isn't the spread 8.5?
Yes.
Yeah. So I actually think that spread would be 10.5 if this wasn't in Miami Stadium. All right. The first domino of the Lions offseason is the job opening for offensive coordinator. Who do you want to get the job, and who do you think will get the job?
Well, I think we can all agree on who we want to get the job. That's Mike McDaniel. Who do I think will get the job? I think it's Mike McDaniel, and I'm only putting out good vibes right now because I originally wasn't bought in because of his weird personality, but you start doing a deeper dive into his offense and the success that his offense had, I'm all in on Mike McDaniel.
Mike McDaniel, there's a report that he would prefer a great OC job to a not great head coaching job.
I think the biggest competition for the OC job is, does he pick Philly or does he pick Detroit?
Right.
I think the Lions are more desirable right now just because of the Sirianni factor in Philly and A.J. Brown and all that stuff. So we'll see. If I were him, I'd take the Lions OC job any day over the Titans or Raiders job. Seriously. I just don't know why those jobs would be appealing. The Texans became the second defense in NFL history to score multiple touchdowns defensively without giving up an offensive touchdown. Are the 2025 Texans a generational defense or just the best defense in this NFL season?
It's starting to feel like it's generational because you start looking at things like pressure rate, and they do it without blitzing. You look at their defense, they don't stack the box, they don't disguise, they just line up and beat you because they're better than you.
So are they generational?
Sure feels like it.
I think they're really good, and they're the best defense this year. I'm not ready to go down the generational road. And some of it is because of how they started the season. I know they didn't lose those games because of the defense necessarily, but I just don't know that they're quote unquote generational.
Generational wins the Super Bowl. So you go into New England this week and you hold them to under 10 points and win the game. And then you start taking...
You hold them to under 17 and win the game. I think that would be, with this offense, I think that would be pretty good.
Okay, I'm going to do something here. I owe Ben Johnson an apology. I was one of those guys that said it was Dan Campbell's offense, not Ben Johnson's offense. I think Johnson has proven otherwise. Is there a world where Johnson could actually be a better head coach than Dan Campbell?
It's possible, but not yet. I think that it's... I don't necessarily you could say it's Ben Johnson's offense. I think it was a collaborative effort between Dan Campbell and Ben Johnson. It's not like the offense completely fell off for other reasons than personnel for Detroit. And it was still a top 5 offense.
Yeah, look, I think offensive play callers benefit with strong offensive lines.
Yep.
And I think that explains why Ben has had a hit the ground running, hot start in Chicago, and why Dan and the Lions took a step back this year. Could Ben pass him? Well, he's well on his way in year 1 to already have 1 playoff win and 1 division title. He's halfway there. It's certainly possible, just not yet.
The one thing I've been impressed with by him actually is that I think he's got that team playing with swag. And he has energized his team.
Yep.
Maybe it doesn't work anywhere else, but from afar, I'm kind of a little envious of it. I would applaud him for what he's done with that. All right, get your popcorn ready on this one. This is fascinating. Matthew Stafford is the 6th all-time in passing yardage and should pass Aaron Rodgers for 5th. If Stafford wins another Super Bowl, where would you rank him all-time among quarterbacks?
Okay, start with a premise. Like, there are some quarterbacks that we're going to leave out of this. And I don't want to argue with some 75-year-old about Johnny Unitas, Otto Graham, Roger Staubach, Sammy Baugh, Bart Starr, Terry Bradshaw, Fran Tarkenton. Like, okay, we're going to go modern-day quarterback.
Okay, with that note, 2 Super Bowls, maybe even an MVP in there, this gets very interesting. There are some no-doubters that are ahead of Matthew Stafford. Brady, Mahomes, Manning, Montana, Elway, Breeze, Favre. I put Aaron Rodgers ahead of him with 4 MVPs. I'd put Big Ben ahead of him. But that puts Stafford at 10. It makes him a top 10 quarterback of all time.
So I would do all of that, except I'm not putting Ben Roethlisberger ahead of him.
That's fine.
I
just know Ben had that with 2 Super Bowls, including the second one where he had that throw to Santonio Holmes.
Oh, yeah, that's my favorite Super Bowl of all time
I
right
know.
now.
And he went to a third one. I get why you might think Stafford just a better talent at the position.
Yes, and I think ultimately will be thought of as a better quarterback than Ben Roethlisberger.
I think you can argue he's top 8. It's fascinating to me how he has climbed not only this, but he's starting to check the boxes of MVP and Super Bowl. I did say this to you guys off the air before the show. You could make the argument or diminish what Stafford's doing because in general, QB play is down. And he's in the Mahomes era, but he didn't have to beat Mahomes in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but he beat Brady en route to a Super Bowl.
Yeah, and that was probably his hallmark moment of his career, I think.
And here's the thing about Ben Roethlisberger. It's kind of like opposites. Ben Roethlisberger, really good at the beginning, not so great at the end. Matthew Stafford, not so great at the beginning, really good at the end.
All right, I think this one's fun, too. Last one. Mike Vrabel will likely win Coach of the Year in his first season with the Patriots. The Titans firing Vrabel just 2 years ago is the worst firing in the NFL since blank.
So I went down a really huge rabbit hole on this one, and I was even looking at coordinators that were fired. But, I mean, you got to have some candidates like, Andy Reid being fired from the Eagles.
Yeah, but it's like Philly moved on and won a couple Super Bowls.
Yeah,
they did.
That was a time thing. It was kind of similar to Tomlin.
Yeah,
Or Harbaugh.
Mike Shanahan being fired in Denver, and the owner saying, "Oh, it's my coach, my lifetime coach," but we're going to move on to Josh McDaniels. I mean, another Mike Shanahan when he was fired by the Raiders.
That's a bad one. That was really bad.
That
and
might
they
be
move
the
on
answer.
to Art Shell.
And that was the second time that they went to Shell.
There's some other ones. I'll give you one that's more personal to me. Marty Schottenheimer with the Washington Redskins. Started out 0-5, ended up 8-8, and Dan Snyder wanted to take away all of the front office say that Marty had at the time. He ends up firing Marty Schottenheimer and then hires Steve Spurrier and goes on 2 decades of irrelevance.
This is a tough question to answer because you're right. I think the answer might be Mike Shanahan, but we're going back quite a bit to answer the question that way. They screwed up bad in Tennessee.
Yeah, no, and I'll tell you what, man. The Tennessee Titans, I know we had this in the Thursday touchdown weeks back, are the worst franchise in the league. I really believe they are. And they got crapped on yesterday. Harbaugh was supposed to have them at his house. They were going to go see him and interview him. And then you wake up this morning. Think about them. Now what do? They just can't win.
Another one, Jimmy Johnson in 94.
Yes. Yeah, that's probably because
Barry Switzer won a Super Bowl.
They won.
I know, but it was all Jimmy Johnson's guys.
Well, another one would be like Dungy, but they won the Super Bowl.
Right.
So hard to say it was the wrong decision. All right, that's your Thursday touchdown. It's 97-1. Couple quick texts. All I have to say is I'm very happy for Valenti's dad, Big G. Nobody is happier than him about the Harbaugh signing, Kevin in Mac. Poor guy has suffered a lot lately, and he had put all his eggs in the Harbaugh basket.
Oh, boo-hoo. He's got a couple Super Bowls. Oh, bless his heart.
Okay, you have an idea of what you think of Mike. His dad is much warmer, much kinder, much nicer.
So where did he learn it from?
Great question. Haven't met his mom.
I'm taking shots at anyone's mom.
You guys are missing an obvious worst hire or worst firing. Bill Belichick in Cleveland.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's we're talking going, in the Wayback Machine, but we also did obviously with Shanahan and the Raiders.
Yeah. Weird personality, John. I bet Mike McDaniel likes Little Debbie snacks.
Yeah, he probably does. I don't know. He wears the capris.
We got the $2 Grand Slam coming up at 7:25. A chance to win $2,000. Already had one winner this week. Can we make it 2 for 2? Before we get into that, there were dueling headlines yesterday in both the Free Press and the Detroit News about everybody's favorite pitcher, Tarik Skubal. Mm-hmm. You have Evan Petzold, who wrote about the fact that the Tigers actually lowered their offer going into arbitration. And then you have the McCoskey side of things where he writes, well, it's because Boris wasn't going to negotiate with them anyway, so they lowered the number to position themselves better for this showdown hearing in arbitration. Where are you at in all of this, John? Like, who are you more upset with? What is it that's really got you riled up? Because people are picking sides.
Yeah, and so, I mean, are you more mad at the Skubal-Boris combo? Mm-hmm. There's blame that lies all around. Or you mad with the Tigers and Major League Baseball? I'm more mad with Major League Baseball because of how it is all constructed and the fact that there is no salary cap and there's just doesn't seem to be a path for, yes, do we think that Ilitch could pay Tarik Skubal $40 million a year? Sure. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't do it. And I'm not sitting there pounding the desk thinking we've got to keep Tarik Skubal. It's also the style of baseball that we're watching right now. And this is, I'm going to put my old hat on in regards to we have nobody that can pitch a complete game anymore. And it irks me that Tarik Skubal has this sub 100 pitch limit that he can't go over. So that's why I don't think it's necessary to pay him all, it's not a good business decision to pay him $400 million. He's going to be 30. He's had 2 arm events, probably in line for another one. So do you want to have that much money sitting on the bench? I just don't think this organization should hamstring itself, but I'm more mad at Major League Baseball. That's why I think there's enough in terms of the ownership and on that side of things versus the players that there's going to be a work stoppage in 27. And that also irks me.
Well, there's a lot of people that think this showdown arbitration hearing is a precursor to the bigger picture labor dispute looming in Major League Baseball.
This is the undercard.
This is the undercard. Because you have Boris fighting for his client and all players to raise the bar in arbitration to get the most money possible. That's his job, and he's very good at it. Mm-hmm. Then you have the Tigers, who are going to be sticking up for the league, and most of these owners who do not want salaries to turn into a runaway freight train. So the Tigers are trying to play their game and lower the number to try to win an arbitration. But, John, in all of this, I ask the question, even if they win, aren't they still losing? Because you have former players and former executives who think this is a joke. You're going to lower your offer by $800,000?
I don't care about the $800,000. It's a math equation.
They do. They lowered by $800,000. And what's the win? You lowball and disrespect your star player. Other people are watching and paying attention. You could lose this, but even if you win it, I think you're losing this because you look small time.
It's all negotiating tactics. And I'm not going to sit there and say, do I like how the Tigers have handled it? Could they handle it better? Probably. Yes. But what did you expect them to do? Sign him to a long-term contract 3 years ago?
No, they couldn't
Before,
have. But John, the pettiness of, we're going to offer you $19.8 million. And then, Boris didn't come back with a counter, so we're going to lower it to 19 just to be petty. Like running.
No, I don't think they did it just to be petty. I think it's a negotiating tactic, and it's a math equation that I don't understand. I trust me. The whole arbitration thing of how one arbitrator is going to say, yeah, he's worth more than $25.5 million. Another one's going to say, well, he's probably worth less than $25.5. And then the third one's going to say, well, we don't know.
Look, I am of the belief Scooble's going to win this arbitration, but it's clearly murkier than that. And the Tigers may win it. They legitimately may win it. My question is, okay, congrats. What did you win? You run your business this way. What message does this send to everybody else that you may want to sign in the future? Congrats. You won the battle. You lost the war. Congrats. You beat him in arbitration because you saved $800,000 here. You nickel and dime Tarek Skubal. You win. You win. Guess what? You win.
I just don't see it that way. I see this as a much bigger, and it is the undercard to the labor negotiations. It's, okay, if the Tigers offered him $35 million, do you think he'd sign it?
I don't think he would.
Okay, so then what are the Tigers supposed to do?
They're supposed to put a more competitive number. And if they thought it was 19.8, stay at 19.8. Don't retreat by less than $1 million to do some stupid game with your star player.
I'm not going to go down the petty road. It's negotiation, and both sides are going to be petty in negotiation. So it's tit for tat. Like I don't care.
No, I get it. Boris shoots high, Tigers shoot low. Whoever wins in the middle wins. But the Tigers had a low number and then went lower. What was the reason for that?
Again, I'm going to be man enough to say I don't know what it means in regards to the arbitration hearing.
I'm just asking.
I gotta believe that there is something of value for them to shoot at 19 versus 19.8. And
but you can agree that optically it looks really bad, that former players and former general managers have publicly called out the organization that this is a bad look for the team, whether they win arbitration or not. And they could also still lose arbitration because they miscalculated by $1 million.
Okay, so a two-time Cy Young winner, and they offer him 22. All right, are they all going to say, oh, well, that's still less than his market value?
It may be.
Yeah, and so like I don't think that the Tigers were in a situation where they could do anything right. And so I'm not going to hold their feet to the fire in a situation that was built for them to lose.
248-539-9797. Who are you more mad at? Look, Skubal did the PR tour in Detroit. Doesn't sound like they're willing to negotiate either. Who are you more mad at? The Tigers, baseball, Skubal, Boris? It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Lottery. The Wolverines improved to 15-1 on the season and 4-0 in road games last night with an 82-72 win over Washington. Junior center Adai Mara had a season-high 20 points, his most in a Wolverine uniform since transferring from UCLA ahead of this year. Morez Johnson Jr. also had his fourth double-double of the season with both 16 points and 16 rebounds. His 16 boards were the most in a game for any Michigan player since Hunter Dickinson had that same number in March of 2023. The Wolverines are off for 2 days now before facing the Oregon Ducks in Eugene this Saturday. There were 11 other top 25 teams in action in college basketball last night. 3 of them lost, but Purdue was not one of them as the 5th-ranked Boilermakers snuck past Iowa 79-72 at home. Number 10, Vanderbilt suffered its first loss of the season as Texas took down the Commodores 80-64. Number 14, North Carolina dropped a road loss to unranked Stanford 95-90. Then Ole Miss traveled to Athens to face number 21 Georgia in Bulldog territory and took down UGA 97-95. And after 18 seasons with the Baltimore Ravens, which included 12 playoff appearances and a Super Bowl in 2012, John Harbaugh is now set to be the newest head coach of the New York Giants. Harbaugh was fired by the Ravens after missing the playoffs this year. He quickly became a top candidate for the Giants, who fired their head coach Brian Daboll mid-season. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
The $13 million line in the sand that separates the Tigers and Tarik Skubal, and we want to know who you're more upset with. And I think there's, John, to your point, lots of blame to go around in how this is going down. Tarik Skubal did his Tour de Detroit, but it's clear Boras isn't interested in negotiating. And that's why the Tigers claim they lowered their arbitration offer from 19.8 to 19 million. But I got to tell you, optically, they're getting slammed because it looks small time. It looks like you're trying to disrespect this pitcher and win this petty game. It looks like you're a small-time organization, which to me is a huge issue.
Well, again, that's the picture that Scott Boras is trying to paint. And he's doing a really good job of it. I'm just one of them that's not buying into that's what this is. It's an agent that is hitting all the right notes and doing all the things that he believes fans will look at. But I do believe that we have a much more educated fan base, and that a lot of the fans are going to look at it and say, just ask the question that I was just going to ask. If they offered him $35 million for this year, would he have taken it? No. So who's to blame?
Well, if you're Boras, you can't blame him for saying we haven't seen a real offer from the Detroit Tigers.
But he also won't answer the call. Like they're not negotiating. So what are you supposed to do?
When the reported offer,
is he Scooby done?
Look, I don't want to defend Boras because he is kind of a clown, but he's a damn good agent. He got Juan Soto $31 million in arbitration, and I won't be surprised if he gets Tarik Skubal $32 in arbitration, a 2-time Cy Young Award winner. And you can say, does he go deep enough into games? By today's baseball, which is the dollars we're using, he is elite. He is among the league leaders in innings pitched. So he's a workhorse by today's standards. So what's today's dollars paying today's best pitchers? It's a lot more money than the Tigers are putting up in arbitration. My gut is they lose. My point is maybe they calculated this right. Maybe Scott Harris was super savvy, and that $800,000 is going to win them this arbitration hearing. You won the arbitration. Congrats. You look small time. That's not the win you think it is. If they had kept their initial offer, John, I know it's stupid, but if they had kept their initial offer of 19.8, or if they had offered a little more, 2021, and they win the arbitration hearing, that's still better than nickel and diming to lower and win the game, but looking small time.
Again, if that's how you see them, that's how you see them. I don't see them that way.
Well, how else should I see them?
I see them as somewhat of, I'm not going to say a victim, but I'm not even sure what the right word is. They are being held hostage by a system that when you look at all of the teams, the numbers that they're going to be using, paid for by the Red Sox, the Yankees, the Dodgers, like all the Tigers, even if they spend like Mike did back when he owned Mike Ilitch, yeah. Mr. Ilitch, sorry, I don't mean to be disrespectful. They're still not going to be the Dodgers of 2025 or 2026. They're not going to be the Yankees. Like they're just not able to do it. And I think what we've all understood is that this is one way or another going to be the last year that Tarik Skubal is wearing a Tiger uniform. And we don't even know if he makes it to the season.
Well, that's the other thing I wanted to bring up. If it's clear that there's this much animosity, that there's no real negotiating, that Boras is taking him to the highest bidder a year from now, should the Tigers be handling this differently / better?
I think you also have to be careful when you're talking about animosity, because if Skubal understands the negotiating tactics of both sides, I don't necessarily know that there has to be animosity. This is negotiations. And it's hard as a player that wants to get paid not to be emotionally invested. It's impossible not to be emotionally invested. And maybe he feels slighted.
Well, I just tell you, everybody's different, but Corbin Burns went through a similar process. Was a Cy Young Award winner. Brewers took him to arbitration. Their relationship was damaged because of it. Because when you go to these arbitration hearings,
so what does that mean for the Tigers? He's not going to be here for more than a year anyway. So does he decide that I'm only going to pitch 5 innings this year?
Just saying, for people who don't know, you go to the arbitration hearing and they circle your flaws and they say, you're ugly, you're fat, here's why we don't like you. You know, like you have to hear those things to your face. That doesn't bode well for a relationship. If it's already beyond repair, maybe they don't care. But at that point, just trade him. It's not like they've supported him with a rock star cast this offseason to chase a World Series. I'm just perplexed at how this has been handled. 248-539-9797. Let's get to the phones. Let's let you guys weigh in on this. Doug in South Lyon, good morning.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How we doing today?
Good.
I don't know why the Tigers are battling this guy. To me, the reason why they signed him, he's a stud pitcher, gifted, got it. He let this team down in the playoffs. He decided to keep his pitch count. He was knocking on the door of the ALCS. If he stayed in that game, in my opinion, I think they would have beat Seattle, and they would have went to the ALCS. So why, in the ultimate goal is to get there, why would you pay someone this much money when you know he's not willing to do that? When is he going to be in that same position again in his career? He may not be. He was there, and he chose his arm over pushing the team over the edge. So I would not pay him anything. He can go somewhere else. Goodbye.
Doug, I think there are a lot of Tigers fans that are sitting right there with you. I certainly am as well.
Yeah, it frustrates. I get the pitch count during the regular season. I get that. Save your arm, but all bets are off in the playoffs.
Doug,
you got to go all in because you might not be there again.
I agree with that.
Doug, let me ask you this question. Now knowing what we know and the experience that we had in the postseason the last couple of years and the pitch count, all that stuff, and the way that the Tigers have handled negotiations here, maybe this is a 2-point question. I'll ask you the first one. Do you see or do you view the Tigers as being petty?
No, I don't. I think they're pretty much telling them, we're playing your game too. Screw it.
Yeah.
I think that's what they're doing.
But and then so the follow-up is, would you have done anything different if you were the Tigers?
Yes, I would have. I would have been a little more stern up front. I would have just said, here's our deal. Just take it or leave it. If you don't want to do it, bye. Goodbye. We'll trade you. Bye. Going back and forth, I think, was futile.
Yeah.
I would have
certainly feels that way.
Okay.
Stern. Yep.
Yeah, look, I don't disagree with a lot of what he said. If you feel like you wanted Skubal to take that ball and go back for one more inning, we all felt that way at the end of the season. Asked what they would do differently or should have done differently. John, if they thought it was 19.8, just hold firm on the number.
So here's where I don't...
Why backtrack?
Well, so again, I don't know. I don't know what that 800,000 means. If I'm just doing very remedial math, it sounds to me that instead of 25.5 million being the middle mark, it would have been 25.8 million? Yeah. 25.9. So I think they would have a better chance of getting under that number than 25.5. So that's where I look at it and say, I don't know what the math equation is. Like, there's too many components that I don't know.
So in their mind, the extra 8, because they could have just put 19 from the start if that was the math that would have helped them better win the arbitration. They could have just put 19 first. So why did they go to 19.8? Was that like, here's a little gift, Tarek, here's an extra $800,000 on top to get this done? Like,
a way people negotiate, Jim, is they present their best offer, and if you don't take it, you pull it. That's what they did.
They went backwards.
Yes. He did not accept their best offer, and they pulled it off the table. That's a very 101 negotiation tactic. When it gets out and leaks because Scott Boras can't keep his mouth shut and negotiate fairly with the Tigers and privately, it gets out, it doesn't look good. And then you get, look, Jim Bowden, he's not the greatest of people to rely on in terms of information. He's been wrong a lot. So... I think it does look petty.
You don't think other people
Scott
see
Boras
this?
wants you to say what you're saying right now.
Right. You're buying into the
like
Boras
he's got
plan.
his hand in the back of your head, and he's making your lips move.
I mean, I could say that's what the Tigers are doing to you.
Exactly. But the art of... Jim, I don't understand why you don't understand the art of negotiation is if somebody doesn't take your best offer, you pull it.
So who am I going to hear about from the art of negotiation? Scott Boras, who wins... and wins a lot.
He doesn't win all the time. He screwed Blake Snell over a few years ago, and he fired him.
Okay, I want to point out, got Juan Soto 31 in arbitration, which was unbelievable, right? He got Bregman his 210 one way or another. Meanwhile, I'm supposed to believe the good negotiators are the ones that botched Erod at the deadline, couldn't close on Bregman last year. I'm supposed to believe they're the better negotiators?
Jim, Scott Boras has lost many times, too. And you brought up the Corbin Burns thing. Mm-hmm. Didn't the Brewers make the playoffs last year?
I didn't say the Tigers are
one of the best records in baseball.
This is two different arguments. Nobody has said the Tigers' future is tethered completely to whether they have Tarek Skubal or not. This is about how are they handling Tarek Skubal.
But the Tigers are standing up to Scott Boras and not going to let him just put a leash on Scott Harris and walk him down the street. That's what they're doing.
I mean, I would argue Harris hasn't handled this well either. They're in a position where they're going to lose him for comp pick at this point. They're not certainly in a position where they're trading him.
So there is an example of signing an arbitration agreement and then getting moved. A big player happened with Mookie Betts in February. You don't know necessarily how this is going to play out yet. I would argue on your side that I don't know if the Tigers have played this hand all that great, but we don't know the outcome yet.
Let's get to the phones. Let's go to Kevin in Macomb. Kevin, good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, I think there's a couple ways to look at it. So people who follow baseball, I feel like this is like a microcosm of the macrocosm. In baseball, there realistically is only about 8 teams that really try based off, like, you look at it in the free agency market right now. I mean, it's either the Cubs, the Mets, the Blue Jays, or the Philadelphia Phillies trying to throw money at, like, Tucker or Bichette. I think the biggest thing with the Tigers that I'm frustrated with is you guys talk about, well, he would have rejected the $35 million even if we offered it. I would just want to know that the Tigers actually offered it and he rejected it, because then that would make him look bad, in my opinion, versus the Tigers not even offering it. I just think right now the Harris does view, maybe even Illich does, they view the team as a small market team. And I just think, you know, I wouldn't want to sign Skubal to a long-term contract, but I just think the optics of it in general, it's not a good look for Harris, because in a way, I was thinking is it kind of is like the Ragnow thing with Holmes. Holmes was saying he was kind of shocked that Ragnow retired, even though fans who pay attention, we knew that Ragnow had a chronic issue. With Skubal, it's like just the thought of just thinking that we would lose him for just a comp pick because Harris is afraid to trade him because he doesn't want to risk it. It just makes me sick to my stomach, honestly.
Appreciate the phone call.
Here's the last thing I'll say about it is you got to respect what the philosophy for the Tigers is. Not negotiating in public. They can't control Boras. He wants to make this very public. The Tigers have said, and we've asked them previous times, we're not going to negotiate in public. They're sticking to their philosophy, even though they're taking from some individuals, thinking that they're petty. They're sticking to their guns, to their philosophy.
We are up against it. We know a lot of you guys have thoughts on this. It's 97.1. All right, guys, start the year off and start it in drive with Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer 2 years in a row. Moran's making the car buying process a breeze, and you're always getting the best price, period. Right now, GM employees and immediate family members can lease a 2026 Trax LT starting at $299 a month with $999 down. Straightforward pricing, no runaround. Shop online, MoranExpress.com, or stop by. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Read some of your texts, take some of your phone calls. Then we got the 2 Grand Slam, a chance to win $2,000 if you can get all 10 questions right. Guys, this is an FU to Boris, and I'm here for it. His comments this fall were petty. The faster they can trade Skubal, the better off we'll be. That wasn't a PR tour a couple weeks ago. It was a Skubal farewell tour. He's not signing any offer the Tigers give. Screw Tarek. Don't let the door hit you. We said, who are you more upset with in this whole thing? Because there's blame to go on both sides. Text says, Harris just a few years ago took Casey Mize to arbitration over $25,000. That says everything. And another says, I'm worried the Tigers are getting a reputation like the Cincinnati Bengals. Nickel and diming. That's why I said they may win arbitration, but if that's the win, it's still a loss.
I just don't see it that way. Do I think he's worth more than $19 million? Sure.
Right. Arbitration is a process that's going to keep him lower than his true value. I understand that.
Yeah.
What I don't get is when you put forward 19.8 is the number you want to submit, but you don't get a phone call back, so you lower the number. You started low, and then you went lower. What does that say to everybody paying attention in the baseball world about how you conduct business? You may win this. You may win the battle. I think you're losing the war.
Again, I mean, I think this is one of those where you see it on one side or the other. And I don't know that there's necessarily going to be, I'm not going to convince you that.
No, and I'm not saying Skubal's blameless in all this. I know we got to get to the calls. He wants to get paid the most money possible. It's not going to happen here in Detroit, so it's going to get ugly. Let's get to Matt in Canton. Matt, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, I just think this whole thing with the arbitration, if their strategy is to get him for one more year and make a run at it, first of all, we haven't seen any moves that suggest that that's likely, that they're trying to do that. But why do this? For the reasons you said, Jim, it's a bad look, I think, for a lot of reasons. And, it doesn't, okay, screw you, Boris, that's fine, but what do you gain? Are you going to get a Tarek Skubal who's really invested in really getting after it this season? It seems really unlikely. There's an icky factor that this whole thing is taking on.
Well, you'd hope as a competitor he's going to have to put it behind him and play and earn $19 million or $32 million, whatever it ends up being. Even if he loses, he's going to make $19 million. Go be a professional and pitch. But it does sour things. And I also wonder, too, okay, let's say you win the negotiation. You save $13 million. If you're not going to invest that in the baseball team, why the hell do fans care if you save the money?
Yeah.
That's the other part of this. Let's get to Jake in Ann Arbor. Jake, some of your thoughts. You're on 97.1.
Hey, Jim. I'm with you. I think when you said he botched the Erod thing and his decisions have just not led us to success, and I'm just thinking that this is another one of Scott Harris's just bad decisions.
Yeah, I didn't say he hasn't led us to success. They had made the playoffs the last 2 years. I just mean from a negotiating standpoint, because we did this is how negotiations work. Boris has a better track record of winning negotiations at a higher rate than Scott Harris does. I haven't seen a lot of Scott Harris negotiating wins in the several seasons he's been at the helm here. I mean, what's the big negotiating win for him? They haven't signed multi-year deals.
Well, and that's where I go, this is a Major League Baseball issue, because all the power right now rests with a player like Tarek Skubal, and he's earned it. Mm-hmm. I'm not sitting here saying that he's not an elite pitcher, and he's earned it, but it's also getting shifted to it's only those few teams that, and I would argue, I think there are teams, more than 7 or 8, that are trying to win. They just have to try in different ways, because I don't think Milwaukee is going to spend like the Dodgers. I don't think the Tigers will ever spend like the Dodgers.
Well, and it's why I want a salary cap. I do.
Yeah.
I think this is, I'll meet you here, John. The system sucks.
Yeah, which is why this is the undercard.
Call in now for your chance for the 2 Grand Slam, 248-539-9797, a chance to win $2,000. This texter says, will Tarek Skubal get booed on opening day? I don't think so.
I don't think so. I mean, we still appreciate, like, if he's here on opening day,
right?
The pitcher that he is. Now, I don't know, maybe if he goes out in the 6th, maybe that's when they boo him.
No, we don't need to be pushing the pitch count in March or April.
No, I know. But it's if you have them, does it change how you use them?
Right. Well, you already saw how he's going to act his wage at the end of the season. Not an ideal situation for everybody involved.
Yeah.
That's why you probably need to trade him.
Most likely that's the outcome.
All right. 2 Grand Slam.
Well, can we have back-to-back winners? That is the question. We all know how the game is played. 60 seconds, 10 questions, $25 for each question answered correctly. And hopefully our contestant today can also walk away with $2,000.
That would be awesome.
Oh, it would.
Back-to-back. Chris in Belleville, can you make it happen? How you feeling this morning, Chris?
Hi, guys. How you doing again?
We're doing all right. Again, is this have you played before?
Yeah, I was the teacher last year, the snow day, and I got 9 out of 10. I had the, I think it was Bowling Green. I had the Broncos instead of the Falcons.
Okay, all right.
You got
So,
Tom
hey,
sweating
got yourself
behind the
another
glass.
snow day today, too,
Yeah.
right?
This is great.
Yep, it's nice out. So let's
All
do
right.
it again.
It's
Yeah.
like fate. Good
Yeah,
luck,
but the
Chris.
problem is, hey, Chris, you're the guy following the guy.
I know. Okay.
All right.
Let's do this. All right.
All right. Good luck, Chris. You know the rules. Your time starts right now. Who do the Buffalo Bills play on Saturday?
The Broncos.
Where did Jaden Ivey play in college?
Purdue.
What is the capital of Venezuela?
Caracas.
Who has the number 1 pick in the 2026 NFL Draft?
The Raiders.
Who played Merrill in the 2002 movie Signs?
Pass.
Who do the Detroit Pistons play tonight?
The Suns.
Who is the owner of the Atlanta Falcons?
Arthur Blank.
This team currently has the lowest point total in the NHL.
The Jets.
This artist had the 1998 hit Fly Away.
Pass.
Who is the only undefeated team left in the men's Big Ten basketball standings?
Purdue.
Who played Merrill in the 2002 movie Signs?
Joaquin Phoenix.
Did he
Nope.
get it? No.
Just after the buzzer. So we got you with 1, 2,
6.
6.
Hey,
Oh, 6? Oh.
Yep. All right. So 9 last time,
Okay.
6 time this
I would
time.
have given you 7, Chris. I would have given you Joaquin Phoenix. But
Come on, guys.
They're being
I know,
stingy.
I know.
No. It was after the buzzer. I'll support
I
the
would say it
judges
was
on this
on
one.
the
Yeah.
buzzer, but, you know.
All right.
Chris,
all right.
we just gave away $2,000.
Yeah.
So I think it's tough rubric
I mean,
now.
what's $25, guys, after the last topic?
Yeah, right. Okay.
Chris,
Yeah.
we'll
Well,
get
next
you
time
on
we have a
hold.
snow day, we'll expect you to call.
Of course.
Okay. All right. Thanks, guys.
Great job.
Yeah. This is a tough one this
Yes.
time around.
Yes, it was. 2 Grand Slam on Thursdays brought to you by Femininity Law. Get David, get paid.
I could feel a little sweat like, oh boy. Because Tom writes these questions. He's got to explain why you had 2 winners in 1 week.
Yeah, and he was
Whatever
nailing the
happens,
first
happens.
4, and then I could feel like the 2002 movie Signs. I felt like it was right on the tip of his tongue the
I know.
first time, and then he came back to it. Anyway, let's start over at the beginning. The Buffalo
Swing away.
Bills.
That's
Yep.
the line.
Yep.
Swing away.
Swing the bat.
Who do the Bills play on Saturday?
Broncos.
Yep. Ivy played for
Perdon't.
capital of Venezuela.
Caracas.
Yep. Who has the number 1 pick in the upcoming NFL draft?
That would be the Las Vegas Raiders.
At the buzzer, he got that Joaquin Phoenix played Merrill in the 2002 movie Signs. John, who do the Pistons play tonight?
The Phoenix Suns.
Owner of the Falcons.
Arthur Blank got that one. Then he
Okay.
was on cold.
Yeah, he missed 2 of the last 3. The team that currently has the lowest point total in the NHL, it's not the Jets.
Nope, it's the Canucks.
Artist that had the 1998 hit Fly Away, he passed.
Lenny Kravitz.
And then the last question, the only undefeated team left in men's basketball in the Big Ten, he said Purdue.
No, good guess.
Good guess.
But no, it is Nebraska. So, fun fact about Fred Hoiberg, their coach. His grandpa, I remember because I was working for another station or another entity at the time when he was hired, and we had him on. His grandpa was the head coach at Nebraska.
Oh,
way back in the day.
So this is in his blood.
Yeah. So he was obviously the head coach at Iowa City or at Iowa in Ames, and then
the Bulls.
Yeah, which didn't go well, and then obviously it's going well in Lincoln as of now.
He was the Bulls coach when COVID first got real, right? I think he was like sick on the sideline.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyway, he's crushing it at Nebraska. Coming up next is Dear John. Your prompts: wedding, double date, skip the party, and study abroad. It's 97.1.
Hey, if hair loss has been on your mind, Dr. Berkowitz at Michigan Hair Restoration is the doctor you need to go see. He was just named the top hair restoration surgeon in the Midwest, and that award reflects what his patients and his family already know. Dr. B has had the procedure himself. He has restored his son's hair and his nephew's too. When it comes to trust, it doesn't get more personal than that. Dr. B is a board-certified surgeon and the only physician in Detroit offering both SmartGraft and NeoGraft, all performed by his full-time in-house medical team. There's no traveling techs, no shortcuts, just real natural hair you can run your fingers through. And if you've been waiting for the right time, this is it. Don't put it off another year. Make 2026 the year you look like yourself again. Schedule your free consultation today, and when you mention 97.1, you'll receive $1,000 off your procedure. Dr. B treats every patient like family. Visit MichiganHairRestoration.com.
It's Dear John. Got questions for John? You can send them in. DearJohnJansen@gmail.com. That's JON. DearJohnJansen@gmail.com. First question, wedding. Dear John, we have a good friend getting married. My wife and I haven't had a night out since our youngest was born, so we're really looking forward to the event. We have a sitter coming that will spend the night so we can party and have a good time. Is it okay for us to just attend the reception and not the ceremony? We want to be there, but we also want to make sure the kids are set up and ready for the babysitter.
Yeah, kids always play a factor in this. And if you can get dinner going, or even after dinner, depending on what time the whole thing is, if you can get bath time started, and then whoever your sitter is takes over after that, it can be seamless for the sitter. You want to make sure that everything, you don't want to get that call that says, I can't get them in or out of the bathtub. I can't do this, can't do that. You don't want to have that pressure throughout the course of the night. So you want a streamlined process so that when you leave, hey, it's easy to get them in bed. It's do all that stuff. And the ceremony, sure, it's a very important part of, obviously, the most important for the couple. But I don't think, I'm looking back at my wedding, it was much smaller. And Doug Karsh did walk in late. But I don't necessarily know that I could look out and say, oh, this person was there. I could say, I know everybody that I interacted with at the reception. I think the celebration at that point is really more a part of, that's where you really want your family and friends to be.
Yeah, I think it's okay, especially if the ceremony is at a different location than the reception, and there's usually a big time gap between. It does depend a little bit. Like my wedding and reception were back to back, both kind of in the evening-ish hours, which I think would make it easier to get the kids set up and go to both. But I would not have been offended. I mean, I was in the zone of I'm getting married and I'm here with my husband to be, right? Like that's what I was focused on. I did see a couple people who walked in late. I did notice that. But otherwise, I wasn't looking at who was sitting there watching.
Yeah. Honestly, I wouldn't have noticed Doug and Sue coming in a little bit late, other than Dan Deerdorf was the guy that was officiating the wedding.
He pointed out.
And yeah, it's in true Dan fashion, pointed it out as they were sitting down. But it was because of the radio crew that we were a part of at Michigan. So again, I agree with you. Ours was same location. We got married at the Michigan League. So ceremony was there, and right across the hall was the reception.
Yep.
Yeah, I think your role as a guest is most appreciated at the reception. You're not really contributing anything to the ceremony. If you're there for the reception and you say hello, and that's what you're there for.
Yeah.
That's true, but I would have been disappointed if nobody showed up to this ceremony. You want people to witness that and witness your love and commitment.
Yeah.
And I wonder, how close are you? So it says good friend. You know, if you're less of a good friend, I think it's even easier to miss the ceremony.
Sure, but I also think they understand the kid equation.
Of course.
Sure. Next one, double date. Dear John, my wife and her best friend are super close. They hang out every weekend type of thing. So her friend just started dating this guy, so we're now going on double dates. The problem is I have nothing in common with this guy. He doesn't watch sports, doesn't pretend to care about football or basketball. Movies? He's an artsy guy that watches stuff I've never heard of. Strike two. Hunting, fishing, cars, rock music, swing and a miss. How can I make it better? Because part of me really wants to opt out of these double dates.
So, just for clarification, I did not write this one, although it sounds like I would get along really well with whoever this guy is. It's okay. You can have conversations about things that you're not interested in. I do like when it's obviously much easier and you can become best buddies if things go further with, your wife's best friend. But I do like asking questions about from other people that have nothing in common with me. But once you drill down, there are some commonalities in different topics. So it doesn't have to be a deal breaker. It doesn't mean you're going to hang out as quote unquote bros.
Yeah, it's tough though when you don't at least have sports to talk about. Like, I feel like my husband can get along with anyone, but there's always usually like a sports tie. Like, he can talk sports to anybody because
it's a great icebreaker.
Yeah.
What do you think of the Lions season, Dan? What are they going to do next year? Yeah.
What are they going to do with Terry Skubal?
Right.
like you said, you can find something to talk about.
Yeah.
I mean, you just ask the guy how he's doing. How was your day at work? What'd you do at work? Just have him
Ask
talk.
questions.
Yes,
Yeah.
asking questions.
The issue becomes when your wife then says, hey, why don't you try and take him fishing?
Oh, no.
That's
Well,
a
is he open to
one-time.
it?
Yeah, if he's open to it, hey, I'd love taking newbies fishing, like teaching them about it and trying to, spark a fire, spark an interest in them. But you don't have to force it.
But I think you just hit on something that's really important. Yes, you can be interested and inquisitive and try.
Yeah.
If it's not a two-way street, that's going to get real old real fast.
is.
Right, yeah,
If he's not
because-
trying to get into the stuff that you like, it's going to be really dull.
He may
Maybe-
not want to go hunting or fishing, and I don't want to go to a play with another dude.
Or just suggest dates that are active. Like, let's go, so that you don't, like the axe throwing, so you don't have to really engage in conversation because you've got something else going on.
Next one, skip the party. Dear John, I've never been big on birthdays. I just prefer something low-key. Dinner with close friends, maybe a movie, something small. Everyone that knows me knows this, especially my sister. 2 weeks before my birthday, she started acting strange. She kept asking me if I was free that Saturday and asking weird when I would ask why. One of our mutual friends let it be known that it's a surprise party. Anyway, turns out the whole family was invited. It was at our parents' house, coworkers. Here's the kicker. Also, my ex was invited.
Oh.
So, on my birthday, I turned off my phone and I didn't let anybody know other than one good friend that went out to lunch with me. I had a great day. When I got home, I turned on my phone. My sister was fuming. She said people were disappointed. They said that I embarrassed her. She said she did it from a good place and that I should apologize for not showing up. I don't regret it. She didn't listen to me. It was my birthday. Do I have to apologize?
If you knew about it ahead of time, I mean, I think I'm not a big don't celebrate my birthday. Mine is coming up at the end of the month. And my out is always Lucy was born on my birthday. So we celebrate hers and we share a cake. They just happen to put my name in very small print at the bottom of the cake. But if your sister's going to go to that trouble because she loves you, she wants to be able to celebrate you. I know it's not your thing, but if you knew it was coming and you turned your phone off, you ignored her, yeah, I think that's a D-bag move. I do think you should apologize at that point.
Yeah, apologize to your sister, at least to her, let alone the guests that showed up and spent their time and probably got you maybe a bottle of wine or a card or a gift. I mean, you could, if you knew about it, maybe you could have talked to her before it all went down and said, hey, I found out you're planning this party. I really am uncomfortable with this. And maybe you could have even put a stop to it before it started.
Great point.
Yeah, it's a nice thing that she wanted to do. And maybe it was more for her than you, but it's still a nice thing to do to gather people who care about you. And you could suck it up, show up, roll your eyes if you have to, but hang out with people who like you for your birthday. Is this really so bad?
And probably have a good time.
Right. And it's so uncomfortable for a few minutes because they sing you happy birthday. All eyes are on you. Yeah, I mean, okay, whatever. You're over it. And then all of a sudden, it's just a party.
The one little weird thing was the ex.
Yeah. Is she trying to manufacture a situation where they get back together because she likes the ex? Maybe they're, good buddies.
That might have crossed the line.
Was there kids involved? Like, there's more to it than we're.
Yeah. Or was it a divorce or was it just a girlfriend breakup? Right. Yeah.
Squeeze this one in.
Yeah.
Study abroad. Dear John, I'm currently a sophomore.
Yes, please. Oh, sorry.
You studied several? It says, I'm currently a sophomore in college, debating study abroad. Wouldn't be super applicable for my major, but I could put it towards credits to graduate. I've never been out of the country. I only speak English. I worry if I choose wrong, I'd be stuck for a semester. That being said, it's a good excuse to travel. Should I go? Any recommendations of where?
Oh, absolutely you should go. And it kind of feels like a lot of these hit close to home because I have two that are in college. They're thinking about studying abroad. One of them is this summer, and she's going to Italy. Now, I think any of the countries that have programs through your university, because you don't have to take credits that directly apply to your major. You could take a humanities credit that we all need throughout the course of our time. She's going to be in Italy. How cool is this? She is taking a class that is called The History of the Italian Mafia. I told her, I'm like, I want to go. I want to take that class.
Take me with
you better, take good notes because you're coming back, and I want to hear all about it. It's an opportunity to see a part of the world that you haven't seen before, and you get to do it while getting college credit. I think it is a terrific idea.
I'm with the Mafia.
Go. That's one of my, I don't have regrets, but if I could do something over in college, it would be studying abroad. Yes, take the opportunity. Go.
And that is Dear John. Send him in, dearjohnjansen@gmail.com, 97.1.
Hey, value-driven banking begins with First Merchants Bank. And when I have questions about my finances, of course, I'm going to turn to my bank, and that's First Merchants Bank. I know that their attentive local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and in helping me find the answers that I need. First Merchant doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They're going to take the time to learn about my life, my personal and financial goals, and work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. And that's because First Merchants Bank really cares. They see me as an individual, not just as a number on a spreadsheet, and they're going to do all they can to help their customers and communities succeed. And you can count on that, since First Merchants Bank is staffed by local bankers who know and are passionate about the needs of the local community, because it's their community as well. And we all have to work together to help it continue to prosper. To get started on your personalized financial solution today, you can visit them at firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
Question. Which of those Dear John stories do you think we got the most reaction to?
The double date?
That or maybe the wedding. Well, not the wedding, but the first one.
I don't know.
Nope and nope.
Oh.
The birthday party.
Oh.
The birthday dude is a bleep hole narcissist.
Yeah.
Birthday boy needs to learn the world doesn't revolve around you. Deal with it and grow up. Little Billy didn't want a birthday party. Grow up and deal with it, jerk.
Yeah.
And regarding the Dear John, grow up, go to the party, all caps.
Yeah. I mean, really. You're going to turn your phone off, especially on your birthday when people are actually trying to text you just to say happy birthday?
Well, imagine. So, again, the sister should have probably had him in mind more if this isn't his thing, but still did something nice. And imagine her blowing up his phone, trying to get a hold of him.
And eventually it's I'm sure some of them, are you okay?
Right.
With no response.
The sister owes him an apology. Don't do something you know I wouldn't like and expect me to appreciate it. The sister sounds selfish for trying.
Yeah, I'm sorry that I love you and like to celebrate you.
Have you ever had a surprise party thrown for you?
No.
How would you feel about it? Because you're not a big birthday guy. Like big celebration on your birthday guy.
Again, I've been at some surprise ones. So when Doug turned 50,
yeah,
we surprised him in Ann Arbor. He thought he was just going out with Lisa and I, and him and Sue, and then all of a sudden there was a bunch more people that showed up, and we were just occupying him at the time. And I don't know if that's his first one, but he was happy to see everyone and hang out for the evening.
Yeah, I don't think I would have said I wanted a surprise party, but Kelsey threw one for my 30th, and I had a great time.
Yeah. I think some of it, I mean, how to say this without becoming a drop, the amount of people that are there, I do think would matter. If it's, I don't think there's that many people that would be interested in my birthday to be
maybe
that
surprised.
big. But if it's a big event, like that would make me very uncomfortable. If it's more, hey, the inner circle of 10 or 12 people.
Okay.
And that's the surprise party. Now all of a sudden it shifts from, the attention is on you originally, but now it's just a reason to hang out.
What I liked about it was a distillery locally, and it was like people from different pockets of my life that ordinarily like wouldn't have commingled. So like college buddies were there. I had some family that was there, some coworkers that were there. It was just kind of a cool smattering of people. It wasn't too much. So I actually am someone who wouldn't have said, oh, I would love a surprise party. I hope someone throws me a surprise party. But I'm glad that she did because it was a good time.
So as a guest to a party like that, where, okay, we know you as, Cookies and Costa, the morning show, like to be able to interact with some people from your past. I've had a chance to and our paths, but our histories have passed before with high school football coaches that were my teammates, but have
was
coached
my TV
you.
coach.
Yeah. And so making some of those connections
it's cool.
is fun. Hearing those stories from you as an 18-year-old or you when you're over at GR and you're working at the radio station over there, those people, like
it's cool to put the
comparing
pieces together.
The stories of who you are now with who you were then.
When you have some people who are like, is that Gator? Is that Mike Foley? Like these people that get starstruck with the people we work with, they want to come over and say hi. It's a cool commingling. I had a good time with it, and you got to have a better attitude. Someone plans something for you, even if it's outside your comfort zone.
Do it.
Show up, do it, and certainly don't blow everybody off and turn your phone off.
Yeah, especially if you know about it. Now, if he didn't know about it and he just, hey, this is normal practice. I turned my phone off on my birthday because you don't want to get all the messages. I mean, okay, whatever.
Okay, but show up.
Yeah, that's not your normal MO.
Okay, on the double date question, what do I talk to this guy about? He doesn't like any sports. He doesn't like cars. He doesn't like popular movies. He's artsy. Text says, talk about food. Everybody eats.
Yeah. And, I mean, yeah.
Food is a great uniter.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
What are you laughing about?
They're obviously there because they like women.
Okay. Trying to find commonalities.
Talk about women.
As they're sitting next to their significant other.
No, hey, they go in packs to the bathroom, so.
Oh. Yeah. That is true. We do.
Yeah. Hey, man, what are my odds?
On the study abroad question.
Again, yes, please.
100,000,000% do study abroad, greatest experience in my life. And another says, do it, all caps, great life experience. You guys both said do it. You didn't give a location. Where would you have gone if you did study abroad in college?
Oh, boy. So obviously I've got one going to Italy this coming summer. Italy would be amazing. Gosh, I don't know. I mean, can you...
Don't worry about the minutia of is there a program there. Just
Right,
where's
yes,
somewhere
okay,
you
yeah,
want
yeah,
it.
yeah.
I can see the gears turning.
Yeah.
Like, John, how about Ireland?
yeah, I was going to say Ireland, England.
Sure.
I would love any of those.
Norway, Scotland, Switzerland,
Yeah.
Italy,
Amsterdam.
Australia. I'll take all of it.
What are you going to do in Amsterdam, John?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of great options.
Yeah.
And so you check out the program that's at your respective school and find out what your options are.
We got Brendan Shabath in the studio, recent college grad. Did you consider study abroad?
I actually did. Our sports journalism program at Michigan State has, I believe, an annual trip to Rome and Barcelona, if I remember correctly, where they went to a couple soccer games out there, some other different sporting events. It's everybody that went on it raved about it. I was one of those people. It's just not something that was financially in my future. I just needed to spend. I think it was like early or late summer. I believe early summer, kind of right after the school year ended, and I just needed to quite
right. They
done,
were
but
working on a contract to make him the next. Yes. So okay, we can all read those tea leaves and say yes, he's going to be the next head coach of the New York Football Giants.
Unofficially official, but the first domino to fall in what's a crazy carousel in the NFL. There are now still 8 NFL head coaching jobs available and a couple high-profile OC jobs because you throw the Eagles and the Lions in there.
And I do think that you will see many more dominoes start to fall quickly because I think everybody thought, well, maybe we're in the John Harbaugh sweepstakes.
Right. What were you going to say, Brendan?
I was just going to say there's another OC job that just opened up that you'll hear about in the update because someone's joining Harbaugh.
Oh, okay.
Who's in the Harbaugh tree, the trust tree?
It's Monken,
It's
right?
a radio tease, yeah. It's Monken. Being dumb.
Okay, yeah. So he's going
trying to
with him.
It's
listen
John
to the
Gruden.
update.
You got to listen. It's going to be so grandiose. Don't you dare go into work. Spend a little extra time on the roads. You should be doing that anyway with today's roads. But listen for this great update. So we will have some fun with the Thursday touchdown in the 8 o'clock hour. I know a little spotlight on the national title coming up on Monday in Miami with the Hoosiers and the Hurricanes.
Yeah, and a local high school recruit that is a big-time college football player has made a decision.
Yep. People are going to have thoughts on that, I'm sure. So much to get into in the 8 o'clock hour. Stay tuned, especially for the update, 97.1.
Michigan basketball used another strong defensive performance to take down Washington 82-72 in a road win last night. The Wolverines have been the best defensive team in the country this season, ranking first in defensive efficiency on KenPom.com. Last night, Michigan smothered the Huskies, allowing them to shoot just 38% from the floor on 72 shot attempts. Offensively, the Wolverines were aided by a big night from sophomore Illinois transfer Merez Johnson Jr., who had 16 points and 16 boards. Here's the message Dusty May shared with his team in the locker room after the win. Michigan will remain out west this weekend and head to Eugene to take on the Oregon Ducks on Saturday. And Ian Rappaport is reporting that John Harbaugh is on the brink of finalizing a deal to become the next head coach of the New York Giants. Rappaport says Harbaugh has already accepted the job, and the deal, once finalized, should be for 5 years and make him one of the highest-paid coaches in the NFL. Harbaugh is the first hire of this year's NFL coaching carousel, leaving 8 remaining vacancies across the league. And here's the payoff. His offensive coordinator in Baltimore, Todd Monken, is expected to join him in New York. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. It's a Thursday. Time for our check-in with Ross Tucker, host of the Ross Tucker podcast. Follow on social media at Ross Tucker NFL. Ross, good morning.
Morning, guys. How are you?
Hey, we're doing all right. I do want to ask you, because you said going into the postseason, you thought the Jacksonville Jaguars were the best team in football. What happened against the Bills?
Well, no, I thought they were the best team in the AFC, and I thought that the winner of that game would go to the Super Bowl. I still do. I thought the Bills would end up winning late, but I thought Jacksonville had been playing better than anybody else. But I thought Josh Allen was the best player, and I think that's what happened. I mean, he was fantastic. It's one of the best games I've ever seen Josh Allen play. He was incredible. He was the difference. I think he'll be the difference on Saturday in Denver. I think that'll be a close game. I mean, the betting line says it'll be a close game. So in a close game late, I'm not taking Bo Nix over Josh Allen. And quite frankly, I think the Texans, I was on sideline Monday night for the Texans and the Steelers. The Texans defense is so nasty. I think they're going to beat the Patriots, even without Nico Collins, the former Wolverine, potentially. So think about how crazy that would be, guys, if it's the Texans hosting the Bills in the AFC Championship game, and that's the first home playoff game for the Texans, is the AFC Championship game.
Yeah, it's going to be bizarre. Now, let's talk a little bit about that Bills-Broncos matchup, because you've got good on good and not so good on not so good. You mentioned Bo Nix, but it's the Bills' offense against another nasty defense in with the Broncos. How does the Broncos slow down Josh Allen, and is there a path for them to find a victory?
Well, so if I'm the Broncos, I am very much loading up to stop the run, because I love my matchups with my secondary against the Bills receivers. That's why it was so impressive what Josh did, on Sunday in Jacksonville, because it wasn't like he was just putting on Superman's cape all the time and running around and making huge plays. He was just dialed in. I mean, he was just surgical and getting the ball out quick and getting it to the right guy. But Jacksonville does not have the same secondary as the Broncos. So we'll see whether or not the Bills can run the ball. That would certainly help going against that Broncos defense. But they can, they're a good defense. They're not the Texans.
Right.
Okay. I mean, the Texans have the best edge rushers in the league. The Texans have the best corners in the league, the best secondary in the league. The Texans might have the best tackling secondary I've ever seen. It's really, really impressive. So I think that the Broncos defense, while being good, I mean, they did give up, I think, 30 points to the Jags, a few weeks ago, which, by the way, is one reason why I thought, and still to some level think, that the Jags are a really good team.
So I want to take this one step further with Josh Allen and maybe even Sean McDermott. How much pressure are they under? And maybe there's more pressure on Sean McDermott because they're not going to have to face Mahomes or Burrow or Lamar Jackson. How much pressure is this Bills team on with Josh Allen to make it their year?
So what's fascinating about that, John, is I really wonder if the Bills had lost to the Jags. We're seeing a lot of teams here moving on from coaches or coaches moving on, Tomlin and Harbaugh and whatever. I wonder if the Bills would have moved on from McDermott. And I guess that's still a possibility, but it feels like the longer you go into the playoffs, the less likely it is you're going to move on from the coach. But I do think there's more pressure probably on McDermott than Josh Allen. I mean, Josh Allen's not going anywhere. There's certainly pressure to get it done this year. But McDermott, if he gets out-coached by Sean Payton in this game, that would be a bad look. And it's interesting. I don't know if you guys agree or disagree, but, I have that betting podcast, the Even Money betting podcast, and boy, my co-host, who's a very, very smart mathematician, handicapper, he is adamant that the Bills should not have scored a touchdown on 1st and goal from the 1.
Take a knee
against the Jags. They should have pulled a Vrabel, where they just kind of dive forward and go down at the half-yard line. The Jags didn't have any more timeouts left.
Right.
So they could have taken it down to 20 seconds, still had 3 more downs.
I'm with
for
you.
a touchdown. You have Josh Allen. They're so good at the tush push in Buffalo with Josh. Instead, they score right away. The Jags had a minute. Obviously, they get the tip, they get the pick. It worked out, but it probably was not the right decision by McDermott to score right away there.
I don't know. I think if you're in that position, there's no guarantee you're going to get in the end zone. So you score when you can score.
Well, that's one school of thought.
Old school versus new school. Yep.
Yeah. So it's funny. I don't know where they come up with these numbers, but even if you on 1st down more or less take a knee, you're still like there's an 80% chance plus you're going to win the game. Now, look, there could be a penalty. You could fumble a snap, but that's baked into the 80-something percent.
Right.
As soon as you score, the odds will tell you have about a 68% chance of winning because you're only up by 3, too, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
All the Jags
and the kicker's got
Cam Little.
Yeah, he's got a boot. It's one of those interesting debates that came out of last weekend in the wild card round. The other thing is the Bears just keep winning football games. We're talking to Ross Tucker. They're dogs at home this week. Do you think they pull it off yet again?
Probably not, but they could. I mean, I'm going to be in the booth with Kevin Harlan for that one on the radio. Chicago is on fire right now. I have several buddies that live out there, and it's funny. My college roommate, Kyle Brandt, who's on NFL Network Good Morning Football, he's a Bears fan, grew up in Chicago, and you guys will appreciate this being in the NFC North. He said Saturday night was as close as the Bears have gotten to like winning the Super Bowl since 85. And I know they went to the Super Bowl in 2006 with Rex Grossman, but he's talking about from a feeling standpoint. Like, it was great in 06 when they beat the Saints, the NFC Championship game, but the history with the Packers, the way the game went down, just everything, the way that unfolded, it was the biggest Bears win in a long, long time. And I do think they have a chance against the Rams because it doesn't feel like the Rams are playing as well as they were earlier in the year. I thought they, John, were the best team in the league for most of the year. But you look at it recently, they had that loss in Carolina with the turnovers. Then they blew it in the fourth quarter against Seattle. Even Week 18, they were losing in the second half to the Arizona Cardinals. And they beat the Panthers, and they got it done. But you need Matthew Stafford to throw 2 go-ahead touchdown passes in the fourth quarter, and you give up 31 points to the Panthers. So the Rams are not playing their best football right now, which gives the Bears a chance. I don't think the Bears will win, but I still, say it out loud. The Bears were 1 of 4 on 4th down. Caleb Williams threw 2 interceptions in the Packers' red zone. They didn't turn the Packers over once, and the Bears still won the game. I would have thought that was almost impossible. Almost impossible to do everything I just said and still win the game.
Ross, get you out of here with this. What is futurefans.com? Tell people about it.
Well, so it's funny. I actually just recently invested with these guys. I don't know how old your guys' kids are, John. I know yours are older. It's impossible to get young kids to sit there and watch the whole Lions game with you. They want to be on their iPad, whether it's your niece or nephew or your kids or grandkids. They'll look up from the iPad when they see it's a touchdown or something. It's just different, man. I used to sit there and watch every Eagles game every Sunday with my dad, all 3 hours. These guys have totally cracked the code. So if anybody listening is running into this issue with any kids, go to futurefans.com. They have figured out how to get your kids to love and appreciate football and want to watch the whole game with you. So for whatever it is, $50 to be able to give it to your kid, they'll think they're getting a gift. You're actually giving a gift to yourself if that enables you to get 3 hours of quality time. And the Lions are good, and the Lions are fun to watch. And you want them to be there, sitting there next to you on the couch, watching the Lions for years to come. It's futurefans.com, futurefans.com. Definitely check it out.
He's Ross Tucker. Enjoy this divisional round. It's one of the great football weekends of the year, and we'll have you back next week to preview the championship games.
Sounds great. See you, fellas.
It's 97.1.
Hey, every law firm talks about experience. David Feminino has decades of it, going up against insurance companies and winning for his clients. But here's what makes him different. He knows the only experience that really matters is yours. And when you're in a car accident, you care about your well-being. You want someone who's going to listen to you, someone who works hard for you, and someone that will get you paid. David gets that. Your experience matters. And when he fights for you, not for his resume. If you've been injured, you need to give David a call at 855-65-CRASH or visit him on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
we're just talking about if you could let us know once you safely arrive where you're going, are the roads any better than when we came in today?
They have to be a little bit, right?
I would hope so. This surprise snow that nobody saw coming.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, let us know, 248-539-9797. Thursday touchdown coming up at 8:35, and we'll get into the Scooble debate. There are clearly two sides to every story. We want to know whose side you're on. John, Dante Moore made a decision yesterday that he's going back to school to play at Oregon.
Yeah, and I know there's a lot of people that have talked about how great of a decision this is. We talked about it a little bit at the beginning of the week because of the Raiders and the Jets having the first two picks. And if you're one of those first two picks, it's basically going to be about a guarantee of $45 to $50 million. Now, when he was talking about it, and I listened to it, almost most of it live, he was talking about, hey, I'm only 20 years old, and there's still a lot of development that I need. I thought it was, first of all, he's a well-spoken kid, handles himself extremely well, obviously had rehearsed, knew some of these questions were going to be coming his way, but to bypass a payday like that for the prospects of a better future payday, and that prospect is I'm a better quarterback coming out at 21 if he decides to come out after next year, because he's still got 2 years of eligibility, and most likely that's the case. The risk of injury is there.
Yeah.
He is going to get paid for being at Oregon. So you're not mitigating the entire risk, but you are mitigating some of it. But the fact that, hey, maybe it was Raiders, Jets, I don't know how much that would play a part of the decision versus there's so much I need to develop before I go play against grown-ass men in a completely different game. I need to be better myself.
So the math changes a little bit because you can get paid in college now. This would have been unheard of when you have a chance to go number one or number two to go back to school. I still think the math says you should go because you're getting a fully guaranteed 4-year commitment from an NFL team at much more money than you're going to get in college. And again, the injury risk, I think you should go when you have a chance to go 1 or 2. If he's ducking the Jets, which some people have speculated, I got bad news for him. Jets are going to be terrible again next year.
Yeah.
And if it's not them, it'll be some other poorly run team that fires their coach. Like you can't if you're really good, you can't run from bad teams. That's just the way the draft goes. Unless you're a Manning or John Elway, like you go where you go, and you can't avoid the Jets. You can't avoid dysfunction.
No, you can't. But if that's where you're going to end up anyway, you could be better prepared for it.
So his decision is, in a way, hey, it's going to take a year longer for me to get my second contract, but I'm going to give myself a better chance to get a second contract.
Correct.
Because there's a world where you go 2, you get your guaranteed money, you flame out of the league, and you never see a second contract. So that's part of his decision-making process. And he gets paid to do it as opposed to years ago, you were going to take $0, $0 to do it.
And he's obviously gambling on himself. Not necessarily on the team that's going to draft him, but I'm going to accept that risk of injury that I could have, whether it's in the offseason, it's in the regular season, I take a hit, I blow a knee, do whatever, or maybe he just doesn't perform as well, which I don't think will be the case. No, I think he will perform better, and he has he talked about the goals of the team, winning a national championship, and a lot of guys that he is at Oregon with have decided to go back for another year of winning a national championship, winning a Heisman Trophy. All of those things are earning potential down the road as well, no matter what happens in football.
Yeah, I guess if you're a college football fan, that's one thing you might like about NIL is it does tip the scales even only a little bit towards players coming back and continuing those storylines. Like we hear all the time about how college football, it's year to year and there's not a lot of consistency or continuity. This becomes one of the big storylines for next year if you're a college football fan. Dante Moore's decision in Oregon's pursuit of a national title. They get closer and closer every year, and now you have some continuity.
It's all part of the equation, but it's also, hey, you do get a chance to have feedback from NFL executives. And they may have told him, hey, here is a list of things that we think you do. This is where we think you're going to go. And I'm sure they're honest with him. Hey, you're going to go 1 or 2. but here are the things that we need to see you do. And NFL executives have talked about wanting individuals to stay in college football, especially at the quarterback position, longer to develop so that they don't have to do it at that end, or you have a better chance of being successful when you get there.
I mean, you can always develop while being an NFL quarterback. That's what a lot of guys historically do. No one's a perfect, polished, finished product when you're drafted. Very few are your Andrew Luck, Peyton Manning type prospects.
No, but do you develop like a Drake May, to take somebody who, had a rough rookie season, but then this year is in the conversation for MVP, or do you develop like Sam Darnold?
Right, where you end up bouncing around and only now, through taking the hard road, did you end up cashing in with some real money? It's going to be interesting to see where, if this becomes a trend in any way. Like, the big winner to me is the guy who didn't go back to school. Ty Simpson now instantly vaults up a couple spots on boards, right? Ty Simpson in a position scarcity. Everybody needs a quarterback, right? How many teams picking in the top 10 to 12 need a quarterback? Are they going to trade up for him? Is Simpson now a guy that's going to go top 3? Certainly feels like it.
And I talked about liking him at the beginning of the year, and I didn't start off great, but a guy that sat behind and waited his turn, sat there through a coaching change, and then got his opportunity as a fourth year. He also is getting offers from other schools to take his name out of the draft.
Did you see what he said?
I think Miami said, we'll offer you 6.
Yeah, 6 was I didn't know if it was Miami, but I saw 6. I read a quote from him, like he didn't want to take away what he accomplished at Alabama and be some mercenary.
Right. So again, that's a kid. I don't know if he's ever going to be a franchise quarterback at the next level, but I sure as hell am rooting for him.
At the same time, he can make his own decision. I don't think guys who hit the portal, there should be any stigma. Like Fernando Mendoza hitting the portal was a great decision for him. Sure. Carson Beck is now playing for a national title with his decision, right? Baker Mayfield was a transfer that won the Heisman. Joe Burrow was a transfer that won the Heisman. I wouldn't fault him if he was going to be a quote-unquote mercenary. It's worked out well for a lot of guys. Anyway, quick phone call on the roads. Let's get to Liz. Liz, what's it like out there?
Hey, guys, I'm driving. It's like 55, 60 on M53.
Okay. That's much better than it was at 4:30 this morning.
I'm telling you, John, it's these people that drive 25 miles an hour. I'm not putting anybody down. I'm 68 years old. Okay, come on. Drive your car or stay home.
Liz, I love you. I think that the most dangerous people are those that are going way too slow, because you're coming up on them going a reasonable speed, and then all of a sudden you're the one that's got to slam on your brakes because you notice that, there's somebody, and it's probably somebody like Cookies in an electric car on the side with his flashers on.
John, I'm in a Lincoln MKX. I have no 4-wheel drive, no nothing, dude. And this is how I'm driving.
Awesome.
Like you've been here before, like you've lived in Michigan your whole life. We got a couple quick texts. Truck driver, the roads are awful, worse than yesterday. That's Gregory. Roads are terrible. I don't think any city has shoveled or salted. Roads are miserable. Feels like they haven't plowed anything.
I was really hoping they'd be a little better.
Liz says they are.
Well, Liz says they're the same, but people are just driving bad.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's something we always have to deal with.
I had that same thought as her last night. If you're not going to drive, get off the road.
Stay home.
Yeah. Why are you out?
Yeah.
And at the same time, can we get some damn plows out here? This has been snowing for a while now.
Yeah, got to get that electric vehicle home.
Well, when I'm coming in and 696 doesn't look like it's been plowed, like, can we at least focus on the highways? Let's get to Heather with the news. You don't like that I'm making enemies out of our
No, you're going to go home and there's going to be a big pile of snow right in front of your driveway. That's what I would do.
Yeah, exactly. You won't be able to get into the driveway or the garage. Michigan drivers will soon face stricter enforcement for speeding in construction zones, and it's thanks to the introduction of speed cameras. So these cameras are not active yet, but they're expected to be installed soon. They're only going to operate when construction workers are present at a site. And while obviously a lot of people and drivers support protecting construction workers, we don't want to see any of them injured or killed. They say adding these speed cameras crosses the line. Some people are not for these. They feel that they're a little bit too extreme, unnecessary, and a little invasive. But here's what's going to happen. If a driver is caught going 10 miles per hour or more over the speed limit, penalties will escalate with repeated offenses. So the first offense results in a violation notice. The second, you'll get a $150 fine, and the third, a $300 ticket. Now, the goal is to have the cameras installed sometime this year, but full implementation is more likely next year in 2027.
Big brother.
Yeah, always watching. A woman from New Boston just pleaded guilty to stealing millions from her job at General RV Center through a check scheme. So on Tuesday, Susan O'Hara pleaded guilty to 3 counts of embezzlement of $100,000 or more and 1 count of forgery. So here's what happened. During her time at General RV, she would write checks for identities that she stole. She would then go and cash those checks and take the money, and she's accused of stealing more than $2 million. Yeah, so she's expected to be sentenced on March 20th. Hey, this is a fun story. Holly Campbell opened up about her life with Dan on Sunday Sports Club podcast, and she revealed that Dan sometimes can't shut off his football switch. So she brought up an example for her 50th birthday last year. Went out and did a really cool thing for her, got her a really nice cake. That cake was a football cake. Honolulu blue with footballs on it and all.
Yes.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, Dan and I are very similar, and yes, I think most of life does revolve around football.
Okay, so this is an interesting story, and for me, I don't understand people who can poop on command. Okay, you can,
You raise
John?
your hand?
Oh yeah, pretty much.
If I said poop, you could do it right here.
Well, I mean,
please don't.
if
I'm
there
not
was
going
a,
to,
if there
but
was
if I
a
could.
toilet here, sure. I mean, I'm not
Okay.
going to be able to just
Well, we've had these
squat.
stories about people who get in like road rage incidents where they get so angry they go and poop on someone's hood of their car. Like,
sure.
You could. It blows my mind that people can do that. Well, listen to this. On Tuesday, police in Florida responded to a massage parlor to investigate an alleged attack. Somebody from the Department of Health reported that they were yelled at, they were physically shoved out of the business by an employee. Well, cops showed up and they tried to put this woman in cuffs, but she began, quote, defecating towards the officer in an attempt to avoid being arrested. She just started pooping.
Now that is remarkable because
It is.
in a situation like that, now I would need a little more privacy than that.
Okay.
I mean, I could go into the restroom right now.
And you'd have to take your shirt off. So you basically
Sure,
be
yeah,
nude.
I would just. Well, I mean, I wouldn't be completely nude. I mean, my ankles would be covered.
Yes, they would. You'd still have shoes and socks on, so that's right. Anyway, it didn't work for this woman. She was ultimately arrested for battery.
You don't say. That didn't get her out of it?
It didn't get her out of it,
Okay.
no. Just made a big mess, really.
Heather with the news. End of the hour. 2 sides to every story. Whose side are you on? Scooble versus the Tigers. More headline warfare. Coming up next, it's the Thursday Touchdown 97.1. 9 o'clock hour on the show, your chance to win Chris Stapleton tickets. He's going to be at Ford Field with Lainey Wilson and Alan Stone Saturday, August 8th. It's courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets go on sale Friday, January 16th at 10 a.m. Ticketmaster.com, but you can win them with us today and tomorrow. In the 9 o'clock hour, listen for that drum solo to In the Air tonight. Call in, win your pair of tickets.
I love that drum solo.
You and I instantly just break into it.
Yeah.
Okay. Headline warfare. Skubal v. Tigers. There are two sides to every story. Mm-hmm. Whose side are you on? I read a headline that says the Tigers offered $19.8 million and then lowered it to 19 going into arbitration. That looks small time. You go low to start a negotiation, and then you go even lower to nickel and dime a franchise player. Why go lower? Just stay with your 19.8 and let the cards fall where they may. The answer is they're trying to shave a little bit to win arbitration, but I ask, even if you win, did you lose? Because optically, people are paying attention to this. Players, GMs, they're looking at this going, you guys are small time. What are you doing?
Okay, so anytime a player gets, quote unquote, less than market value, and I think we can all agree that he's worth more than $19 million a year. But this is the way the system is set up. And it does allow, small market, mid-market teams to be able to stay in the game until these guys become free agents. And I look at it, I don't think it's petty. I don't understand all that is arbitration, what goes into it, why they would go from 19.8 to 19.
I think it's strategic.
I'm sure it's strategic. Yeah. And so this is a negotiation. There's strategy on their side. There's strategy on Boris's side. And I just look at it as if they win, they pay one of the best pitchers in baseball $19 million this year. And then it's up to them to decide, do we trade him now? Do we trade him at the trade deadline? Or do we ride it out and see if he can produce as well as everyone else and make a run at a possible visit to the World Series?
It's strategic. That's why you lower the offer. But it's also optically a really bad look.
Depends how you're looking at it. I don't see it as a bad look. I see it as part of negotiations. Here's where we are. Here's where you are. And here's the other thing. Scott Boras is trying to do everything he possibly can, as he should. It's his client. This is a situation that they're in. He's trying to do everything he possibly can to make the Tigers look bad and pressure them into doing something different.
Well, I think it's very clear where Boras is at on this.
And he's doing it in a very public manner, where the Tigers have been very clear. We're not going to negotiate in the media.
Boras is also a very good negotiator. He got Juan Soto $31 million in arbitration. He got Bregman his $210 one way or another. There, you could find examples where guys didn't get what they wanted, but for the most part, he's a super agent for a reason, and he plays this game very well. I think he went into this saying, we're not going to negotiate because you guys haven't given us a serious offer to date. So we're going to aim high. We think we can win because we can include comps from beyond the arbitration process. We have a 2-time Cy Young Award winner. I like my job if my job is to argue Tarek Skubal's a very good baseball player. He thinks he's going to win, and if the Tigers aren't going to seriously come with real offers, I'll see you in arbitration. And the Tigers can choose to be bent out of shape about it, but stick with the 19.8. That was your number. Going lower is you trying to, whittle away at this and nickel and dime.
Again, I don't see it. I see it as negotiations,
and that's
what you do in negotiations. And maybe it was a hard line. Hey, 19.8, or we're going to go into arbitration with 19.
Let me ask you this: if they save the money, are they going to spend it on the baseball team? Because if you're a fan,
no idea.
But if you're a fan, that's part of where you have to factor this stuff into. Whose side are you on? If the team's going to reinvest the cash savings into a real bat, okay, maybe I am rooting for the team to get the win here, and maybe I do see that $800,000 as a worthwhile line in the sand to draw. But if you're just doing it to win this arbitration, and you're not going to spend the money, and the result is everybody around the league watched you pull the offer and lower the offer at the last minute by less than $1 million to game the system, you look like what you look like.
Again, that's how you look at it.
I don't think I'm the only one.
No, I'm not saying you are. I'm not saying this is Jim Costa's take and no one else agrees with him. I'm telling you how I look at it. This is how the Tigers are approaching it. This is their number. Do we think that if arbitration wasn't on the table and there was, I'll throw in a wild card, somewhat of a salary cap, do you think he's worth more than $19 million?
Oh, of course, yes.
Okay, we can all agree on that. Is he worth $30 million? Is he worth 32, 35? I don't know.
I'll tell you this, whether he wins or loses arbitration, he's underpaid. That what he would make on the open market. But I understand this isn't the open market. Arbitration is a mechanism.
This is a mechanism in place until players reach free agency where small or mid-major markets can actually afford their homegrown superstars. This is a baseball issue. It's not a Tigers issue. It's not a Boris issue. This is a Major League Baseball issue.
I wish we had a salary cap. I think the fact that players have to go through 3 years of arbitration is silly to begin with. I think they should be able to hit free agency sooner. Yeah, I'd want to remake the whole system if I was in a position to do so.
Well, but here's the other thing. Okay, if he wins this, when Paul Skeens is up for arbitration, it's going to be even more.
Yep.
And is Pittsburgh going to sit there and say, well, we can't afford? I don't know their finances.
Historically,
in
the answer
fact,
is no.
I don't know the Tigers' finances.
Right.
I mean, we think we do, but are they going to be able to pay $36 million? Does he get that on his first arbitration?
Probably not the first, but the last. Certainly,
well, he's already won one. What if he has 2 or 3 Cy Youngs by then?
Yeah, look, I think it's been said well. This is the undercard. The Skubal Tigers arbitration hearing is the undercard for the looming labor dispute in Major League Baseball. The owners are very much rooting for the Tigers. Save every dollar, keep the costs down. And the players are going, Scoob, man, shoot for the moon. Get every dollar because we are all going to cash in if you win.
Right. And so where do you think the players that are going to voice their opinion are going to land?
Mm-hmm.
They're all going to be talking about, oh, the Tigers are cheap. No, the Tigers are in the same system as everyone else, and the players are all going to be on the side of the player and the agent and getting more money.
When I said, well, this is how I view it, it doesn't really matter if I view it that way. It matters what the people in the sport think of it. And when you have former players and former executives saying this is a joke,
right,
that
again, players'
more.
Perspective.
Well, that's more than what I view it or what you view it. If that's how people in the game view it, if they look at what the Tigers are doing as slimy,
well, then they should also look at what Major League Baseball is doing and say there's got to be a better system so that you can actually get paid at a younger time if you are a superstar like Skubal.
Whose side are you on? 248-539-9797.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. The Pistons will conclude a rare midseason break tonight when they take the Little Caesars Arena floor against the Phoenix Suns. Detroit had 4 days off between their last game and tonight's contest. That's good for a Pistons team who was without Cade Cunningham, Jalen Duren, Tobias Harris, and Isaiah Stewart in their last game, which was a home loss to the Clippers. Jalen Duren was back at practice earlier this week, and because of that, he was a happy camper. Tonight's game gets started at 7 o'clock from LCA. Our pregame coverage begins here on 97.1 at 6:35. And as the Lions continue their search for an offensive coordinator, Ian Rappaport says a new candidate has emerged. He reports that the Lions have requested to interview Steelers offensive coordinator Arthur Smith. The Lions interviewed former Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel this week and are still planning to speak with other names like Giants OC Mike Kafka, Falcons OC Zach Robinson, and Ravens QB coach T. Martin, among others. And a New York Giants roster headlined by the likes of Jackson Dart, Cam Scatterbury, Malik Neighbors, and others will now be coached by John Harbaugh. The Giants front office is still working to finalize the deal, which is reportedly going to be for around 5 years and make Harbaugh one of the top paid coaches in the league. He's already third on the list at $17 million a year behind Andy Reid and Sean Payton. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I think we could all agree people are watching very closely What's going to happen when the Tigers and Tarik Skubal go to arbitration? They are not negotiating. There's not really any of that going on now. There's two outcomes, $32 million or $19 million. It's a $13 million gap. People are paying attention to how this goes. And as we all read up on it and try to better understand arbitration and the wonky system that Major League Baseball uses, we want to know, whose side are you on? Are you mad at one side more than the other? It's okay if you're mad at both sides. Look, Skubal took his tour de Detroit, stopping at every single team. At the same time, the Tigers are going to claim they're not trying to work with us on this upcoming year's salary, where Boris is going to say, you haven't been willing to work with us on the big picture salary. You haven't offered the big boy contract to Tarik. So if you're not, we're going to get the most we can get in arbitration and we will move on.
Okay. And obviously at some point over the last couple of weeks, as we have heard, it's been reported that the Skubal Boris side completely stopped negotiating.
Yes.
So what do you expect the Tigers to do when they don't answer the phone?
So they're going to try to
go to arbitration and see. And I'll tell you this much. If Skubal wins this and Boris wins this, I think it's a preview, and we've talked about this being the undercard for the 2027 CBA being renegotiated. If they win this, I think we have a much bigger issue in the work stoppage of 27 than if the Tigers win this. If the mid-market teams, the small market teams see that, okay, there's still some cost control, maybe we need some tweaks, but we can accept some give and take and don't have to overhaul the system. If Skubal wins this, I think a lot of those owners are going to look at it and go, hey, we're not signing off. We need a complete overhaul.
And from what I've read, stuff I've heard, it's not a given who's going to win this. Like, I would think it would be Skubal because he can use comps beyond arbitration. He can use a Zach Wheeler. He can use $40 million arms to try to justify.
Right, but you're also looking at those markets that can afford $40 million arms.
Well, that's not the arbitrator's concern.
I understand that, but that's to my other point.
Oh, no, I agree with your point, but what I'm trying to say is I think there's a clear case as a two-time Cy Young Award winner who can use comps from all of baseball. I'm the best arm. I deserve the most money. I'm not even asking for the most money. I'm asking for 32. He's got a pretty damn good argument. And if you're going to say he doesn't go deep enough into games, by today's standard, he does. And all we're judging is today's dollars and today's standard. The Tigers case is going to be, we offered the largest increase.
Yeah. The most ever.
I think Vlad's the most ever at 19.9.
Oh, okay.
And they were at 19.8, but then they backed it down to just 19, flat 19. Yeah. They could still win this, but the way the arbitration process is going to go is it's got to be one or the other. They can't. The arbitration can't go.
So I'm going to ask a question that'll sound stupid.
Yeah.
Did Vlad win his arbitration case?
I don't remember.
Top of my head, I'm not sure.
Did they settle?
But my question is, if he didn't, they were still able to repair things enough through this entire, very controversial position to be able to extend Vlad, to stay in Toronto.
Yeah.
So how big is the argument for the Tigers that he's not an everyday player like Soto?
So the argument I think that's going to come up is David Price, I think, got the most money of any pitcher ever through the arbitration process. It was in 2015. He got, I think it's 19.5. 11 years later, Skubal's more decorated. It's got to be more than 19.5.
So when it comes to the 800,000 that they pulled, Jim, I know you're not going to like what I'm going to say, but it is a very used tact in terms of negotiating anything. Is when you, as the Tigers, you made your best offer and it's not accepted. Sometimes a tactic is to remove the best offer. And maybe that's just what they're doing. And that might be a counter to Boris and some of his shenanigans he's done publicly. I mean, he's kind of mocked them at times, while the Tigers have tried to remain quiet, not publicly negotiate.
Okay. I want to be careful with this because most people's jobs aren't Major League Baseball jobs. But if you're out there listening and your boss offered you a number and then offered you a lower number the next week, you would take that as a kind of an FU.
Well, or they said, hey, this offer expires at 11:59 p.m.
Yeah, it's kind of like UAW and the auto industry. You hear all this tar and feathering stuff, and then when the deal gets done, everything's kind of hunky dory.
You would think you would think negotiating 101. One side's going to start high, the other side's going to start low. They're going to meet in the middle. Well, the Tigers started low and then went lower.
Well, they view
that sends a message, and I don't think it sends a good message with the way you're running your baseball team with everybody watching.
In their mind, they went high. That's the highest thing they offered. Now he doesn't want to take it, so we're going to pull it.
But if they feel like that's high, again, that says a lot too.
It's a bleeping match.
Yeah.
Okay, that's kind of what it is.
No,
and that's what's happening here. And the Tigers, to their defense, don't talk as nearly as much publicly or put these things out there like Scott Boras does. I mean, I think every time Boras gets a number, he just puts it out there.
Yeah.
I will say this too. I'm a little intrigued by this morning. I'd forgotten about this. I think when this is settled, that there's a window for a trade before the season starts. And the example is Mookie Betts. This happened in 2020. The Red Sox were looking to cut payroll. They didn't want to pay long term, and he was going to enter free agency the next season. And so he settled for $27 million, which was a record at the time. And then they moved him to the Dodgers. I think that is on the table here potentially.
I think you have more teams that are going to be in that, Skubal trade sweepstakes if it's 19 versus if it's 32.
Yeah.
Agreed. I would agree.
And that's why maybe the Tigers are really going toe-to-toe here. It's just hard to see them winning this in my mind.
Well, they're going toe-to-toe for their payroll and what they think that they want to pay. They're also going toe-to-toe for all the same teams that are in the same markets. Now, I'm not going to sit there and argue, could ownership pay him the contract? I think they can. But they're going toe-to-toe not just for the Tigers, but they're doing it for all the other mid-market franchises that don't want to sit there and have to pay somebody that they developed, that they drafted in the 9th round, that they were there for a couple arm events, and that they brought him along. Now, Skubal's the one that did all the work. Mm-hmm. He's the one, but they were patient with them and said, we still believe this in you. We still see this in you. And I don't think they want to go sit there and say, well, we're going to give you that $32 million or the $30 million, whatever it would have taken to get a deal done, because it then blows up the rest of baseball.
Right. And I think one of the bigger problems here, too, I'd love to see this taken care of post-lockout or whatever, is it takes too long for baseball players to get to free agency.
Agreed.
Like the Paul Skeens situation.
That's part of it, yeah.
What is it, still 5 or 6 years?
Yeah, but the teams like this system because the teams have you over a barrel. They have, quote, team control for 6 years once you get in the bigs.
Right. That's why the player's barrel's so big when it comes to when they finally hit free agency.
Well, and it's why Boras and Skubal and the players are going, if we have to work through this stupid system where we can't even be free agents until we're pushing 30, right, we're going to try to get every damn dollar we can.
But if he also takes it to the market and says, well, hey, the Dodgers are willing to pay 40. The Yankees or the Mets are willing to pay 45. Like, they can do that. They can have that type of investment. I don't think that's a good business decision here in Detroit.
And the other broken part, too, with the Skeens situation is the Steelers. The Pirates should be paying him now. They should extend him and give him one of those front-loaded earlier contracts, but they're too cheap to do it.
Well, we're also talking about very rare individuals.
Right, and I think Skubal, too, you could argue, has been, by market standards, underpaid for several years now. The Tigers have had discounts for several years because of the current system of Major League Baseball. They've benefited from this system.
He was offered he was offered an extension before the first Cy Young year, right?
After the first Cy Young year?
I thought it was before the first Cy Young. I thought that was the first thing that came out where they offered him.
Maybe it was before.
I don't know. There's been so much that's gone on, and everybody's like, everyone's heads are spinning right now.
Yeah. It was like that 4-year, $80 million deal or whatever.
Oh, yeah. That kind of gets laughed at because you see what he's done.
It's one more than 20 or one more than 19 per year.
Yeah.
There you go. Let's get to Dan in Grand Rapids. Dan, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. He kind of already touched base on what I was going to ask, but I want Skubal to win this arbitration. I mean, he's top notch, right? He's an athlete. He's proven. I mean, 2-time Cy Young. My question though, and it's more towards the owner, like what you own the Tigers, you own the Red Wings. You're already seeing what he's doing with the Red Wings. How much control does the owner have in this fact that he's just not willing to spend the money? The Ilitches are worth $4 billion. Like what pay them? I just don't understand, why we aren't paying these top tier players anything. I mean, look at the Red Wings with Quinn Hughes, and we just decided not to go with them because we want to bring up kids. Well, they're going to end up.
Well, hold on, Dan. I want to clarify something. It's not that the Red Wings didn't want Quinn Hughes, especially the reporting that's come out. They very much were in on Quinn Hughes. The hang-up was they couldn't get a commitment long term,
right?
And they didn't feel comfortable giving up. It sounds like it would have had to have been Simon Edvinsson. So you can say good decision, bad decision. I don't think that's at all to do with ownership. I know these two get lumped together because the guy owns both teams. You could make a better argument in baseball where there's no salary cap, and I would listen to it. I also would listen to Scott Harris, who tells us that he has the resources and he has to make a compelling case to ownership. And the answer might be that Harris doesn't think the pitcher is worth it, that these are Scott Harris's decisions to make these moves or not make these moves. I truly don't know. I'm not telling you you're wrong.
Right. No. And then I mean, I guess we will never know because we don't know what they work for with a budget. And I mean, those would probably help clear some of this arbitration and why the Tigers lowballed everything. But I'm just curious on where they stand when you got an owner who's their family's worth $4 billion, why we just aren't willing to pay Skubal franchise player. I appreciate you guys taking my call.
Thanks, Dan. I think it does go back to a business decision. Do you think, what's the contract that he would agree to? And that's an answer we don't know.
And the answer might be there isn't one because the open market is where they want to go. But then let's just give them that this is an unwinnable situation. They can't sign a franchise star long term. That's a really lousy spot to be in as the president of baseball operations. So what are you going to do about it? Are you going to go all in to win this year while you have him and add a couple impact bats? The answer has been no. Are you going to trade him? The answer has been not yet. But it seems very silly that you wouldn't trade him. You would go through this dog and pony show where you get to nitpick him through arbitration.
Right.
You could lose and have to pay $32 million, real possibility. You could win, and the result is to some, not all, but some are going to look at you and say, you're nickel and diamond people. It's not a good optic look. This is to run yourself through this game. You could have traded him at the winter meetings, right? That's what every baseball insider was talking about, and yet it doesn't feel like there were any serious talks that we know of for a contract or a trade. Because that's the other thing. You can't sign him to a contract. At least let me know, we're working these teams against one another. We're trying to create this big market, and it doesn't feel like there's been really any smoke on that front either. 248-539-9797. We haven't really seen a domino fall in the Skubal front. This is just kind of a stalemate until we get to arbitration. We did have a domino fall in the NFL coaching carousel. We'll get to that coming up next. Dear John at 9:35. It's 97.1.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, Abraham & Rose has successfully specialized in resolving all types of tax problems for over 30 years. Their extensive experience means that when you're facing an IRS collection or audit, you can rely on their firm. Many law firms come and go, but for 30 years of experience, it's a testament to their success. Their experienced team is ready to evaluate any underlying or state income taxes or payroll taxes. All you have to do is visit abrahamandrose.com, or you can call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
Late last night, New York Giants making the first hire of this coaching cycle. All but official, unofficially official right now, that John Harbaugh will coach the Giants. Good job, good hire, good fit?
Well, it's a great hire. I don't know how good of a job it is. I mean, you obviously have some pieces in regards to a QB, a star receiver that was hurt in Malik Neighbors, a running back in Cam Scadaboo that's, he's a battering ram. But I think they believe in him there. So, we had heard this was John Harbaugh interviewing teams, not teams interviewing him, which I think is awesome. And a defense, as we know, John Harbaugh teams are, one of their trademarks is defense. It wasn't this year, but it generally is, with a really good pass rush and a good front seven.
Yeah, if you have that D-line, that's a huge building block. I don't know what Dart's going to be. There were flashes. There's something to work with. Neighbors is a legit number 1 receiver. Andrew Thomas is a legit left tackle, and they have a number 5 pick in the upcoming draft. It's a pretty good job. I don't know what's going to happen with Joe Shane, if Harbaugh's going to have final say in roster, if they're going to make a change there. But I thought the Giants were not the best job available. I think that was the Ravens, but the best job that John Harbaugh could have taken.
Yeah, and they have a top 5 pick. So they've got a chance to add to the talent base with some, quote unquote cheap, but really good talent.
Yeah. What jobs that are still available? There's 8. Jump out as the best jobs, and what jobs jump out as the worst jobs?
Well, again, it's going to be just a matter of what do you think about the organization you're going into, and it's organizational, but it's also roster and draft capital. So I wouldn't look at the Raiders and say, boy, that's where I want to go, especially because they're not very patient with their head coaches. They're going to be paying 4 head coaches this upcoming season, on top of their new head coach.
The selling point is you get to pick your quarterback. You have a ton of cap space.
I think Cleveland is an interesting one because it's a dumpster fire the way that organization has been run, but they've got one of the top defenses. They have a first ballot Hall of Famer that just set the quarterback, just set the sack record. And then when you look at what they have offensively, you're like, well, okay, we don't really know what the quarterback is. Deshaun Watson, still an albatross on that organization. But I'm curious as to how people feel about the Cleveland organization and that job.
Poorly? They feel poorly about Cleveland? You want to talk about the Raiders being a graveyard for coaches. I mean, it's not like Cleveland's pumping out successful head coaches, and that operation is still what it is.
No, it's not that, but they are patient with their head coach.
Do you like that Andrew Berry still has a job? Probably not if I'm a head coaching candidate. You know what I'm saying? So here's one, I can't even believe I'm going to say it. I think it's a bad job. I can't believe I'm going to say the Pittsburgh Steelers job is a bad job. But I think you're set up where you've got this old, aging, expensive defense. You're a playoff team. If the expectations are that you're going to come in and win, you have no quarterback, you don't have a path to a quarterback. Outside of DK Metcalf, you have nobody at the skill positions. The offensive line is still very much up in the air. If you come in and the standard is all our coaches win Super Bowl, right? Every single one of these guys, we have 3 coaches since the late 60s, they all win a Super Bowl. You're going to be stepping into that. If they're open to a full teardown, it's a different story. But, John, if they're asking you to come in and win?
I think you need honesty on both sides. You need to know, are you okay with tearing this thing down? Are you okay with, when I say, hey, we need draft capital, got to find a path to a quarterback, we need first-round picks, can we trade TJ Watt?
Right.
I think that has to be on the table. And if they say no, he's a Steeler for life, then you're like, okay, hands off.
Then I'll go be the Lions OC. or the Eagles OC.
Right.
Or I'll take the Titan job, where I have a top pick and I have a number one pick at quarterback. And
yeah, I mean, I think the worst job available is probably Arizona, maybe Oakland. I mean, it's good competition for the bottom of that one.
So the things you wouldn't like about Arizona are even worse for Miami. So neither team has a QB. Arizona picks 3, Miami picks 11. If you're moving on from Kyler, there's dead cap. If you move on from Tua, there's even more dead cap. Now you get to live in the beach.
Right.
but that's I think where the appeal of Miami ends.
Yeah. And so, yeah, I think you're talking about the 3 worst openings. When you're sitting there talking about some of the best, I mean, yeah, I think it all depends on your evaluation of when you're going in. Lamar Jackson, yes, 2-time NFL MVP. We all know the best of what Lamar Jackson could do. But over the past few years, he's been hurt. Yeah. Are his best years behind him? Have defenses figured him out? What's the
it's still
runway for Derrick Henry?
The Henry point's fair. Lamar is still an advantage over all these other situations at quarterback. DaCosta, the general manager, has done a very nice job. You are littered with quality players on both sides. The ownership is very strong. I think Baltimore's the top job. Even if you're kind of like, well, how many years of Lamar? It's still a better spot to be in than Michael Penix in Atlanta, right? The unknown of Dart or Cam Ward or whatever Cleveland's going to do, or the unknown of how you get a quarterback to Miami. And if you're the Cardinals, you're probably bummed that Dante Moore's not in this draft because one less guy for you to take.
Yeah. But, I mean, Atlanta, you go into that one and you're looking at, okay, well, what do we think of Michael Penix? Again, it's an evaluation of what you think you're walking into.
It's beauty in the eye of the beholder for a lot of these jobs. Yep. Dear John, coming up at 9:35. Let's get to Heather with the news.
I'll take that intro every time. That was great.
That's the new news intro.
Yeah, this news is brought to you by Gardner White. Listen to this. So after Chicago Bears head coach Ben Johnson yelled F the Packers in the locker room following their dramatic wild card win over Green Bay, it didn't just rile up Packers fans. It kicked off a full-blown media feud in Chicago. So after Bulls radio voice Chuck Swirsky publicly criticized Johnson's outburst, ESPN 1000 host Mark Silverman then viciously ripped into him on air, calling him a rat, and then went in with all these personal jabs and accusations.
He also went on to say it's like a 4-minute video. Where he's like, he'll be the nicest guy to your face and then stab you in the back. They aired out all the dirty laundry.
Really did. Pretty crazy. Detroit's oldest microbrewery, Motor City Brewing Works, is pausing operations after more than 31 years in Midtown. So the brewery, which is known for its iconic brews like Ghetto Blaster, is kind of trying to see. They're taking a pause. So this is a maybe temporarily closing because they want to reassess the future, see how they can move forward. But they did announce that they're going to keep the tap room open through February 8th. And the owner and CEO says that the decision was not a reflection of the dynamics of the craft brew industry, but instead noticed that it was an infrastructure issue. So the brewery has been run on the city's historic thermal steam system, but that was shut off last year in 2025 because it's old and it's expensive to maintain. So they need to kind of see what they can do to move forward. So the tap room is closing, but beer will still be available on retail shelves. So that's that. Carmelo Anthony really, really likes Pistons star Cade Cunningham. So this week on his podcast, 7 p.m. in Brooklyn, he didn't just compliment Cunningham, but he floated the idea that Detroit could win a championship this year with him at the helm.
Obviously referring to Shorty is Cade Cunningham.
Yes. Of course, as we all know. Interesting, because Carmelo's a Knicks guy. Stephen A's a Knicks guy. Both have come out and said Pistons can win the championship. High praise.
Finally, when you think of dedication, this might just take the cake. So Miami Hurricanes running back Mark Fletcher Jr. has been a big reason for his team's, unlikely run to the national championship. So why that stayed alive. So anyway, part of his story is his unbelievable support from his mother. So he says he always has at least one fan in the stands when it comes to road games, and that's his mom. She goes to every single one of his games, no matter the location. And she doesn't fly to the road games. She drives. This season alone, she's logged around 17,650 miles in more than 250 hours on the road just to be in the stands to watch her son play. And she's been offered tickets to fly, but she doesn't like to fly. She enjoys driving. So
it's a John Madden thing.
John Madden thing, yeah.
And
it's awesome.
It's very awesome.
It's a big commitment.
It is.
Always like to know you have somebody in the stands.
Pretty cool.
Well, she'll be happy to know that their next game
is closer to home.
Yeah.
15 miles, actually, from her house. So she won't have to travel too far.
Won't need the usual road trip snacks for that one. Heather with the news. Coming up next, Dear John, 97.1.
Hey, if you want to be in better shape to be able to handle some snow, shovel your own driveway, you got to make sure that you work out. The place that you could do it, Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet, and that means every single one of us. Doesn't matter if you're a novice to working out or you're an expert, a fitness expert. You got to get over to Planet Fitness because if you're new to it, hey, they offer free fitness training with knowledgeable trainers, and they're just simply focused on you. That's at every level of membership. You just want to get in the door. It's $1 down, $15 a month. If you want a little bit more, you want a chance to go to the Black Card Spa where you have access to over 2,800 clubs nationwide. There's 50 here in Detroit, 15 in Grand Rapids. So if you travel, you got access to all of them. That's the Black Card membership. Access to the Black Card Spa where you can recover with hydro massage and other innovative amenities like red light therapy and cryo lounge available at certain clubs. You got to get in contact with them. Find out more information. You can find your nearest club and join today in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
Hey, quick shout out to Mike in Lake Orion. He won tickets to see Chris Stapleton, Ford Field, Lainey Wilson, and Alan Stone on the card as well. That's Saturday, August 8th, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets go on sale Friday, January 16th, 10 a.m., Ticketmaster.com. You can win them before with us. One more chance tomorrow. 1 hour on tomorrow's show. You'll have a chance if you listen for the cue, call in, win your tickets like Mike in Lake Orion did. All right. We have, obviously, room for Dear John reaction here. There's also a report that the Lions are interviewing a new offensive coordinator candidate, Arthur Smith. Well, and Dan Orlovsky, if they're not interviewing him, but he's trying to make his campaign. I want to talk about guys they're actually going to interview. Arthur Smith is the latest name. I don't know if it does anything for you. It certainly doesn't do anything for me. If you watched Pittsburgh's offense the last couple years, or Atlanta's offense the 2 years prior, I suppose if we go far enough back to when he was the OC with Ryan Tannehill, that's where you'd start to make a case. I don't see it with Arthur Smith. Either of you guys behind the glass buy in that this is a real option for the Lions?
I hope not. I'm not crazy about it because of the things you just said. And even at Tennessee, I mean, you could argue they were too conservative when they had Tannehill, and that's what ended up costing them. He does like to run the football. That's probably the one positive. Yeah. But no.
I mean, Atlanta fans were like, why isn't Bijan getting the football? Do we really want to be doing that? Why isn't Gibbs getting the football?
Exactly.
You know? I mean, Drake London didn't really start to get going until Arthur Smith was out of it.
You know, when I hear his name, I think retread.
Yeah.
Like, get a new, set of eyes, a younger mind, something like that. Like, I know you've been, this morning when we've been talking about the John Harbaugh stuff and the openings at the Ravens is the best.
Mm-hmm.
I'm 100% with you. And I almost wonder if they've got somebody in mind and they're just not available yet. Like, some sort of offensive mind that just gets to play with Lamar. Because I think that's why they made the change. They chose the quarterback.
Yeah, but I think there's also a case for them not to pick an offensive guy. I think Brian Flores would make a lot of sense in Baltimore. Get back to that defensive identity, pressuring people, creating havoc. Baltimore does a really good job. John, we were talking about Arthur Smith interviewing for the OC spot. It doesn't inspire me, but...
Well, no, it's not going to, because it was, even at his peak, in terms of what the NFL thought of him coming out of Tennessee, it wasn't a dynamic offense. No. It was basically Derrick Henry right, Derrick Henry left. And then obviously not a great resume down in Atlanta, OC in Pittsburgh. But I was always handicapped with not having a great quarterback, even with Tannehill. He was able to win, but it wasn't with a great quarterback. So that's a positive. I don't think it's a great fit here in Detroit.
Is there a connection that I don't know about? What's the tie?
With Arthur Smith? Yeah. So when he was at the same time as Dan, Dan was hired here. He was hired in Atlanta. But when I thought he was coming here, I gave him a call because he was an offensive lineman at North Carolina. His dad, Fred Smith, was part owner of the Redskins. So in early 2000, I think it was 01 to 05, he would come up, when he wasn't hurt, he had some foot injuries. I would work with him because he was an offensive guard on some O-line techniques and things like that. So, yeah, I was able to build a relationship with him before he was, head coach. So, great dude.
Hey,
a terrific mustache.
I give him that. Fair.
Yeah.
Okay. The other name, I know they're going to play some audio on the next show because I heard them putting it in the system. They're not interviewing him, but he has said he would take the job. Dan Orlovsky.
I heard this audio. I can't remember where I heard it. Somewhere.
I think McAfee had him on.
Yeah, McAfee had him on. I think maybe Wojo played it last night. Or no, it was Mark Ryan because I was driving all night. He played it last night. Yeah, it's sure he would take the job. I'd take the job, but they're not going to offer it to him or me.
You had your one flirtation. You're not going to try for this one?
Oh, I would try.
Okay. They just won't pick up.
There's no return phone call.
Go ahead, come on.
Hey, come on, man. Here, let me at least make my case.
We do have some Dear John responses as well. 248-539-9797. The study abroad's got some good feedback coming in, but you guys never said where you would go. You supported going and studying abroad. Where would you go?
Italy for sure would be one of them. Love to see Rome. Love to see the Leaning Tower of Pizza. But Ireland would be one I think would be amazing. Elisa and I have talked about doing that trip ourselves. So if it was offered as a study abroad,
You never really could as an athlete, though, right?
Sports show host, study abroad.
But like as an athlete, this was never really an option for you, right?
No, I was because I couldn't leave in the summer. Yeah. Right? It was workouts and it's changed a little bit. I know that there are some guys that take internships different places around the country, but I think a study abroad would probably not be available.
I'd go anywhere. I mean, didn't have anything. This was never anything I would have considered in college.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I was like that independent. Like, I don't think it's something I wanted to go do on my own. If like a good friend of mine was going, I'd go with her. Or if Colin was going, I would have said, all right, I'll go with you. But I was never it was just, I was not independent.
Well, I didn't look into it because it wasn't even an option.
Right. After hearing some of the stories of you two in Mexico, I don't know if study abroad would be a good idea.
Well, that's true.
Oh my.
Yeah.
I know.
Oh yeah, the Mexican trip.
That was spring break though. Spring break's different than study abroad.
It was a whole thing.
That's it. Yeah.
Policia, huh? Yeah.
That's yes.
Oh yes, it involved the policia.
It did. But that's different. I'd go anywhere now. I wish I would have been more outgoing, or not outgoing, but just more.
Yeah, it sounded like you were outgoing, just in your own little world. Yeah,
maybe a little too much. Too much Senor Frogs.
You know what? We were at Senor Frogs that night. Yes.
The infant.
Too much time at La Boom.
Gosh, Coco Bongo.
The other places, Carlos and Charlie's, wherever else you can come out.
Gator, what's going on?
Hey.
Well,
that's a fun drive. Did you guys have fun?
Oh no. Yeah,
it had to be really fun for you guys.
Well, it's a little. It actually can be a little bit fun for us because there's no one else on the road. Yeah.
But at the same time, it didn't look like a plow had touched the ground.
No. And I came down Telegraph, and I was surprised that Telegraph really hasn't been. I mean, you can tell that the snow that's on there is a little browner now. Maybe the salt trucks had gotten out there, but it's not good.
No.
But I hope everybody's going to be driving safe today.
You got Karsch and Anderson coming up next. Stay tuned for that.
Scooble and more.
97.1.
Hello and welcome to the Karsch and Anderson program. I'm Doug Karsch. That is Scott Anderson. Hope everybody's doing well and survived a sneak attack from Mother Nature. Dude.
Yeah, dude.
I mean, the funny thing is, I've grown accustomed to hearing, we get all the warnings, and this is an incredibly difficult job predicting the weather. If it were easy, we'd never be surprised, and it does happen. I feel like it usually happens the opposite way. A big storm is sold to us and projected, and then it never really materializes. This was the opposite. This was a lot more snow than I think anybody projected. Did anybody hear that we were going to get pounded? Did anybody hear that? Or was everybody shocked?
I think everybody was shocked. I saw a video yesterday that one of the local meteorologists that put out there. And it seemed like, a little caught off guard, but then they explained what happened, that the storm it started to build.
Okay, what happened?
I don't really know what happened. It just started building. It was, it was literally unexpected. It's not one of these things that, they do models, right? They do model after model after model after model and to try to predict stuff. And if it doesn't show up as other than flurries or it might be maybe a little less than an inch. Even on my phone app, I'm looking at it in real time and it's saying, it's going to snow, but the accumulation will be less than it. I got like 4 to 5 inches.
Yeah.
In my house. And I'm sure it was a lot worse further north. And I know that some people in Detroit didn't get much of anything to a point. That may have changed overnight, but it's just, predicting the weather it's not easy. It is a science, but it's not an exact science. It's awfully tough. You got variables that change all the time,
and you're also broadcasting to a large swath of the state. Like if you're downriver and you're in the Thumb and you're both watching Channel 7 and they say, 50% chance of storms. Well, then 50% might be a storm is going to cover half of our area.
Yeah.
And you up in the Thumb are in the area. You downriver aren't in the area, and that's why you get stuff like that. But Kang, you found an interaction with one of the meteorologists who, I don't know who it was.
It was Alan Longstreet from Fox 2. And I don't want to call him out specifically, but I just saw it on Facebook.
Did. Yeah.
It's everybody.
Yeah.
All right? Yeah. All you guys.
He was not alone.
He was not alone. Earlier in the day, Basie wrote, Wednesday snow totals, maybe 0.5 inches, just a dusting.
Just a dusting.
So I had to read the comment section.
Oh, God. I suggest that Alan does not read the comment section.
Nice call, weather boy. It was a bunch of them. That was not me. It was just other people.
This is what people posted?
This aged like Brad.
Yeah.
Hey, move the decimal point, Alan. But then Alan came back this morning and said, obviously, we were wrong. Usually we're not this wrong.
Yeah. Well, Alan could call us up and say, hey, you guys saw Indiana coming, right? I could do the same thing.
But, like, the thing is, frustrating as, just a regular citizen, and I actually cut the meteorologist a lot of slack. It's a tough job for sure. But we hear about bomb cyclone, snowmageddon for weeks. They sell all this advertising. It's all over the place. You can't get away from it.
Yeah.
And then yesterday happens, it's like the lines at the trade deadline. Nothing. No, we didn't hear nothing. Nothing. And all of a sudden we're leaving. We're like, there's a car accident. There's snow. What the hell's going on? Yeah, it took me 2.5 hours to get home.
I was going to say, you texted, and when you texted, I'm like, did you just get home?
Yep.
It was quite a ways.
Yes.
A friend of mine was driving from Farmington to Royal Oak, Farmington Hills to Royal Oak. It wasn't much of a drive. It was maybe a 10-mile drive, 10 to 12-mile drive. Took her over 2 hours to get there.
Yeah.
It was terrible. And that's, Kang left at 2:30 or 2:15 or whatever it was. And good God, I left around the same time, and yes, it was snowy and it was getting to be kind of bad, but it was nowhere near as bad as what it would have been a couple hours later, which would have been rush hour. So everybody on those commutes, I really feel for you.
We went from
this morning would have been no different because my drive in this morning was, oh my God, some of the major roads had not been touched yet.
So I'm usually coming in before the roads get too jam packed, and I usually leave before they get too jam packed. My cycle of commute isn't that bad because before it gets bad, both coming into work and going home. However, my wife is drive time, like she's right in the middle of it, and her drive home was terrible. And this went from. She went from so angry that she couldn't get home. She's like, I'm sitting in the same place. I can't get home to, wait a second. If this keeps up, maybe school will be canceled tomorrow. Now, do you remember the joy you felt as a kid?
Oh, yes.
I think it is absolutely felt 100% by adults as well when school gets canceled.
The biggest joy as a kid that you can't experience as an adult, that might be the number one.
Because as a school teacher, as the night went on and the snow kept coming and coming and coming, and she's there going, bring it! That was...
She's like Leonardo DiCaprio in The Revenant.
Didn't see
you
it.
You can't kill me. Well, Gator did. I'm looking at Gator.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Just before or after the bear.
Hey, all right, enough.
What? I mean, that's how we're.
I think it's before he carved out the horse and then slept inside.
That movie.
I can't wait to hear what carving out the horse has to do with my wife missing school today.
A lot of snow.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to do what you can to survive. That's all.
So I woke up at 5:30 and immediately went to one TV station I think does the best job on their website to quickly navigate their website to find out if there's no. It's WDIV. Nice job, DIV. I like the layout of your design. And bang, found out right away her school was canceled. So then I'm sitting there. It's 5:30 in the morning. Her alarm usually goes off at 6:15, and I'm going, do I sneak over there and turn the alarm off? Do I turn her alarm off so she can sleep in? Or will she panic if I successfully pull this off, wake up at 8 and go, oh my God, because she didn't know. So I laid there and I debated whether or not I should do this. And then 6:15 came and the alarm was already off. She already knew. She at some point had gotten an email overnight that there was no school. So, hey, look, I hope everybody was safe. That's the big thing, right? The roads can be treacherous. So let's hope that everybody out there, take your time, whatever you're comfortable with. Look out for the other guy. Be courtesy, show some courtesy to others. I saw somebody make a ridiculously aggressive left-hand turn in front of a car coming towards them in snowy conditions. I mean, what are you doing? Not today. Not today.
I was on Telegraph right by the radio station here as I'm waiting to turn right onto what effectively would end up being 11 Mile. But as I'm at the red light, and next to me in the middle lane is this little car, and the car just kept going. I'm like, that's a red light, and you just blatantly ran a red light. I'm like, I'm guessing you can't slow down, or you thought that you were going to slide through, but it could have been a little bit of both. Like, oh, I'm using this as an excuse to run a red light, but it was blatant.
So, assuming there was nobody coming.
Fortunately, no, but real close because
right?
it was somebody in the turnaround lane that was going to cut straight across where we were, perpendicular to us. But yeah, it's nasty out there, man. Just take it. Give a little grace between you and the car in front of you. It's okay. Everyone's going to be understanding that we're all in this together. And
yep.
If you're going to be late, you're going to be late. Make a phone call, let people know. And, there you go.
I do have an interesting question for people out there that work in the snow removal business. I'm going to guess you were caught off guard as well. So if you drive a truck, whether it's private or whether you drive for a county, how did this go down? Because this wasn't supposed to be this bad. And I'm sure there's people driving around plowing right now. Which, Gator, do you think this sounds like a good retirement job? Do you think you oh, Kang, plowing snow, snow removal.
I mean,
it's a snow day.
It's like being put on the stud or something. What would I want to?
I think plowing snow would be kind of fun.
I think in a way it could be therapeutic, in a way. Like there are guys around the building right now that are on these little Bobcat machines, or they're pushing snow on the parking lot.
Yeah, but I want to put the blade down and blast through a parking lot.
These guys are doing
snow,
that. Yeah.
Doug.
That's true. I do celebrate.
Here.
Is everybody pissed off?
Yes.
Or is it just you guys?
Just you. No, just normal people. No one celebrates terrorism. Why you
Oh,
celebrating?
Hold on. Not the same thing.
He's the only one happy over here. Your partner, Gator.
I know. I sent back 3 different gifts of how snow is the worst, and then Doug sends one back with was it Doug or you that said with the rotten tomatoes coming back at the at the idea.
I'm very interested though. If you're in the snowplow business, whatever it is,
how many retirees?
Well, no, like this kind of being a sneak attack. Were you ready to? Because I can imagine be at home on a Wednesday night just drinking beer, and all of a sudden you're like,
you got the bat signal.
Wait a sec.
Yeah.
I'm 4 beers in, and this snow is accumulating. What am I going to do?
Well, I would assume that probably happens at some point. Yesterday, I hope that wouldn't happen at somebody's 4 beers in at 3:00 in the afternoon when it's starting to get bad. But you never know. But yeah, how does that work? There's got to be a bat signal. I mean, this is their livelihood. They love this stuff. They're okay, here we go. Let's go.
You have a snow removal service, right?
Yes.
Do they get paid by the plow or paid by the season?
As they say, by the push.
By the push. Sorry, the push. Anyway.
The push.
So they're happy.
Yeah.
This is how they make money.
I will guarantee that my landscaper who does the snow plowing is ecstatic about this. because they'll come out if there's even like an inch and a half. Like if they see an inch and a half, they're coming out, even though they probably shouldn't unless there's 2 to 3 inches. But they come out.
That's
And then-
paycheck.
yeah, sometimes they've come out a couple days in a row. I'm like, dude, if you just let it go, we're okay here. But no, they're going to take advantage of it. I get it. It's their business, and
Sure.
they're in the business to make money.
All right. So if you are in that industry, the sneak attack, how did it catch you off guard? And how do you, like, now you got making up to do, right? You got to catch up. You're like madly trying to appease all your clients on a Thursday where we got a surprise burial of snow. Talk some NFL today at 10:30. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1. Feedback coming in. My brother worked for Genesee County driving a salt truck. They are typically on call. I've been at their house on Christmas Day twice when he got called in. He was not particularly thrilled. That's from Scott, 248-539-9797. Madden, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Madden?
Hi, I work for the city of Taylor, and I'm currently plowing right now.
Yeah.
And last night we weren't expecting this to come down, and we didn't even have plow trucks. We were just salting, and it was so heavy that the salt wasn't melting anything. We had to come in early in the morning and wait for all the snow to fall. And it still was falling this morning, too, which was crazy.
Yeah, that's the tough part right now is how cold the temperatures are. And overnight, they were extraordinarily cold. They got down to like 0 or close to it, and the wind chill temperatures are well below 0. And even when I drove in this morning, I walked in the building right before 10 o'clock, and it was 10 degrees. So
yeah,
when there's that temperature that you have to get to above a certain temperature in order for the salt to work. And I don't know what that number is, but I got to imagine we're pretty close to it.
Right, yeah. I mean, usually when it snows, it's around that 30 threshold, but it was definitely really cold. And people, with their CDLs, they got caps on hours, so they got to switch crews out. So that's why, a lot of the roads weren't hit very good.
Do you like the job, man?
I do. I think plowing is it's kind of satisfying,
Yeah.
pushing all the snow, and it kind of gets a little boring after a while, but it's part of the job. I'm making good money, so I can't complain.
Turn on the radio and listen to us.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing.
There
all
you go,
morning.
man. Hey, thank you, and we appreciate you being out there clearing roads for people. 248-539-9797. Maybe it's time to revisit something we haven't done in a couple of years. Do you remember that MDOT names their plows?
No, I don't remember that.
You don't? Kang, do you remember this?
I do.
Michigan Department of Transportation, all of their plow trucks have names. Like Austin Plowers is one.
Okay.
Blades of Glory is another. Boy, I got them all here. Gordy Plow.
Gordy Plow's good. Sure.
Yeah. What else do we? Snow Big Deal. Snow Force One.
Yeah, a lot of snows, I imagine.
Yep. Snow Down, Please. I'm Plowing is the name of one of the trucks. Penguin Patrol. Pepe La Plow.
Oh. Plow's a fun word to work with.
You like the word plow?
Well, we liked it when you worked with it earlier today, so yes.
Well, not my intent, but Blizzard Wizards. Oh, Scoop Dog. There's Kid Rock Salt is the name of one of the plows. Darth Blader.
If you're driving Darth Blader, can you just have exterior speakers that are playing the
Imperial
Death March
the
whole time?
Fleetwood Mac. Truck Norris.
Everybody wants to drive Truck Norris.
The Big Leplowski. All names of plows around the state of Michigan.
It's like naming a boat.
It is.
Kinda, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Gotta name a boat.
Truck Norris. The snow just clears itself when it sees Truck Norris coming, right?
Yeah,
It
right.
just, like, moves
Hey,
out.
we're good.
All
We're
right.
good. We're good.
Hey.
I'll warm up.
Nate from Clawson. I live in Clawson and my office is in Waterford, typically a 25 to 30-minute drive. Took me an hour and a half and I was late to Simulator Golf League, which is across the street. Thanks a lot, weather boy.
I guess we got this text from Gary from Birmingham. He said Alan Longstreet came on this morning and said, well, we blew it.
Good for him.
Stephanie Mead, you got anything to say for yourself? Rex Roth.
Luderman Gator, right?
Luderman.
Thought I'd be nice and ride with my fiancée to Indiana for her work conference yesterday morning and leaving today. Great idea, idiot. That's from Jeff driving white knuckle back to Michigan, he says. Drive home 4 p.m. Canton to Madison Heights. Got home at 6:30. 2.5 hours, Canton to Madison Heights. Next text, Chris and Carlton. Guys that left Flint at 4 p.m. Got home in Carlton at 7:30. Worst commute of my life.
I think the reason why it was so bad and people were so frustrated is because we didn't see it coming. No one
it was
told us.
unexpected.
I mean, we live in Michigan. We get it. It snows. We've driven in snow plenty of times. It's that no one told us
We had
this
no
was
idea.
happening.
I'm telling you, it was a double. It was they weren't prepared for it. You're like, oh my, well, this is just we expected to snow,
Even the
but
plow
and then
guy
like what's
told us.
happening? Yeah, but it's that combination of unexpected and then cold temperatures make it tougher to melt the snow. So it's one thing to plow the snow, but then once you plowed it, now you got a sheet of ice.
This doesn't happen very often because I think
I think by and large,
knowing that weather on television gets ratings, that's why so much time in your news is dedicated to it. That if there's a weather event on the horizon, it gets plenty of front page news. Like it gets block 1 or whatever they call it, A1 in the news. Hey, big storm coming. So to be caught off guard, it's unusual. Next text. Damn you, weatherman, local private contractor. Well, really every snowplow driver. I don't know what that means. Steve in a snow truck says, weatherman dropped the ball on this one. Was supposed to be a salt event only. Salt event only, huh? That sounds like an industry term.
right?
It's not a big storm.
Hey, we got some snow, but it shouldn't be too much. But the temperature's going to drop, so we got to get the salt trucks out there.
Salt event only.
Oh, wait a minute. 5 inches of snow later, yeah.
Unnamed texter, hello, I'm a groundskeeper for Fordson High in Dearborn. I clock out at 2 p.m. and it looked like a blizzard outside. I happened to pre-salt earlier in the day because of forecast saying less than an inch. Also had my 6-month recall cleaning at the dentist, currently clearing as I listen. It was a panic moment as lawsuits for students falling and potentially hurting themselves is expensive and reflects on us who clear the snow. That is from Ben. That's not an unnamed texter. That's from Ben. I work at 8 in Coolidge, live at 9 in Farmington. 90-minute drive yesterday at 4 p.m. Yeah, it was rough. It was rough. But we're in Michigan, right? It's what happens in the winter. We get snow. We're just not used to the rare sneak attack.
This was a sneak attack. Yep. But like to Kang's point earlier, we hear bombs, cyclones,
are a great term.
And snowmageddons and all that stuff, and it rarely lives up to that hype. Like something that's the exact opposite where you expect very little and all of a sudden you get smoked with it, you get angry. Because you want to be able to prepare for it, at least prepare mentally. Like, it's going to take me forever to get home. Like I can't imagine what it was like for you, Kang. Driving.
So I don't know, maybe Doug, you have a farther drive, so I don't know what you would do in this situation when you just see it coming down. Do you stay on the main roads with lots of lanes, or do you detour and find the side streets?
Great question.
Because I always make the wrong choice. Yeah, Doug, you love it. What do you do, Doug?
I detour.
Always.
But you're risking that one lane. If someone spins out, you're screwed.
I'm aware of the risk, Kang. I stare danger in the face.
Yeah, he does.
Yes, he does. Dangerous Doug is what they call
when
him.
Jack Burton comes down loud as thunder, or whatever the hell the line is.
Oh, man. All right, let's talk some NFL next as we whip around the league with the Blitz thingy straight ahead on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1. It is the Karsch Anderson program every Thursday throughout the football season. We do the Blitz thingy, a swing around the NFL. Heads or tails, Gator?
Tails.
He calls a tail. It is a tail. You receive or defer?
Give me the ball.
There we go.
All right, here we go, Gator. Question number 1. Ravens owner Steve Bisciotti said he actually offered Lamar Jackson a chance to sit in interviews with possible head coaching candidates this year. Is this a good idea? Should more teams let star players sit on head coaching interviews?
I don't think I have a problem with this. I think I don't want to be hypocritical, because I remember when Aaron Rodgers wanted input on with the draft. I guess he wanted to be told what was going to go on with the draft, and I'm like, well, it's got nothing to do with you. Coaches are different. You know, you're talking about a relationship that a coach is going to have with a quarterback. If that's your star player, then yeah, I don't think it's a bad idea. I think it depends on each team's going to depend on their circumstances and how they feel about that relationship, how important it is. I think in most cases it would be very important. So with Lamar Jackson in Baltimore, I think it's wise. I think just to get a gauge for what it is. Now, he's not going to run the interview. I can't imagine that's the case. But, you know, to have him sit in and then you get some input from him afterwards, I don't have a problem with that.
I've given this some thought for when I eventually buy the Lions from the Ford family.
Okay.
And when I'm in charge in interviewing a head coach, I absolutely will include a player under the following circumstances. If I have a clear-cut alpha dog, somebody that is the clear leader of the team. And in the case of the Ravens from afar, it looks to me like Lamar Jackson would fit that criteria. If you have multiple guys, then you get into why is he sitting in the room? And so it would have to be only when I have a Tom Brady, a Lamar Jackson, a Ray Lewis, some player that was clearly the alpha dog in my roster where he could represent all the players and everybody would be cool with it. But if I don't have that, no players are sitting in.
Yeah, this is clearly a case-by-case basis, in my opinion. Just kind of like you said, Doug, maybe the alpha dog, the clear leader, the clear franchise player. Just can't be the quarterback of the team. He's got to be the guy that your last coach got fired because he couldn't utilize your talents or whatever. Lamar Jackson is in this stratosphere. So I don't know if I really need the player there, but I definitely want his input. But if someone like Lamar Jackson actually wants to be there, I think that's a good sign. Like if he's actually like, yeah, I want to be in this. That's a good. You want guys that are proactive, that want to be involved, that
invested.
Yeah, absolutely. So if Lamar wants to be there, show up, man. They'll send the plane for you. All right, a Broncos reporter asked Broncos head coach this week, Sean Payton, about getting linebacker Greenlaw back and attacking downhill. This is how Sean Payton responded. So some people think this was condescending and belittling. What do you think?
I think it was. But I think what Sean Payton did was he slipped up and said something that coaches and players want to say to the media all the time. Oh, yeah? Yeah, you didn't like that zero blitz? What do you know about zero blitz? I think they want to say stuff all the time. But they bite their lip because of how it comes across. I also wonder if there's a history there. Sean Payton doesn't seem like a particularly bad dude, so I kind of wonder if there's a history with the reporter. But I think that was a crack in the veneer where something that players and coaches think about a lot that they just want to say to reporters, but they think better of it, and he didn't in that moment.
I think he can be a little huffy at times. I mean, he doesn't have a pristine past, but that's okay. I think he's also probably feeling a little pressure here. He's the number 1 seed in the AFC. And it's getting closer to game time, and you feel the pressure. You might crack a little bit. I don't think I don't know what the question was exactly, how it was worded. Maybe the question could have been crafted a little bit better. Hey, you're getting Greenlaw back. How soon before you think he's up to full speed? That kind of thing, and where you don't even think twice about him because he's obviously a difference maker on this team. But using a term like running downhill. I mean, that's a broadcasting term, right? Or it's a term that coaches will use and broadcasters will copy. So you want to throw it back at the coach like, hey, you're running downhill? You even know what the hell that means. The guy's like, yeah, no, you don't. Okay. I think you're probably more right than wrong, Doug. maybe there was a history there with that reporter and had the opportunity to stomp on him a little bit, and he did. And, Ken, you asked the question, was it condescending or bullying, or what was it, whatever you phrased
Well,
it?
I said some people think it's condescending and belittling.
Yes, and yes, it was.
Sounds domestic. I have no idea. I don't think it was.
What about Torrey Holm or Torrey Hunter?
I don't think it's unnecessary. Or I do think it was unnecessary. I'm sorry. I'm not sure the relationship they have either, guys. Yeah, I agree with that part. Do they have a bad history? But he could have just literally answered it like he did at the end of it and saying, yeah, it's good to have Greenlaw back instead of saying that. But I think you're right also, Doug. He probably answered it how every NFL coach wants to answer every question from reporters who have no idea what they're talking about. He goes, yeah, a linebacker running downhill. What do you know about that? What are you talking? You're just using buzzwords. So, yeah, he probably said what should have been kept in his head. All right, this week, former head coach Tony Dungy went off on Twitter/X on a rant about how the NFL playoff scheduling is unfair. Many teams are put at a disadvantage because the NFL only schedules based on ratings. Is he right? Should the NFL take into consideration rest times for teams?
Of course they should, but they won't because it's all about money, and player safety takes a back seat for sure. I mean, one of these days it's going to cost somebody who is in concussion protocol, and they could have used one more day to get beyond concussion protocol, and they can't because they're forced to play a day earlier than they normally would. Or it's a player that could use that extra day to have that ankle injury heal up just enough so they can get onto the field and make the one play they need to make, but they can't because NFL scheduled this thing a day earlier than they normally would because, hey, ratings. It's all about money, and the Players Association knows it too, and they understand it, and you know, it's all about the players being able to make more money as well. So they're in bed with each other on this, but yeah, it's something that's never going to change.
So I like the idea that the top seeds get better, the most advantageous position throughout the postseason. Postseasons are great, but one way to enhance the regular season is to incentivize things like being a division winner and being a top seed in a conference. And if that means more rest time for that top seed, great. And for the bottom seeds, yeah, they should have the toughest path. So anything that incentivizes you to do better during the regular season is a different tack than you took. I want that to be the case. I want the top seeds to have the biggest advantage they can possibly have. So if that means more rest time, do it. And to hell with the networks.
Yeah, of course Tony Dungy's right, and of course the NFL won't change it because I've been saying for decades the NFL only cares about money, right? The truth is, though, guys, I think the games would get ratings no matter what. I mean, it's the NFL playoffs. These things, they bank, and there's a reason why everyone wants an NFL playoff game on their network or streaming platform. But what the NFL wants to do, and I get it, is they want to maximize those ratings. They know they're getting good ratings. They want great ratings, right? And they want the best matchups on prime time. I mean, it's actually ridiculous that we have to listen to the play-by-play guy and analysts say, yeah, we have the NFL schedule. We don't know what teams are playing what yet. During their game, they're waiting for the game to finish to figure out what the NFL wants to do.
The other night,
it's absolutely ridiculous, and it's not going to change, unfortunately. Teams are going to be at an advantage or disadvantage based on what the prime time matchups are. All right, who is the best NFL coach left in the playoffs?
So I've long been a Mike Vrabel guy. Go back to the 2018 coaching cycle when the Lions were in it looking for a head coach. I was in the Vrabel camp on that coaching cycle, and they chose Matt Patricia. If Vrabel has one of these personalities that I think he gets through to the guy who's on a 4-year, $80 million contract and the guy who's making the league's minimum. And I think he gets the most out of his team. You look at he won at Tennessee. Eventually, he didn't, and he won it at New England. And so, I'm a Vrabel guy, and I think he's the best left.
I want to say Vrabel because I'm a Vrabel guy too. Peyton and McVay are the ones that have the Super Bowl rings, but I'm going to go with Kyle Shanahan. What he has done with his roster this year is wildly impressive, and it's maddening at the same time because it's the argument that everybody can throw right back at you when you're trying to defend what happened to the Lions this year. You can't really go with 100% anymore and say, well, injuries decimated the team, because look what San Francisco is doing, and they continue to do it. And now they have to continue through the playoffs without George Kittle now. It's amazing what he has been able to do with that team over the years without having that marquee quarterback. They literally have Mr. Irrelevant is their quarterback, and he's fitting into that system beautifully.
I think you got to go with one of the coaches that have a Super Bowl ring. That means they've already won it, and they're both still in the playoffs going for another one. So between the two, McVay and Payton, I'm going to go Payton, even though he's condescending and belittling to reporters. Like I said, he's already done it once. He's trying to do it again, but this time with a different team that he had to rebuild. He may be a jerk to some people, but that jerk can coach football. All right, Mike Tomlin was the head coach of the Steelers for 19 years, guys. Will we ever see another head coach last that long with one team ever again?
I don't think we will. I was just trying to think. I didn't look it up to see how long Andy Reid has been at Kansas City, but
13 years.
Yeah, I mean, to do that for another 6 or 7 years, I don't think that's going to happen for Andy Reid as he gets older and older. He's a great coach, but I think what we saw here is it's kind of the end of the era. I think what we've seen here, even though Tomlin wasn't fired, but was on a hot seat of sorts, winning for 19 straight years isn't good enough. You have to win championships every once in a while in order to keep that position. And John Harbaugh is a great coach, and he was just fired. So I don't think this is going to happen again anytime soon. Money is always going to be a factor where somebody can offer more. If your contract comes up and you know you're going to get it, you're just going to negotiate your way out of it. So I don't think it's going to be 19 years of the same team.
I think we will see it. Belichick just finished a 23-year run with the Patriots. Harbaugh would have made it if the field goal's good. He probably would have got a 19th year to match that number. And Andy Reid is only 6 years away. Those are recent examples of guys that are right there or came close or exceeded that. So I think it will happen.
The only possibility is Andy Reid. I could definitely see Mahomes playing 6 more years. The question is, would Reid coach for 6 more years, which would make him, he's already 67 years old, so probably not. I would look out for maybe Dan Campbell, if you just can't get away from coaching. He's got to win a Super Bowl, though, because that's how you extend that contract, right? That life as a coach. But the money's too good now, so they don't have to coach that long. All right, last one. Last week, guys, the Wild Card Weekend, there were 6 games broadcast on 5 different networks or platforms. Will this eventually hurt the NFL?
Well, I really don't know. I was trying to figure out how would it hurt. It feels like the biggest wounds you can give them is ratings. And the one game was streamed this weekend, and that game finished 4th in the ratings. So it didn't finish 6th. It didn't finish a distant 6th. It finished 4th. It was the Bears Green Bay game. So I don't know how being on different networks could hurt. I've thought streaming might hurt, but the data that comes back says that it wasn't out of the realm of right there with the rest of the game. So I don't think it hurts. No.
Yeah, I don't think it hurts either. Certainly not in the earnings for the NFL. I mean, they negotiate this stuff ahead of time, and they get paid. So if it doesn't work out, they still get paid, and then they'll pivot and find another way to make more money. It's just they've done a brilliant job of finding the revenue streams consistently with the National Football League, and Roger Goodell has just kept up with that. He's actually taken it to a whole different level now with the world we live in.
Well, people don't like looking all over for their shows and things like that. That's why how it could hurt. I'm not saying it has hurt, but like it was on NBC, CBS, Fox, ESPN, Prime, right? Those were the 5 networks that had it this past weekend. It's not going to stop. They love hitting the open market and auctioning off these games, basically. Like, let the market decide what these NFL playoff games are worth. Everyone wants one. It's not going to slow down, guys. Prime just had their most viewed game ever. I think one day we're going to have a wild card game on HGTV. We're going to have a divisional playoff game on the Food Network. The NFL wants everyone bidding on these, and why not? If you're going to get a bank of ratings for one day, like the Super Bowl-ish, then if they make money off it, the networks, they're going to be everywhere. And it's funny because the college football playoff is only on one network.
And there it is. That concludes the NFL Blitz thingy. There is coaching news regarding the offensive coordinator position in the Detroit Lions. 2 new names reported to be getting interviews, and one guy we want interviewing elsewhere. We'll get to the very latest, and an unexpected name throws his hat into the ring. We'll get to that coming up today at 10:50 on Carson Anderson on 97.1. All right, so John Harbaugh to the Giants is what everybody's reporting. I do not believe that it is it's final yet. I haven't been paying attention the last 49 minutes since we hit the air. But Scott, your thoughts on John Harbaugh to the Giants?
Well, I think he's a great coach, and I think he's going to a team that has a lot of talent, and I imagine he's going to be able to get the best out of it and restore some sanity there. This sounds like this is, for the first time in a long time, they've got somebody that makes sense as head coach, a professional who has been there and done that. So I think it's really good for the Giants.
Yeah, I feel like they win the sweepstakes, and I'm a little, I shouldn't say surprised. I think usually a candidate like that, he can play the field a little bit and do a bunch of interviews. As far as I know, that was his first interview, right?
They never let him leave the building. I mean, Tennessee was ready to go all in on him, and Harbaugh canceled his visit with Tennessee. They were courting him as soon as he was let go, and yeah, the Giants locked him in.
Yeah, he was. I guess the reports were yesterday. I was trying to follow it that he had left the building, was heading back to Baltimore, but didn't get that second interview. I mean, the Giants put the full court press on him and made him the offer he can't refuse, apparently.
Okay, so there's that. The reports today, the Lions are interviewing two more offensive coordinator candidates. One is Arthur Smith, who was part of Mike Tomlin's staff in Pittsburgh, and I do like that, although he's bounced around a little bit, different jobs along the way. He's known for his versatility and his flexibility. He's known to be able to craft a game plan regardless of the talent that he has. He's got a good reputation. He'd be a fine fallback position. The other is a guy I've talked about since day one just because I'm looking for Goff compatibility, and I think we've got our answer at whether or not he'd be compatible with Goff because he was with Goff when they were with the Rams, and that's Zach Robinson, who was the offensive coordinator for the Falcons. And the Falcons fired Raheem Morris, so he becomes available. So Zach Robinson now, I think we have an answer to the question, is there Goff compatibility? Because I don't know if Jared Goff is consulted on these things. I imagine he very well might be when it comes to somebody who once was on a staff that Goff played for. Now, he was an assistant, I believe he was an assistant QB coach.
Well, when he was with the Rams in 2019, he was the assistant quarterbacks coach. The following season, he was the assistant wide receivers coach. And then in 2021, he was the assistant quarterbacks coach again.
Yeah.
It was 2021 the first year that Goff was here. So that's when he was no longer associated with Jared Goff, but was also the passing game coordinator and quarterbacks coach from 2022 and 2023. So Super Bowl, and worked with Matthew Stafford and that whole thing. There's, out of the two names, one I just want to say absolutely don't even do the interview, and the other is Zach Robinson.
You don't want
Arthur Smith. No, absolutely not. In fact, here's a reason why I'd rather talk to Zach Robinson and no Arthur Smith. Arthur Smith was with the Falcons. They were horrible a couple of years ago offensively. They had all these weapons, and he had no idea what to do. Bijan Robinson wasn't getting the ball, and they couldn't seem to work with Kyle Pitts and everybody else that they had. They just couldn't figure it out. Zach Robinson comes in, and all of a sudden they're starting to instill an offense that's moving the ball down the field. The running game was pretty good. Bijan Robinson is, hey, look who's back. Look who's got all these yards now, and part of the running game and the passing game. And then Kyle Pitts is getting used, and now he's a useful piece again and living up to the potential of being the top 10 pick. So, yeah, I'll take the guy that worked well with Atlanta versus the guy who sucked at Atlanta.
Well, Bijan Robinson and Kyle Pitts were very earlier in their careers, and Bijan Robinson almost rushed for 1,000 yards that year. But, that's fine because I'm a Zach Robinson guy. So I'll go ahead and take Zach Robinson over Arthur Smith.
I don't even want him to interview Arthur Smith.
Well, apparently you're not going to get your way on that. The other news is that Mike McDaniel's taken up an interview with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers for their offensive coordinator spot, which is somewhat unfortunate because that means there's another safe landing spot if he doesn't get a head coaching job. I suspect he will get a head coaching job, and we don't need to worry about it. But thoughts on McDaniel getting Tampa Bay's ear?
I'm not worried about another coordinator job other than the Eagles. That's the one that I would be concerned about. I don't know if, now that Harbaugh is in place with the Giants, I guess I'd be concerned if Harbaugh reaches out to have McDaniel as his offensive coordinator. because it's like a legit crew that to be working with there. But I still think he's going to get a job being a head coach in this league, in this cycle.
Yep.
So I'm hoping he doesn't, so that the Lions can get him. I think he's top of my list for offensive coordinators. So we'll see where that goes.
And then there was this as an unexpected source, unexpected name. Did he throw his hat into the ring yesterday on the Pat McAfee show? Dan Orlovsky would love to be the offensive coordinator in Detroit.
I like Dan Orlovsky. I think he's very competent at what he does. That's underselling. I think he's very good at what he does on TV and with social media and diagramming plays and stuff like that. I think he's very knowledgeable. He's not an offensive coordinator. He hasn't done it. He hasn't coached in the NFL in any capacity that I know of. So, no. But I like Dan Orlovsky. I like him a lot.
Can he be to the offensive coordinator spot what John Lynch was out of the booth and into the executive offices of the 49ers, has got them playing at peak performance? Or would he be more Matt Millen out of the broadcast booth? And I love Orlovsky. And I love Orlovsky. First of all, I think he lives at ESPN. If you turn on ESPN at 7 a.m, Dan Orlovsky's in the middle of a live analysis of what's going on with the Cowboys. If you turn on ESPN at noon, there's Orlovsky taking another angle on what's going on with the Cowboys. And then if you turn on ESPN at night, he's on the pregame show for the Monday Night Football talking about what's going on with the Cowboys. Like, he is checking all the boxes for ESPN all around the clock, being able to talk about the Cowboys. He never leaves ESPN.
Well, he's not only ESPN. You'll watch TV Sundays. We'll have both ESPN and ESPN2 on here in the studio, and we'll see him on at the same time
on both
doing different shows.
Dan Orlovsky is one of the hardest working men.
Yeah.
Now, to be fair, he does really love Detroit.
Yeah.
It is kind of nice to have that voice out there for us. 248-539-9797. Did I make a big mistake? We'll get to that today at 10:08. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
We have breaking news in NCAA college basketball today. 20 men have been charged in a point-shaving scandal involving more than 39 players on over 17 Division I teams. An unsealed federal indictment from the Eastern District of Pennsylvania says today. 4 of those 20 men named in the indictment have ties to the state of Michigan. Those men are Carlos Hart, Marquise Hastings, Deshaun Nelson, and Jalen Terry. Nelson, Terry, and Hart all played at Eastern Michigan. Terry is from Flint and went to Flint Beecher High School. Nelson's local to Toledo. Hastings both played at Western Michigan and is from Grand Rapids. The scandal, according to the 70-page indictment, began around September 2022 and was initially focused on fixing games in the Chinese Basketball Association. The group later targeted college basketball games, offering bribes to college players ranging from $10,000 to $30,000 to compromise games for betting purposes, according to the indictment. Pistons are coming up tonight as they take on the Phoenix Suns, their first game in 4 days. They're coming off that loss to the Clippers on Saturday. Probable for tonight's game, Jalen Duren, Tobias Harris, and Isaiah Stewart. Cade Cunningham is removed from the injury report. He missed that game against the Clippers. And the Lions have requested to interview Steelers offensive coordinator Arthur Smith. Smith and the Steelers rushed for 230 yards and 2 touchdowns in Ford Field against the Lions in Week 16. Of course, Pittsburgh won that game. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hope everybody made it into work safely. Made it home safely last night. Made it into work safely this morning. So we got hit with a sneak attack snowstorm, though there is now more snow in the forecast. So it won't be as much of a surprise anything that happens after this. But even the local meteorologists were saying, tap, tap, my bad. But you know what? We didn't see the Indiana Hoosiers coming. It happens.
Indiana football.
Yes.
Didn't see Cignetti being.
No, didn't see them turning into a national power, morphing suddenly into Alabama when Cignetti took over. So, hey, look, it's tough to predict what's going to happen next. Here's feedback coming in. If the Lions do not kidnap and force Mike McDaniel to a deal, I swear I will sue the organization for emotional damage. Signed, Guy Fighting Pigeons.
Well, don't fight pigeons. They'll gang up on you.
Kang, how do you feel about pigeons?
Take them all down, but I'm not stepping to them, that's for sure. There's a lot of them.
You're going to sue if they don't force Mike McDaniel to take a deal. Good luck with that. Look, it's basically like saying if, Jennifer Aniston won't marry me, I'm going to sue. Like, you can't force him to take your job, right? Can you?
No, you can't force him to take down. Just interesting analogy. I'm not sure
I didn't know where else to go.
Quite fits there, but obviously there's some hyperbole in his statement there. But you've got your guy that you think is the best. I think he'd be an interesting fit here with Detroit. But what we don't know is if he is. I don't know personality wise what he's like behind closed doors, talking with those guys in the interview. But that's going to be the deciding factor with any of this is that they have to fit what Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell are looking for, period. They have to fit that. They have to be on the same wavelength.
Next text. No blanking way to Arthur Smith as OC. He's been at 3 or 4 locations since Tennessee as offensive coordinator. That was the last time he was any good. Next text.
Well, he's been 2 other places. He was the head coach of the Falcons, and then he was the offensive coordinator of the Steelers.
Funny thing about Arthur Smith is that he thoroughly outcoached Campbell in the Steelers game.
Well, they had 3 plays that went for quite a ways. But if we bring up injuries, I guess we're going to get shot down. So I don't want to do that. Or the end of that game where they did have 2 touchdowns that were called back. But
I'd rather have Wojo be the offensive coordinator before Orlovsky. I might take Dan and player personnel as a player personnel scout, though.
Happy New Year.
Wojo, huh? Whoever requested the Arthur Smith interview should be fired. Absolute joke, but this is the Lions, so it wouldn't surprise me if he gets the job.
Oh.
Same old Lions move here.
There they are. Came back. How'd you feel last year, the year before? You feel good? Under your rock? waiting to come back.
You mean same old Lion guy?
Yeah.
From Scott, my problem with pigeons, they don't fly away until your car is a foot away from running them over. That drives me nuts. Well, Kang hates all birds.
This is true.
Yep. Not a fan of birds.
Don't play that game with me, birds.
No.
Are they even real?
Yes, birds are real.
See, now, here's as much as I don't like Arthur Smith, it's a recency bias, right?
Yep.
I don't love the Steelers offense despite what they did to the Lions, and it's not an exciting offense. I certainly didn't like what he did as head coach of the Atlanta Falcons. But if you look at what he did with Tennessee as their offensive coordinator, his last year at Tennessee, they were third in the NFL with almost 400 yards a game, and they averaged 31 points a game. That's not bad. The previous season, let's see what kind of an improvement they had. They were looks like around 11 or 12 in the NFL in yards per game with 363, and they averaged 25 points a game. He was much better as a coordinator with Tennessee, and actually quite good. That's what got him his head coaching gig, was the year they had in 2020. But I didn't like him as a head coach. I don't like him as an OC at Pittsburgh.
Should Pittsburgh and the Ravens just swap coaches? Should they've gotten together and said, okay, we'll just trade you Tomlin for Harbaugh straight up?
Well, I think it's obvious that Tomlin doesn't want to coach.
No, maybe not.
And no, I don't think that Baltimore.
Be fascinating theater.
Yeah, Baltimore wants to see John Harbaugh.
That's one of those great cliches in sports that I've loved to use in the past. I want a guy coaching my team that can beat me with my roster and beat me with your roster. That's the guy I want coaching my team. That would be a great experiment. Harbaugh in charge of the Steelers. John Harbaugh in charge of the Steelers. Mike Tomlin in charge of the Ravens. Who wins? 248-539-9797. So we're down to 8 coaching openings. If indeed, when it gets confirmed that John Harbaugh is going to the New York Giants. Yesterday, near the end of the show, if you were not listening, I made a bold-ass prediction. And we'll get to what that bold-ass prediction is in a minute. But Gator, now that's had some time to marinate regarding NFL coaching spots, do you think I'm going to be drinking beer out of a shoe or not?
Yes.
You do?
Yeah, I do. But I think I like your bold stance you're taking. I think it's really interesting.
Mm-hmm.
No more next week.
Kang, do you think I'm going to be drinking beer out of a shoe or not?
Oof. There's always a crazy X factor, like something you never saw coming. And I think that's what you're banking on. Because I'm going to say, yes, you're going to be drinking beer out of a shoe.
Okay, so what I said yesterday.
It's crazy, but I think you're going to be
that's
drinking.
kind of the point of the bold-ass prediction is it's something that is bold, but you really think it's going to happen. But my crazy-ass prediction was one of the NFL head coaching positions will be filled by a current college coach. Between Bill Belichick, Kurt Signetti, Ryan Day, Steve Sarkisian, somebody's going to surprise, because here's what I think happens in this coaching cycle is there's the big names that it feels like John Harbaugh. Everybody wanted John Harbaugh. We're going to go get John Harbaugh. We're going to go get Kevin Stefanski. We're going to go get Mike McDaniel. Whoever is deemed the big fish, there's not enough to fill all the jobs. Then an owner's embarrassed, has egg on his face, and says, the splash I'm going to make, I'm going to get Signetti. Or I'm going to go get Ryan Day. Or I'm going to do something where I can say I got the best coach that nobody else knew was available.
I think if Indiana wins the national championship next week, I think your chances have gone up, but I still don't think it's a good bet. Because obviously if Signetti wins the national championship, what does he have left to prove in Indiana? He was devastatingly good the first year he was there and tops it off with an undefeated season and wins the national championship. In the second year, he could just mic drop and move on if he wanted to. I don't know if he wants to. I think he may want – I think college coaches might be driven differently.
Oh, there's no – I think there's totally different skill set.
Yeah, and I think they chase the championships maybe more so than what they're chasing in the NFL. NFL is more – to me, it seems like it's more status being an NFL coach. College coaches, you can just keep banking national championships and everybody's chasing Saban or chasing Bear Bryant or whomever it is,
Well, I think college coaches also on college campuses can take on hero status.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of them like that.
Get a statue built.
I did see something on a satire Twitter account with a picture. It said breaking news, and it was a picture of Ryan Day wearing like a Browns shirt. It said Ryan Day says yes to Browns, and underneath it says problem is Browns didn't ask anything. All right. With that said, my bold ass prediction, my shoot the boot guarantee is that some team in the NFL will fill their current vacancy with a college coach. We'll take 10 texts now. Am I going to be drinking beer out of a shoe? Does anybody think I'm going to be drinking beer out of a shoe? Does anyone think I'm going to be right on this one? First 10 texts, sign your text. If you want to give a reason why, feel free. Am I going to be drinking beer out of a shoe? I made a shoot the boot guarantee that one of these NFL jobs will be filled by a current college coach. What does my future hold? Drinking beer out of a shoe or not? 248-539-9797. Interesting reporting on the Pistons. We'll get to that today at 11:20 on 97.1. We did get this regarding Dan Orlovsky, who I don't know if he kind of facetiously, that was on the Pat McAfee show, by the way. Got to give credit where credit is due. Facetiously said, I'd run the Detroit offense.
You think it was facetious?
I don't think he was really serious, but Joe G. in White Lake says Orlovsky should target a Canadian Football League job with deeper end zones.
Oh, see, so he couldn't step out.
Well, yeah, but so he can call plays. All right, feedback coming in. You 100% are drinking beer from a shoe, Doug. Might as well start prepping it now. That's from Nick and Ipsy. If you could be right, I think you could be right. There's always a shocking hire. That's from Jordan at Michigan State. Jeff and Warren says, Doug, is your prediction crazy? No, the Raiders are still looking for a coach. Fritz and Clinton Township.
That's a solid point.
Yep.
But with Brady involved, maybe it's not as likely.
Fritz and Clinton Township. Doug, stay thirsty, my friend, because you'll be drinking. Tom in a truck. You absolutely will. You should try Yingling. It's a great beer. How you feel about Yingling?
I like Yingling.
I got to go back and try it again because I feel like my beer tastes have changed, but not dramatically. And once a year, I try Guinness and go, okay, this time. God, so many people like Guinness. I'm going to try. I'm going to like Guinness. One sip. Nope.
I think Guinness is acquired taste.
I got to do it with Yingling.
Yingling's just it's beer. You know, I don't think it's anything. I don't think it's special. I think it's good, but it's not like, oh my God, I got to have it. I don't think there's some sort of truly distinctive flavor that separates it from other beers. I think you'd like it just fine.
From Fox, no shoe, you'll win, Doug.
I want to know this. Where's your information coming from?
I don't give away all my sources.
But I'm just saying, like, can you at least admit that you've got somebody that's maybe dropped this in your ear to suggest that this makes sense?
No.
You won't admit that. You're not going to help out. You're not playing along.
No, I don't have somebody in my ear.
No, you don't have somebody in your ear, you're saying.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, you think I've got inside intel?
I do. I think
I do talk to people.
I don't think you'd mention something like this, especially shoot the boot. You're very conservative when it comes to shoot the boot. You know,
I'm not scared. We've already talked about it once today. I look danger in the face all the time.
Right, that you do. And as I'm looking at the list of the latest odds-on favorites for various coaches, Arizona, as I'm looking down their list, I don't believe there's any college guys listed there. Atlanta, no college guys listed there. Go down to Baltimore, no college guys listed there. Cleveland, no college guys listed there. Get to Vegas, and no college guys listed. It's a long list of names. Didn't see that. Miami, no college guys listed there. The Giants, obviously Harbaugh's got the job there. Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh, Chris Shula, odds-on favorite right now, 4-1 odds. Brian Flores, number 2 at 9-2 odds. Number 3 at 11-2 odds. Marcus Freeman. Robert Saleh, 17-2. Kurt Cignetti, 9-1.
He's a Yinzer. He's from Pittsburgh.
You got relatives in Pittsburgh.
Next one.
I don't think that's not yours. Why are you moving on? What have people told you? What have you heard?
I told you, nobody's told me anything. This is fresh and original content.
Am I really supposed to believe that?
I have no reason to lie. It's better if I say somebody gave me a tip. Makes me sound well connected. I'm not connected.
You're right. You want to be a buffoon? Go ahead, be a buffoon.
No shoe, you'll win. That's from Fox. Greg in the Powder writes in, Dry January got into Doug's head. He'll be sipping the dirty. Yeah, well, try January, yeah. January's a long ass.
Yeah, by the time he's got to pay off the bet, though, January will be over with.
Yeah, get the odor eaters going now, Doig, because you're wrong. That's from Scott and Carlton.
Doig.
Yeah, I got a group of people that call me Doig because I once hit the I instead of the U on a text.
It's good.
Yes,
people
Doug.
Don't forget.
Yes, Doug, you'll be drinking beer from the shoe. These NFL jobs are left. The NFL jobs that are left are nothing worth leaving the NCAA. That's from Mike in Wasteland. So there you go. There are the 10 texts. So we get to some Piston stuff. First of all, they're back on the court tonight and should be healthier. We'll try and get an update here. But I did remember seeing that they got guys coming back, which is good after 4 days off. The Athletic. John Hollinger is a former Memphis Grizzly executive. And there's a Q&A with him from a writer named Hunter Patterson. And it's all about the Pistons and what the Pistons should do at the trade deadline. Now, trade deadline talk is great for sports talk radio. Trade deadline talk is what sports talk radio, I think it's where we thrive. I think it's where it's fun to speculate. It's fun to put deals together, and it's fun to think about lineups after you make a trade, and it's fun to think about how you can maybe scoop a great player off another team, and this will be the championship move. And so in the last calendar year, Gator, we have gone through a NHL trade deadline, a Major League Baseball trade deadline, and an NFL trade deadline that not nearly enough happened in the eyes of the Detroit fan.
Correct.
There were moves on the fringes, but no swings for the fences. So, Hollinger, now we got a Piston team that has the best record in the Eastern Conference. And they do a deep dive in The Athletic on what the Pistons should do. And so they got a former executive here in Hollinger, and they ask him, this is the question, as a well-versed in front office dealings, what would your general approach to the trade season be, given the Pistons' success this far? And he kind of lays it out, but this is in part what he said. I might consider a middle ground move that looks more at an incremental roster upgrade rather than all-in trades that surrender the Pistons' future trade flexibility. I would be much more open to taking big swings once I have more information about what this current group looks like in a late round playoff series. They also ask him at the end, again, they kind of circle back, while league sources expect the Pistons to be opportunistic but not aggressive, would this be the season Detroit should look to capitalize on an Eastern Conference in flux, or do you see them as a group with the potential for sustained success that doesn't prompt the move this deadline for anything other than marginal growth? Hollinger, I've seen this movie enough times before that I'll counsel patience right now. There are too many things Detroit doesn't know yet about its own team and isn't going to find them out until it plays meaningful games in May. If you look at this over the life cycle of the Cunningham, Duren, Ausar-Thompson core, making the right move with better information is more important than rushing into a less informed decision that the Pistons might later regret. This is a former NBA executive saying that the Pistons should act, really sounds like, exactly the same way the Lions, Tigers, and Red Wings did.
Yeah, it's interesting. It sounds like to me that he's just basically he's not buying into this team being good enough yet where they need to make a move to do that. And I'm not sure that it seems counterintuitive. Like if you're good, why not take a chance to make yourself better and really be a player here? But really what he's kind of said is he needs this to play out a little longer before he's going to be on board. Well, there's only, 3 weeks to the trade deadline. So
but he says he needs to see him in a late playoff series before he really knows what he has.
Which I think by then it's going to be too late because you'll have decisions you got to make on Jalen Duren and Jaden Ivey with their contract situations, and that's in the offseason. So I wish that we had the luxury of time to wait for that. I wish that this article was written a year ago, so that maybe he feels better about what's going on if he's going to make this opinion. But to me, it's not even fence sitting. It's just sitting on the side of caution with what he has said. And I don't particularly want to subscribe to that theory.
See, I don't think a year ago would have mattered because the reason he doesn't want to make a move or why he says he wouldn't make a move is because he needs to see how they look in like an Eastern Conference final.
No, I know. And I think that's just being way too cautious about things.
Okay, so you don't like his approach?
No, I don't like his approach at all.
Interesting. I feel like one is starting to impact the other. And what I mean by that is these trade deadlines that have come and gone without big moves, I think the fan base is growing increasingly more impatient cumulatively, and now the Pistons are in the crosshairs. And if they don't make a move, I think they start to feel the wrath for lack of moves that other teams made here in Detroit. This is somebody that's been in the league that says, I wouldn't do it yet if I were the Pistons because I need to see them in a deep playoff run to really know what they need rather. How do you feel, Detroit, about that? Do you agree with Hollinger that they should take the patience? And I don't even know if people, and I mean this sincerely, do you think people can even process the Pistons without thinking about what the other teams didn't do? Have we lost the ability to separate them?
I do think you have to separate things. I think things that obviously each sport is different and unique. And I think, when you look at, particularly when you compare it to the Tigers and the Lions, trades that happen in baseball or trades that happen in the NFL at the trade deadline, a lot of that is if you're trying to improve yourself, getting a player that what you're giving up in return is somebody you're not seeing. With the Tiger talk, it was all about prospects. With the Lions, it'll be draft choices. With the Pistons in the NBA, because it's a salary cap league, you have to go apples to apples. You have to match the salaries of trades if you're going to acquire a player of consequence, then you're going to have to match that salary that you're giving up.
Yep.
The NHL is a little bit different. It seems like it could be more prospects. The NHL does a lot of player swaps, though. So I think it's the NHL and NBA are probably more akin to each other.
Mm-hmm.
As far as would fans feel, well, we're tired. We're fans of all the local teams, and we've seen the other teams just not do much at the deadline. Pistons, please do something. I mean, fans are going to feel that way. As a fan, I tried not to let that creep in. I'm just looking at the Pistons by themselves. I think it's a really good basketball team, and it seems like there's a couple players out there that could make a big difference on this team. And what we kicked around yesterday as possible trades, there were a couple that I would absolutely have done. I don't know if those are appropriate or not, if the other teams would make those trades, or if that's enough to get the deals done. But the Pistons certainly have players and some draft capital that they could move to get those players. Are they going to be bold enough to do it? I think I had an owner that would support Trajan Langdon and his decisions, what's going to happen.
248-539-9797. I'm intrigued. Piston fans, you just heard it. Former NBA executive says, sit tight. We don't know how good this team really is yet. Don't do anything until we have more definition. If this trade deadline comes and goes and the Pistons do anything, nothing bold, they don't get aggressive, maybe make a move on the margins, how do you feel? Want to hear from you next? It's Carson Anderson on 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Look, there's a lot of angst around Metro Detroit. What's going on with Tarek Skubal? We'll get into that in the noon hour. Some NFL draft stuff we'll get to next. But we're bringing up this story, and we got open lines, so anything on your mind, fair game. But we just found this story that John Hollinger did in The Athletic, former Memphis Grizzly executive, to be very interesting. To sum it up, he's preaching patience with the Pistons. He does not think they should make a bold move at the trade deadline. And the reason is he doesn't really know, and he doesn't think they even know what they really are just yet. At one point, he makes the point that in a 7-game series, when you're deep in the playoffs, really good teams, and you're going peer-to-peer battle, like you're thinking one of us is the best team in the East, teams attack you in ways over a 7-game series and expose things that you're not aware are there yet. And so making a bold move now before you've really defined who you are might not make the most sense. At least he doesn't think it makes the most sense until we see the Pistons in a deep playoff run where they're like playing for the Eastern Conference crown. I think that is it might be the smartest thing to do. It's also one of the more boring things to do. And I know that people around Metro Detroit already have growing anxiety about the other teams not making moves and have built up like animosity because, I'm just trying to win a championship. Right? Mr. Aggressive guy wants to make that bold move and put you over the top. And if you look at the Pistons historically, their 2 championship runs, the bad boys got Mark Aguirre, helped put him over the top. The going to work Pistons got Rasheed Wallace, helped put him over the top.
Yeah, well, the Bad Boys trade was different because that was more of a trade to move somebody out of the organization and bring somebody in, which were basically the same player, but one fit better with the team. I mean, they traded Adrian Dantley away and got Mark Aguirre. Scoring-wise, those guys are very similar players, but Aguirre was best friends with Isaiah, and Dantley was a little prickly. So to move the prickly part out and bring somebody in, that was a chemistry thing. I think the Rasheed thing was more of the move that's appropriate when you talk about the guy that can put you over the top.
And for a longtime Detroit fan, they just see these finishing touches that help mold championships. They're different, too, because those teams also had longer playoff runs than this team that hasn't won a playoff series yet.
Yeah, but if you go back to the going to work Pistons, and you'll perhaps refresh my memory on this, the year prior to hiring Larry Brown when they won the championship, did they get to the conference finals? They were were they a 50-win team? They were a team that was getting to 50 wins with Rick Carlisle.
I think they made it to the conference finals, but let me go back and look.
Because that team obviously was cobbled together, and then they had the second overall pick, and we know what happened. That didn't contribute, but then they make the trade at the deadline to acquire Rasheed, and it was an awfully good team. They then acquired Rasheed, but it was a 50-win team prior. This Piston team was not a 50-win team last year, but they were a team that had significant growth, got to the playoffs against a team that many people thought was far superior, and they pushed them to the brink.
So that Piston team, the 2003 Pistons, the year before they won it all, lost in the conference finals to the Nets. They won two series and then lost in the conference finals to the Nets. The 88-89 Pistons, they worked their way up the totem pole. Like they win a round, then they won 2 rounds, then they won 3 rounds. Then they made the trade and they won the whole thing. But anyway, the point is, how would you feel if they just stand pat, as Hollinger suggests that they should? Kang, before we get to the people, I want your 2 cents on this.
Yeah, I understand his reasoning. Like, let's see how far this young core can go. Maybe they can go to the NBA Finals before you decide to make a change. And albeit maybe it doesn't have to be a Giannis-type drastic change, but even if you upset the apple cart a little bit by adding a Michael Porter Jr. or a Trey Murphy, that's a starter, right? That's a second scorer, so it's not just a role player. I kind of do want to see how far this core can go, but it's not up to me for like my entertainment to see how far they can go. It might, if I'm the GM, if I'm Trajan Langdon, if I'm the president, I'm trying to build a team to win a championship now, right? So you look like you're pretty good. He's right in the article. He says they have the best record. Doesn't mean they're the best team in the East. You're trying to be the best team in the East come playoff time. So I think in the end, you have to make a trade. This might be the perfect time to do it. You can't wait. Tobias Harris's contract is a big reason why. He's expiring this year. He's not providing much on the court. Off the court, I think he provides veteran leadership and all that stuff. But on the court, he's providing very little. He has an expiring big contract that helps you match up with any trade. I think you have to do it. The stars are aligning right now for you to do it. And if you ask me, are the Pistons going to win the championship this year with this roster? I would say no. I wouldn't bet on it. If they make a move, I'd probably feel more confident. So in the end, I think they do have to make some kind of move. Everything aligns.
The thing about it is, you didn't break a rule, which I'm about to make a rule. If you call up and say, or text us and say, you want the Pistons to make an aggressive move because, quote, I just want one of our teams to. That's you can't do that. What the Red Wings, Tigers, and Lions have done should have no bearing on the smartest thing the Pistons should do. So I'm making a rule here. Can't say that.
You can have your opinion that they should or should not make the trade, but do not bring up to support your opinion that, well, the other teams didn't do it, so I need this team to do it.
Well, I just want one of our teams to make. Don't do that.
Not up in here?
Not up in here. I mean, it's like basically saying, yeah, force the hand, Trajan, because nobody else did. 248-539-9797.
Hollinger's kind of saying, I want to see this team go through some rough spots, but you don't have to go through those rough spots. You know what I mean? Yeah. That's not a prerequisite to winning a championship. If you can build a team right now, they have the young pieces, they have the draft picks that who cares about, they have the expiring contract and an old player who's not helping you. You almost have to make a trade.
I don't think that every trade deadline there's going to be that player that seems like they would fit nicely for the Pistons. I don't think that happens every year. And this year, it looks like there's a couple players that could be had that either of them would make sense. We talked about it yesterday with Markkanen or Michael Porter Jr., that these guys could make sense. You can't count on that's going to be creeping up next year too. Okay, look, I saw them play. They got all the way to the conference finals in 2026. So, yeah, now I'd go ahead and make that. No, you don't have that luxury. You don't know what's going to be around the corner. You have to judge it based on what you have now. And obviously, Trajan Langdon has a much better grip on what's going on than John Hollinger will or that you and I would. But I don't think just taking this cautious path and saying, well, I got to see another playoff before I'm ready to make moves makes any sense.
So you guys are against what Hollinger is suggesting. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Ali. You're on 97.1. What's up, Ali?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
I'm a huge believer. By the way, I've watched every Piston game since '87, so I have a good, figure on the.
Your credentials are in order.
Okay, so there's no reason to hang on to Tobias Harris. Yes, he's good. Yes, he's a veteran. Yeah, he does a bunch of extra stuff that's outside the court. And on the court, he's okay too. But you got an expiring contract right now that's going to allow you to attach to multiple other players and get somebody very good that's going to be here for the next 2-3 years at least to build with Cade Cunningham down the road. We wait until the end of the year and we play. Now Tobias Harris' contract is gone. There's nothing. Now we have to just bank on free agency. We have something right now. Take advantage of it right now.
So you will be disappointed if they don't make a move.
Extremely disappointed. I mean, come on, we don't get to this point without doing nothing about it. And I see where the Lions came from. I can see where the Tigers came from. Red Wings, they are what they are. But this is a whole different situation. The Pistons have value now. You don't have the value at the end of the year. You're going back to free agency and begging people to come to you where you can make it happen right now.
Do you think you need to beg people to come to Detroit now?
Look, we're going to be real, man. It's not as easy as it is to come to Detroit than it is to come to any major city. We're against each other. We have other teams that are going to have a little upper hand against us.
Look, it's not an exotic locale, but this is no longer an NBA outpost either. I mean, I'm not exactly saying we're Golden State. Most of our lives, Golden State was an afterthought in the NBA. Now they're getting players that they want. We're not there yet. But people want to play with Cade. Like, this has become far more attractive than it once was. Now, if you might need some of that Tobias money to bring back Duren for that matter. But 248-539-9797. Stefan in Clarkston, you're next. Hi, Stefan.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
What's up?
I kind of disagree with the article. I do think the Pistons know what they are currently. If there wasn't the perfect player sitting out there right now for them to acquire, I would be more hesitant on just trading to trade. But when you have Michael Porter Jr. sitting there, And what's reported to give up for him, I don't understand why that trade doesn't make this team better. I really do think you're a 3-point shooting or 1 3-point shooter away from contending for a title. That's the one area when Cade's off the floor, they really struggle to shoot the ball, especially from the outside. And I think it'll open Duncan Robinson up a little more. But I do think this team knows what they are. They're a defensive team with a superstar and then a budding superstar in Jalen Duren. You add a third piece that can play, stretch the floor, shoot the three. You can't tell me there's a team in the East that can beat the Pistons.
Well, I got to tell you, Stefan, the Michael Porter Jr. trade rumors are fascinating to me because when I see what people propose that they need to give up to go get Michael Porter Jr., I do it 10 times out of 10. It looks too good to be true. I can't believe that all they'd have to give up is like Tobias, like Ivy and a first-round pick or something like that to get a player that's averaging 25 a game, taking 10 threes and shooting over 40% from three. I mean,
seems too good to be true.
It really does. But it is tempting, and that's probably a move that I would make.
You know what seemed to be too good to be true, too, was the Rasheed Wallace
That's 100% true.
Like, 100% I couldn't believe
true.
how they got Rasheed Wallace.
And Mike James. When that trade went down,
That's
I'm
right.
like, they also got Mike James, who is a player that's going to help you win basketball games. Get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. 97.1. Phone calls and feedback on the John Hollinger story in The Athletic, saying that the Pistons should sit tight this year because they don't really know who they are yet, and they won't know who they are until they get into a deep playoff run and have a peer-to-peer, like 7-game series against a team that knows that can maybe expose a weakness that you don't know is there yet. So he is in favor of moves on the margins, but no big swings from the Pistons, which would fall in line with what has been a hot button topic in all of 2025 and might be in 2026 is teams in Detroit not taking big swings. Now, to be clear, one should not impact the other. If your reasoning for wanting the Pistons to take a big swing is you just want one of our teams to take a big swing, that really, to me, is not a real factor, and it shouldn't be for you either. The reason is because somebody else, in your view, made a mistake doesn't mean another team needs to overcorrect, right? And I think that stands to reason. Maybe not too many people need that lesson, but at the end of the day, they do look like they very well might be the best team in the East. The one thing that doesn't do the Pistons any favors is the schedule. You know what I would love to have as a data point? A game with Oklahoma City. I would love to have that against the NBA's best. Take a look and have a way before the trade deadline to determine, are they as good? How do they stack up against Oklahoma City? Now, one regular season game might not necessarily be enough data, but it would be something to be able to look at and say, we're miles away or we're right there, right? Something.
Yeah, well, I mean, this week they play tonight against Phoenix. That's a pretty good basketball team. They play Saturday against Indiana. They play Monday against Boston. I mean, that's a pretty good gauntlet.
But we know what they are against those teams. They've played those teams.
Another game against Phoenix at Phoenix. Yeah, they don't have that. They have a game against. When's the deadline? Is it the 6th?
Yes.
So they play a game against Denver on February 3rd.
They don't play San Antonio before the trade deadline, do they?
And they play the Knicks on February 6th, but that'll be at night after the trade deadline is come and gone. Yeah, great. But at the same time, if you're Trajan Langdon, shouldn't you have a pretty good idea of how good your team is?
You have an idea, but
I mean, a pretty good idea. Like, I guess let me put it this way. I don't think Trajan Langdon is going into this with the same approach that John Hollinger is. I don't think Trajan Langdon is saying, well, I just got to see this team play and get to test it in a 7-game series because that's when I'm really going to know. I don't think he's approaching it like that. I sure as hell hope he's not approaching it like that because I would expect him to know how good he thinks this team really is. Have a good opinion. At this point, I hope he's not going, geez, I don't know. I mean, maybe we could play in a playoffs.
Yeah, part of his job is kind of predicting the future.
Yes.
Knowing what you have. Hey, I think we can win. I think we can't. Like, you can't wait till after it happens. Anyone can react.
Well, you can wait till after it happens because you might say, for instance, if they don't win the NBA title this year, I'm not mad at him for not knowing that they weren't going to win the NBA title.
No,
I think if he wants to take a run with this core and says, I think we might be good enough, to do it this year. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, even if he's wrong.
I think there's a difference with saying that I don't want to upset the apple cart with this team and the chemistry and let's go with it. I really like this team the way they're constructed and go for it that way. I don't think there's anything wrong with saying that. I think if you're going to pass on a trade because you're not sure because of the reasons Hollinger gives you, that I have an issue with.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Don and Armada. You're next. Hi, Don.
Hey, gentlemen. How are you?
What's up?
Hey, I called to talk about Scooble, and that's what I want to get to. I really like the Michael Porter Jr. thing, though. I'm hesitant about Ivy, though. I feel like he's been better every game since he's come back, but I don't know. I don't know what his defensive metrics and all that stuff is either. But
I like his effort.
Yeah. As far as Scooble, though, I mean, I just think, and I've thought this for a couple of years now, the Tigers are screwed. I mean, I see no scenario where it works out where the Tigers are going to look good. Placating him here this year in arbitration, what would that have done? I mean, you could offer him 25 and let's say he accepted it. You think he's going to start going over 100 pitches this year in his free agency year, or that's going to make Boris more likely to sign with them next year? No, I don't. They're just giving him an extra $5 million. The Tigers must know they can't compete with New York's and LA's when he hits free agency. Boris is determined to get him to free agency. And the only scenarios I can see is if the Tigers are completely out of it and they can trade him at midseason and get something for him. Or, I mean, the only other scenario where they would maybe look okay is if hopefully they make it to the World Series and win the World Series this year, and then he still walks away. But
they've had interesting
I
reporting.
don't see a scenario where they look good.
No, I probably not. I don't think. I mean, my gut tells me that Scott Boras says we're going to free agency no matter what. Doesn't matter. And, and we're going to get you the biggest price, and the Tigers can't match that. And the reporting the last 2 days has been interesting. Yeah, the report from Evan Petzold, his article the other day in the Free Press, that said that the Tigers had offered $19.8 million initially when they start negotiating, and then eventually came down to $19 million when they had to submit their number. And it made the Tigers look terrible, right? Publicly and nationally, and people were skewering them, and you had a former player say they're a trash organization and all that. Then Chris McCoskey of the Detroit News reports yesterday, and comes out in a column today in the newspaper, that yes, that they were initially offered 19.8, but that Scott Boras's camp never countered. And
they didn't negotiate.
They didn't negotiate at all. And that the Tigers were willing to go over $20 million and perhaps as much as $25 million. But Boras never negotiated with them. So the first that they heard of the $32 million number was when it was submitted. And I'm like, that's a really crappy way of negotiating if you're Scott Boras, and that puts the Tigers in a bad position. So in the end, the Tigers are like, well, fine, we'll go low, whatever the recommendation is from baseball. We'll throw it at $19 million. Here you go. And then it's 32 from Skubal's camp, and it makes the Tigers look cheap when it probably not necessarily the case. I think Scott Boras is playing this thing to the hilt.
I want to be clear that I did not talk to somebody in the Tigers organization about this. Nobody in the front office, none of the coaches, none of the people in personnel, nobody. I talked to somebody in depth about this who is on the player side, okay?
Familiar with the process.
Very much so, all right? And let me be clear. The Tigers did exactly what Major League Baseball recommended that they do. And there's a reason Major League Baseball has an arbitration process. And to try and sum it up as best I can, it is in large part so that teams like the Kansas City Royals, the Pittsburgh Pirates, the Tampa Bay Rays can hang on to players for a while in their career, and they don't have to pay them like the Dodgers, the Yankees, and the Red Sox choose to pay players and can play players and have the affordability. There is a cost control measure in place so that the smaller market teams can draft and hang on to players. And arbitration is a system that's used to compare similar players at ages and say, well, this guy got this much, so this guy should get the same or more or less. And this flies in my face. If the Tigers just gave him his $32 million, it would break the scales. And all pitchers in baseball, league-wide, would ask for more, way more. And Skeens will ask for 40 when he's up for arbitration. Yeah. So what's going to happen is you turn it into free agency before free agency. So the Tigers and all teams are compelled to pay attention to what the league recommends and do what the league, because the league recommends what you should offer a player in arbitration. So that doesn't turn into premature free agency. It's the best way I can do to sum this up. So what the Tigers did, I didn't like it at first, but the deeper I get into the nuance of arbitration, the more I understand it. If they want to go above and beyond, they can call up Major League Baseball and say, hey, we were going to go a couple million higher than that and kind of get approval. But there's a reason that this is done this way, and it's so you don't get into bidding wars with teams that don't hold your players' rights.
Well, I get that. And
Boras is trying to break the system is what it appears. Yeah. And McCoskey wrote as much.
But the idea of free agency before they're free agent eligible, I mean, I think teams would love the ability to sign the player to the extension. And it's clear that that Boras does not want to do the free agency before free agency. He wants his player to be eligible for free agency earlier. And effectively he is. The Tigers could give him a long-term offer right now, an extension right now, but he doesn't want to listen to it.
Yeah, I think that if we do a deep dive on this, we'll be doing it for an hour and we'll lose the audience, but it's not as bad as it looks. And more reporting's coming out saying that. It's Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Another shocking gambling story has rocked the sports world today. This one primarily targets college basketball. A federal indictment charges 20 men in a point-shaving scandal. The scheme involves over 39 college basketball players in 17 schools, totaling to nearly 30 fixed games. 4 of those 39 players have ties to the state of Michigan, including Carlos Hart, Marquise Hastings, Deshaun Nelson, and Jalen Terry. Nelson and Terry both played at Eastern Michigan last season. Hastings played at Western Michigan from 2021 to 23 and is from Grand Rapids. 4 of the players named in the indictment are currently on NCAA rosters, including EMU's Carlos Hart, who has started in all 18 games for the Eagles this year, averaging 13 points per game. Other current players include the Conference USA Preseason Player of the Year, Simeon Cottle from Kennesaw State, Delaware State's Kamian Shell, and Texas Southern's Omar Karesi. All 4 players played within the last week. We're also getting ready for Pistons and Suns tonight here on 97.1. Detroit is the benefactor of a rare 4-day break in the middle of the season, and that's extremely helpful for the Pistons, who are missing their top 3 scorers and best rim protector in a loss to the Clippers last Saturday. Detroit will get Cade Cunningham back tonight and should see Jalen Duren, Tobias Harris, and Isaiah Stewart all return as well, as the trio is listed as probable on today's injury report. That game starts at 7 o'clock. Pregame coverage at 6:35 right here on 97.1. And the Lions have raised Steelers offensive coordinator Arthur Smith as a candidate for their open OC job. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
So we took the call last hour about Tarek Skubal and the arbitration situation. And, you know, Chris McCoskey happened to come out with a story today that sort of gave a little bit more perspective on what's going on there and how it isn't quite as bad as it looks. But the caller said there's really no way the Tigers are going to look good. I think the way what the fans care about is they just want the guy. They want the player back, and they want the player to play for their team, and they're mad if the team somehow, some way lets them go. Even though I just looked down at Twitch, and Coy Boy put this out there. Scoobs and Boris want out. It's so frustrating. Feels like the Ndamukong Suh years.
It has a feel like that. And I think outwardly, I think Skubal is he's along for the ride. He's an amazing talent. And he's just letting his agent negotiate how he's going to negotiate without really, it doesn't, I mean, this is the way it's coming across. It comes across is without his input on where he wants to be. It's just, hey, man, I'll give you the riches you've never dreamed of, that you couldn't possibly dream of. Okay, we're going to go to free agency. You'll see. And he'll get offers, and one of them probably won't be from the Tigers, won't be competitive enough from the Tigers, because it'll be the guys, the big boys that have the deep, deep pockets. And it just feels like we're lost. We're out on that because it's not a cap league. The NFL, it had that same kind of feel, because Ndamukong Suh would say, when he would speak publicly, he'd say maybe not necessarily the right things, but they were non-committal, and he didn't say anything bad about the Lions. And in the end, the Lions couldn't match the offer that he got from the Dolphins because there's no state income tax, and they offered more money, and what the Lions would have had to have offered would have been ridiculous, and it just didn't make any sense. But Suh got paid. Some players just want to get paid. And it's starting to feel like that's exactly what Skubal's doing. And there's nothing wrong with that, because you can only do this job for so long. You know, this isn't like this long-ass career where you retire when you're 60 or 65 or whatever. I mean, this is, your arm can be done tomorrow and you're out. So I don't begrudge the players for trying to maximize their earnings. But at some point, you know, you'd love to hear that. Of course, you want to hear that every player that's good that's on your team wants to stay there forever, get paid well enough, but not too well, because you don't want them to, to prevent other players from joining this team and winning championships.
248-539-9797. Got a little NFL draft exercise we'll do this hour. You know what sparked it? Fresh Mel.
We got Fresh Mel?
We got Fresh Mel.
I thought I was going to say, now that Dante Moore is not part of the draft?
It has nothing to do with that, but we'll get to it coming up a little bit later on. Andrew in Detroit. What's up, Andrew?
What's going on today, fellas?
How you doing, sir?
First off, I think that the Pistons definitely should trade Tobias Harris. They've shown this year that they don't necessarily need him to be on the court, because they played over half their season without him, been winning. I would love to see them get a stretch forward that can shoot the ball, or maybe somebody that can come out screens real good and be a knockdown shooter. The Skubal thing I find interesting, because I feel like this. I feel like if a pitcher can't go more than 7 innings, if I can't get half of your starts be a complete game, then I can't pay you as a top marquee pitcher when you have pitchers who actually do that who not getting as much. Even though you did win the Cy Young and everything like that, how many complete games did you give me that season? And my last thing is, I honestly believe John Harbaugh will be out of New York in 3 years. When he got to Baltimore, he came in with a good core, good defense, and an identity, and a great GM who knew how to draft. He's going to a team that has a horrible GM, a team that has no offensive line, a quarterback injuries, your receiver, your running back, both coming off of major injuries, and you have no defense. So with all that put together, I see him having a 3-year run in New York.
Yeah, I would disagree with a lot of that. I think the Giants have a lot to work with, and I think it's an attractive job for John Harbaugh to take over. I think they have a good quarterback in Jackson Dart. I think that their defense, particularly defensive line, is pretty stout. They have other players on the roster that are good young players, and then they have also, a top 5 pick in the draft?
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't think it's as dire as he makes it seem. And as far as Tobias is concerned, Tobias's value is making contracts meet. You want to make your immediate roster better for the here and the now, what you can get here and now. Unk plays a role on this team, and it's important. But if you can get Michael Porter Jr. with Tobias, a player, and a pick, I think you have to do that deal. I understand what Hollinger, and if you missed it, John Hollinger, former Memphis executive, wrote that he would stand pat if he were the Pistons, make a move on the margin, and that's it. And his reasoning was he wanted to see what they did in a 7-game series. He feels like this, you don't even really know who you are. Regular season doesn't mean as much. You don't know who you are until you're in a peer-to-peer 7-game series like in the Eastern Conference Finals. Then you find out who you really are. And he doesn't think they should address anything until they have answered that question. 248-539-9797. Sam is next on 97.1. Hi, Sam.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, sir. What's up?
A couple of things on Scooble. First, it's clear Evan Petzold is a Scott Boras mouthpiece. No, he can't reveal his sources. I get it. But, everything we're hearing from him has got to be coming from Scott Boras. Second, this isn't about Scott Harris. This is about Chris Ilitch. Clearly, he's a hardliner on the negotiations coming up. He wants a cap. He isn't going to play ball with Scott Boras. And the other thing that I don't
hold on, Sam. Let me stop you there. Did you read Chris McCoskey's story today?
No, I didn't.
Okay, because McCoskey said that the Tigers made an opening offer to Scooble, like you do, at $19.8 million, knowing that he would come back with more. They both make extreme proposals, and then you meet in the middle, and they were willing to go. McCoskey said up to $25 million. So I think that would have been playing ball with Scott Boras.
But Scott Boras wasn't playing ball because Scott Boras didn't negotiate.
Even counter.
Didn't even counter.
He wouldn't talk to them.
But then he leaks whatever he cares to leak to Evan Petzold, and now the Tigers look like idiots.
But you said the Tiger. You think Ilitch is a hardliner. I'm not sure if he is or isn't. I think I think he was trying to do the negotiation process. And if you're trying to, if you're saying he wasn't playing ball, it looks like Scott Boras is the one that wasn't playing ball.
Well, the other thing that doesn't get mentioned, I gather, Tarek Skubal is on a players' union executive committee.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think from his standpoint, he feels it's his job to get the absolute top dollar.
He may, yeah. That's a solid point.
So anyway, hopefully they trade him. That's all I got to say. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. 248-539-9797.
Hopefully they win a World Series.
Yes.
And then I don't really care what happens if they can win a World Series this year. But if there's a trade to be made that makes the Tigers better, make the trade.
Well, look, at this point, I think it's, the most obvious thing in the world is this is the last year of Skubal in Detroit, if it even happens.
Yeah, but I can't take the Hollinger approach with Skubal. I can't wait to see what happens this season before you figure out what you're going to do. You got to figure it out now.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Dan and Ipsy, you're next. Hi, Dan.
Yo, hey, why is Chris getting let off the hook on this? Right? When we say, oh, the Tigers can't sign
Hello?
to pay, of course they can.
Dan, we lost you there for a minute. Go ahead. Start again. Why is Chris getting left the hip? What?
I think we can't just, it's not a foregone conclusion that we can't sign Scooble. We absolutely could. Mike, Chris's dad, used to be the highest bidder all the time.
Well, he wasn't
And
with
look, took
Scherzer.
him all the way to the World Series. Not with Scherzer, and that was a huge mistake.
Well, he wasn't always the highest bidder.
We're not a small market team. We're not Tampa Bay. We're not Pittsburgh. But Chris seems to want to turn us into that, and that should scare fans.
But they're
Go
also,
out,
but would
spend
you
the
also
money,
admit
and
though?
try to compete.
But Dan, would you also admit they're not the major market team that New York or Boston or LA is?
Why not?
Because they're not.
Because the Dodgers have a $1 billion TV deal. The Tigers don't have a TV deal.
Chris Ilitch has $6 billion.
Fair enough. But every team, not every team, those teams at the top of the totem pole can always give $1 more.
Only because Chris doesn't want to.
Well, I mean, maybe. There's also becomes a point where I don't want Scooble for 10 years and $50 million a year.
I don't either.
And those teams can absorb the mistake if it's a mistake. Tigers can't. They don't have as much. And you can say only if Chris doesn't want to. I mean, I suppose that's fine. I don't want him to sign a dumb deal.
I think it would be really interesting. I brought this up a little bit yesterday, but if the Tigers were, and make it public, right? You want to call out Boris, call him out. All right. Let's get all the cards on the table. Leak it out that the Tigers have offered Tarek Skubal a 2-year, $90 million contract. Pay him 45 and 45.
Yeah,
for the
I'd
next
love
2 years.
that. I think that'd be a creative way to keep it affordable, and because I don't think they care as much about their perception. If they cared about their perception, they wouldn't have filed the Major League Baseball recommendation, which almost everybody does when it comes to arbitration offers. But
because the $45 million, that's a monster number. It would be a 2-year deal, so he gets to free agency a year later, and it gives the Tigers a little bit more of a runway to see what they have here in the next 2 seasons with Tarek Skubal if they can win a World Series or not.
248-539-9797. Got an NFL draft exercise we will get to coming up a little bit later on here on 97.1. not to be, I don't want to take out of context what the last caller had to say. There's definitely more that the Tigers could do in terms of payroll. 100% more that the Tigers can do in terms of payroll. When it comes to arbitration cases, after sitting with somebody last night and my head was spinning, believe me, I came away with the understanding that the Tigers don't really set that price. Major League Baseball does. And almost everybody adheres to that. You can talk to the league about going above what the recommended value is, but arbitration is the only cost control that they have as a league, and the owners try to adhere to it. And the McCoskey story, and I don't know what his sources are, but basically said Boras wouldn't talk to the Tigers even about negotiating this last deal. And the Tigers were willing to negotiate and go much higher than 19, but that was their opening offer, and they expected them to come back with a super high opening offer, and then they'd meet in the middle. But Boras wouldn't even talk to them. Can the Tigers go higher when it comes to just standard free agent contracts? Yes. Yes, they can. And I hope that they do. And I have been disappointed. And I agree with them to a certain extent. I'm not sure it applies in this case, though. Because I think what Tarik Skubal is about to get is probably a contract that I wouldn't be in favor of, considering he probably just had his back-to-back Cy Young Award-winning seasons are probably the best 2 years of his career.
Yeah.
And we just experienced them. And unfortunately, it's probably going to be not as good moving forward. He's only going to get older, and there's already arm events in his history. The length of contract that he is going to command is one that I would be uncomfortable with the Tigers signing.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable going on an 8-year deal at all for him. And that's what he's going to get. He's going to get that in the open market, and they've already floated that $400 million number out there. And one of those big teams is going to be willing to pay it. And I don't think the Tigers should be willing to pay it because I don't think he's worth it. I think it's going to be a horrific contract at the end of it. And in the end, you're going to be hurting yourself when you need to rebuild or find other players at that point, and you can't do it because you're hamstrung with a $50 million a year contract.
So if he is saying that the Tigers should spend whatever they can to get Skubal, and he doesn't think that the ownership will do it, that's fine if he's in favor of that. I'm not spending whatever I can to keep Skubal. I don't think that's a smart baseball move, personally. But as it applies to other free agents, yeah, I'd like to see them get a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, I'm curious if it doesn't seem like he's willing to do it the Bregman deal like he did last year with Boston and do that with Skubal. He doesn't seem like he's going to do that because he knows that this is a guy in a prime of his career, ready to hit free agency, and he's going to set the market. Whereas Bregman, he promised he would set the market, and he didn't. Skubal's a different kind of guy.
248-539-9797. Chris is next. Hi, Chris.
Hi, how are you?
What's up?
I agree with you guys 100%. You can't ante up all on Skubal. Yeah, he's a great pitcher, but it's a team game, and Chris Ilitch needs to spend more money. He's not like his dad, obviously. He's not. He doesn't want to win. You have to have an owner that wants to win.
Why do you say he doesn't want to win? Because I think that's a leap. If you say he's not spending enough money, that's fine. But to say that, then to extrapolate that as he doesn't want to win, I mean, there are other ways to win than spending money willy-nilly.
No, you don't have to go all in, but there's players out there that they can get to make this team better. You don't have to spend, umpteen $1 million.
Well, I would agree, but is that a Chris Ilitch problem, or is that a Scott Harris problem who's hired to figure this out?
I would say more Scott Harris, but I think it's a combination of both. I mean, sure, Tarik Skubal is a great pitcher, but like you just reiterated, how long is he going to pitch? You can't give him a 10-year deal, $40 million a year, because that's what he's going to want.
Right, and that's what somebody else will give him.
Right, exactly. That's why baseball needs to go to a cap. They have to go to cap.
Well, that's a whole separate issue.
Yeah, you're kind of all over the place, Chris. But yes, the one thing about a salary cap is you feel like everybody has the same resources. The reason why teams are adherent to what the MLB Labor Relations Board, I think is what it's called, tells teams to bid for arbitration, their offer for arbitration, is because it's the only cost control that they have. And if you just okay, here's something that's really important that I haven't gotten to yet, and I want to bring it up because I was told yesterday again, by somebody who knows, all right? And McCoskey actually wrote the same thing. I can stop worrying about Skubal being unhappy next year. He understands it's a business. McCoskey wrote the same thing today. And so I'm sure we don't have the same source. Okay, I'm sure of that. That he understands it's a business. He's not going to be mad about this. That he's going to go out and be the bulldog that he is. And that's the kind of thing that I was concerned of. I was really concerned about. So, and that's good news. 248-539-9797, because if we have one more kick at the can with him, then let's hope that it turns out the best it possibly can, right? NFL draft talk today at 12:35. Got a little exercise. We based upon some fresh mail. Mel Kiper reporting. Yeah. Muhammad is next on 97.1. Hi, Muhammad.
Hey, what's going on, man?
How you doing, sir?
Want to talk about Brad Holmes and some of the expectations of the Detroit Lions, man. A big-time Lions fan, long time here, and I watched Brad Holmes build this team in front of my eyes, and at what point, what are the expectations for this upcoming season or for the next 2 years? Because Brad Holmes did a great job building this team, but he's failed to maintain a great roster. He's failed to make moves that will take us to the next level, and these kind of moves are being demonstrated by other GMs. So what does Brad Holmes need to do?
What are the GMs?
Yeah, I'm intrigued. What is the other GM move that you're citing here?
I mean, you look at some of the things that they did in New England. You look at what they're doing in Philadelphia.
New England didn't do anything at the trade deadline.
So let's talk about Kenyon Mitchell and let's talk about Terrion Arnold, right?
Kenyon Mitchell, who was drafted ahead of Terrion Arnold.
So if we traded up that one or two extra spots, one of my buddies actually that was on the show the other day mentioned this to me. The difference between those two guys is an all-pro caliber cornerback and a guy who can't stay healthy and who sucks in man coverage. So, like Brad Holmes, you got to wake up. You got to make those bold decisions. We've traded up so many picks, so many moves up to draft Jamison Williams, but it's just
they traded up to get Terrion Arnold.
I know they did.
Yeah, they couldn't trade up enough to get Kenyon Mitchell.
They should have.
Okay, so,
that's fine. I think he probably agrees with you.
We both actually on this show we love Kenyon Mitchell.
Yeah, and I think if Kenyon Mitchell, it would help to have Kenyon Mitchell. He's a better player than Terrion Arnold. You do realize saying he should have is a little bit unfair. With that said,
did you know Terrion Arnold was going to have a shoulder issue and miss most of the season?
Whether he knew it or not, it's a fact, and
that it happened.
Yeah, and so. He's hey, what I say yesterday, nobody's perfect.
Right.
He's not perfect, and he's gonna make mistakes. At this point, my second guessing about Brad Holmes or questioning Brad Holmes really is centered around what he does now. Okay, I don't think there's anything wrong with believing in your core, signing what is almost all good players. The one that might burn him is Kirby because Kirby's hurt. But so's Brian Branch, and he's due a new contract, so maybe they're saved from throwing bad money at Branch if that's going to be an issue. I don't know. But, there's some pressure on him this offseason to have a good offseason. New England didn't do anything at the trade deadline. New England, I went back and looked at the trade deadline analysis. New England was called one of the big losers at the trade deadline. And the winners, teams like Philly, they're out. Their big ticket they got at the trade deadline had 2 sacks. And didn't record one stat in the playoff game that they lost to San Francisco. That was an aggressive move. But the result of that aggressive move is actually what matters most. Now, it's hard to know, and I wish we did know what Brad Holmes said no to. Well, that's a very important thing. I want to know what he said no to. I want to know what draft pick he wouldn't move to get a player that could have helped. I would have felt really bad if a really good offensive lineman got traded at the trade deadline and the Lions didn't get him.
Yeah.
But that didn't happen.
No, it didn't. It'd be great to know what they're going to do.
Yep.
That's the most important thing is what's next. How do they fix the offensive line? Are they going to go free agency? Are they going to go through a trade? Are they going to go draft? All 3 avenues? How are they going to improve the offensive line that obviously needs improving? They need to know if Taylor Decker is coming back or not.
There's some pressure on Brad Holmes, though. I don't think he's on the hot seat, but
no, he's not on the hot seat. But and I agree with that. There is pressure on him, and I don't want to make it seem like he can do no wrong. He absolutely has to do better. And this is the offseason he's got to do it, because if the team doesn't get better and they miss the playoffs the second year in a row, yikes.
Yep.
You can't go down that path. Once you start tasting, how nice it is to make the playoffs and win in the playoffs, you have to keep doing that. And this fan base wants it desperately.
248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It is 97.1. I think we just took a call. With the 21st pick, the Philadelphia Eagles select Quinyon Mitchell, cornerback, Toledo. With the 23rd pick, the Detroit Lions also select Quinyon Mitchell, cornerback, Toledo. Like, you can't make a team trade you their pick. Well, he should have. Yeah, well, great.
Yeah.
Great. Okay. Now, is his track record in the draft good? Very. Has his last couple of drafts been as good? No. Now, I'm not giving up on this draft by any stretch of the imagination. They went trenches with 2 players I think have a lot of promise. And I think the wide receiver they traded up to get, maybe they shouldn't have traded up to get him, but I think he's got a lot of promise too.
He does.
And who knows what will happen with Frazier? We shall see.
Well, Frazier, and the other one is the edge rusher, Hassanin.
Mm-hmm.
Does he have promise? I mean, they drafted him thinking he did, and then unfortunately, like a lot of guys, got hurt right away.
I'm not counting on him.
I'm not counting on him either.
But,
I'm just saying, can they get lucky with a late round selection again? And maybe it's not lucky. Maybe it's just good.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
He's got pressure on him, though. Don't get me wrong.
He's got a lot of pressure on him.
248-539-9797. We go to Adam in Frankenmuth. Hi, Adam.
Hey, how you doing, fellas?
What's up?
Man, I got a couple things for you, man. First with Skubal. You guys hit it right on the head, man. We've seen his best years. We've seen 2 Cy Youngs, amazing pitcher. I'm just done playing the game. Like, I truly am. It's time I'd trade him before the season starts. I really would, because you're just going to deal with this headache after every game, after every start. He let's say you go, I got tired arm or something like that, and then he goes on the DL because he doesn't want to sacrifice his contract. You know what I mean? All the big money that he could make. You don't know what Boris is telling him. I'd move him now. I really would before the season starts.
I'm not as worried about that, Adam. I understand it's kind of natural to think that he's going to try and go with a degree of self-preservation. I don't know that he's wired that way, and I'm not sure that he can. But I understand the concern about it. But and as far as trading him now, I would too, as long as there's an offer. As long as there's a good offer.
And the only thing I kind of contradict you on that is, he's one heck of a competitor, but he knows that this is his one big contract that he's going to get. And for him to have that ball in that inning when we could have advanced, and he said, nope, I'm out. And people could say, it was a management thing or his, who really knows. But at the end of the day, it was just like, whatever. But to get to the Lions, the thing at the end of the day, man, I think what our biggest strength is our locker room and the grit, the buy-in, Dan Campbell and Holmes has created. But at the same token, I think that could be our Achilles heel. We held on to Taylor Decker too long. We didn't address the left tackle position. Penny Sewell will probably play left tackle, I'm guessing, next year, and we'll have to find a right tackle. I just think and I hope, because I love Brad Holmes. I'm a diehard Lions fan, been doing it a long time, and to see us to come from nothing to be where we're at, I'm grateful. But at the same token, like a lot of callers said, like the last guy come on and said, we didn't attack. Well, like Green Bay, went out and got Parsons. They, you go out and do these big deals, but that's not Detroit. That's not what we do. I mean, Rasheed Wallace, like you talked about.
We can. I'm not against a big deal, and I don't blame Green Bay for going to get Parsons. But if you're going to go with an all-in move and give up future first-round picks, you're rolling the dice a little bit that all-in move won't get hurt. And they got burned on it. They did. Not saying it was a bad trade, but one of the risks when you put a lot of your capital into getting one player is that there's a lot riding on that player's health. And you can't predict injuries. It certainly cost Green Bay. Green Bay didn't win a game after he got hurt. But that's part of the risk you take knowingly. And sometimes you get burned by it. Green Bay got burned by it this year. They did. But doesn't mean it was a bad trade or bad in concept.
Bold move. And
it's a bold move that
looked amazing for them to start off with. Yeah.
And that's why that kind of thing is why I'm when it comes to the NFL and other one and done sports in the postseason, and I guess it's the NFL, it's like college basketball, college football, be a championship contender every year. Because too many small things to big things can go wrong just like that cost you. You don't have a 7-game series where you can rebound. And, I think that in Green Bay's case, Green Bay, if I were sitting doing this show in Green Bay, I'd say I'd love to see what would have happened if our best player didn't get hurt. Just like we do the shows in Detroit and say we'd love to see what happened if a bunch of our guys didn't get hurt. Back to your phone calls, Robert in Southfield. You're next. What's up, Robert?
Hey, good afternoon. I almost said good morning. Anyway, I just want to know this. What was that one inning in that game 5 against Seattle would have accomplished when that team was not hitting and they hit all series or all September.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought this up, Robert. I'm glad you bring this up because people bring that up all the time. If he could have gone in the extra inning, what difference would that have made? So a different part of the lineup, I guess, is what it would have made. And would it just simply delayed the inevitable? They would have pushed another run across because the pitcher who came in didn't get the job done? And he would have been used in the same situation just an inning later?
I think as far as I think Skubal going out for that extra inning would have made a big difference to people in Detroit.
No, it wouldn't have, because the team was not hitting. Now, I could see what Yamamoto did for him to come back that next inning, because that was game, 7? And
it's game 5.
Yamamoto was a monster. No. When Yamamoto came in game 7 of the World Series, that's totally different than a game 5
of a previous series. Yeah, it's still do or die, but you're right. There's no tomorrow. Whereas even if Skubal comes out and pitches the 7th and the 8th, they do have to come back and have another series. There's a little bit different. That's bothered me more as time has gone on. It didn't bother me in the moment because A.J. Hinch was there talking me off the ledge. As more time goes on, Finnegan came in and immediately gave up the tying run, and we all know what happened, but let's go to Daryl in Detroit. You're next. Hi, Daryl.
How you guys doing today?
What's up?
Okay, I want to talk about the Pistons. Okay, here's the stat line. 13.4 points, 45% from the field, 33 from 3, 85 from free throws, 4.6 rebounds, 2.5 assists, and a half a block a game. Is that a pretty good line for a starter?
What was it? I didn't hear the points per game.
The points per game is 13.4.
That's pretty good. That's a guy who can help you win.
Okay, that's Tobias' stats. And Kane twice said he's provided little to nothing on the court. He said it twice. That is absolutely wrong. He's providing plenty. Now, is Porter a better player? Sure. But here it is. Let's talk about Porter. Porter is playing for Brooklyn now. He's not playing for Denver. In Denver, the highest he ever averaged was 19 a game. He have a career average of 17 a game. So his points went up because he's playing on a worthless Brooklyn team, and he's taking nothing but shots. So is he really worth the money? Because he's getting paid $37 this year, and he'll be paid $41 next year. If we take his contract, could we offer during the contract that he accepts? Or could that mess up our whole team?
I think with basketball, you have to keep this in mind with basketball, Daryl. It's different because they can go above the salary cap to re-sign their own free agents. And I think it's clear that Tom Gore, as the owner of this team, would be more than willing to go above and beyond to keep this team competitive. So I don't worry about Jalen Duren. I think they'll sign Jalen Duren. That's not a concern for me.
I got one more thing to say. To me, it seems like Jaden Ivey is just like J-Mo. Because this city here, this fan base here, wanted to get rid of J-Mo so much for so long. But then Detroit re-signed him. The same thing with Jaden Ivey. It seems like folks around here want to be done with that guy. They want him out of here in the worst possible way.
I don't get that, Daryl. What I get out of Jaden Ivey is that that's a piece that they haven't really been able to use that much, and that's a piece that, okay, if you're going to make a trade to get somebody who can step in and contribute right away, that be the necessary part to facilitate that trade.
Yeah, I don't interpret Detroit as wants to get rid of Jaden Ivey in the worst possible way. I do think that if things don't happen right away, people grow awfully impatient, awfully quick.
Well, and also to get somebody, you got to trade somebody. And Jaden Ivey seems like a perfect kind of guy where young player with somewhat of a ceiling that you can get some value for. And I'll say for a third time, Tobias Harris is providing nothing on the floor really for the Pistons as far as they don't need him to win games. He's played 23 games this year. Those numbers, as a starter, you can find a bunch of guys that average 13 points a game. What
would the person who replaces him, what would that person put up on the
I don't know. If it's Michael Porter Jr., it's going to be 29 points a game. You know what I mean?
I mean, not that much, but it would be more. Probably.
It'd be a lot more, but... And by the way, it doesn't. I like Tobias Harris. I think he brings a great presence to this team. He's helped this team get to where they are. But you get to a point where you only can go so far, and if you think you can get better, what do you always say, Gator? Don't be afraid.
Be afraid to give up the good for the great.
This team can be great, And sorry, Tobias Harris's contract is perfect right now to trade to get great.
Well, that's what it is, right? That's what makes him, puts him on the trade block, is he's helping. I will disagree with you. I think he helps a little bit more than you say, and it's not as easy to find. But I think he's helping
the last 5 games.
Well,
6.
No kidding. He's been hurt, but he's helped when he's on the floor. He helps them win. But his biggest asset is a big contract that can be matched up. And by the way, for people who, well, suffice to say, they're in a good spot. They just got to navigate this trade deadline, and if they can get Michael Porter Jr. without giving up much. And by much, I mean too many young players.
I think it's
Tobias, one of their young wings, and a pick.
But is it basically without giving up Holland or Asar Thompson or Jalen Duren or Isaiah Stewart? Isn't that?
Yeah, it's Ivy or Holland, actually, is what it is. 248-539-9797. All right, let's have a little fun with the NFL draft. Mel came out with some new rankings. I want to get your 2 cents on what's in the Lions' range. That today at 12:20 on 97.1.
Hey, are you kicking off the new year by trying to save some money with ice cold showers? I would not recommend that, particularly with how cold it is right now. Don't do that. This is why you got to call the team over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. You got problems, they can fix them. Don't let frozen pipes or a broken furnace derail your New Year's goals before January is even over with. Their local licensed experts are third-generation family tradesmen who handle the serious stuff so that you can focus on starting the year warm and stress-free. So whether it's your furnace, your water heater, boiler, or water filtration system, schedule your appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
got a sneak attack in Metro Detroit with the snowstorm last night and today. Yes, snow was in the forecast. It was not expected to be what it turned into, which was quite a dump. We got a dump of snow around Metro Detroit. Then the plows were out overnight or this morning, and surprise that they had to get out there. But yeah, usually we hear about Snowmageddon and bomb cyclones and batten down the hatches and buy toilet paper and all that stuff well before storms hit, because it plays very well in the news. Weather updates. And yet this one kind of caught us off guard.
Kind of did.
Yep. So I hope everybody made it safe. Home last night, to work this morning. A lot of schools canceled around Metro Detroit. To the great enjoyment of my wife. Very pleased. I asked her how her day's going. She said, I'm checking boxes. So she'll be happy.
Yeah, you know what that means.
I'm going to get home and there's going to be a to-do list.
There's going to be a list.
Yeah, probably. Probably one of her boxes, one of the boxes she had to check was make a list of things Doug needs to do.
That's right, 100%.
Yes. Yes, the honey-do list. Okay, we got some fresh Mel, and it's not a mock, but Mel Kiper has updated his player rankings. Okay? So this is for the coming NFL draft, and of course we're learning more and more about, which players are declaring for the draft and which ones are out. And Mel just updated his. And Scott, I started thinking about where the Lions are at 17. And you look at the field of players, I went like a range of 10, right around the Lions, from 13 to 22.
Okay.
Because if somebody's projected to be like the 13th or 14th best player in the draft, it's certainly no stretch to think that that player could be there at 17, right?
This is correct.
Yep. And if somebody is, 20 or 21, and this is not, obviously not the Lions board, but if this is what the board looks like, that range of players includes the top-ranked defensive end in the draft, the top-ranked defensive tackle in the draft, the top-ranked cornerback in the draft, and the top-ranked interior offensive lineman in the draft are all in that range between 13 and 22. Now, part of it is a little bit of definition. And an example I mean is the kid from Texas Tech, the outside linebacker, Bailey.
Yeah, David Bailey.
He is considered an outside linebacker and not an edge rusher. So when I say top-ranked defensive end, it's a player that specifically is ranked as a defensive end and not an outside linebacker.
So Ruben Bain?
Well, those players are, and this is where we get into the interesting part of this whole thing. At 13 is Ruben Bain, defensive end, Miami. At 14 is Jermod McCoy, cornerback, Tennessee. At 17 is Caden McDonald, defensive tackle, Ohio State. He's a top-ranked DT. And at 18 is Olaivevenga Owana, the interior offensive lineman from Penn State. If this is the field of players to choose from, who do you most want? Because you got the top-ranked defensive end, top-ranked defensive tackle, top-ranked interior offensive lineman, and top-ranked corner. Positions of need.
Yes, sure. And then you go with the best available player out of those positions, right? Because that's what the Lions do.
Mm-hmm.
But also the other factor, which is a big factor, is what have they done in free agency, which we wouldn't know. But I'm assuming that they'll take an offensive lineman in free agency. Is it a tackle? Is it a center? I don't know.
Let me back up. Well, it's not the top-ranked tackle. Caden Proctor is ranked number 19, who is a highly regarded tackle out of Alabama. So, I mean, there's your tackle if you want one. There's an interior offensive lineman if you want one. There's a defensive tackle if you want one. There's an edge rusher if you want them. And they're all the top-ranked at their position with the exception of Proctor.
I think the one that would make Lions fans happiest would be Bain.
Ruben Bain, the edge rusher defensive end. Yeah.
And when you look at his size, He's 6'3", which isn't. I think we'd love to see another Hutch 6'6", 6'7", somewhere in that range. But Bane has the size that the Lions like. It's not 6'3" and 230. It's 6'3" and 275.
Mm-hmm.
They seem to like that body type of a player. That's the Josh Paschal type, and that didn't work out. But Bane is a guy who everyone sees, and you're going to see him next week in the national championship game. He's a bit of a game wrecker. Now, they have a couple guys in that Miami defense, and maybe they just complement each other. But I think Bane's the guy that people be most happy about. But if the Lions were to sign a center in free agency, me personally, I'm going with the best offensive tackle I can get at 17, and I'm going to start him at right tackle.
Caden Proctor.
And I'm moving Sewell over to the left side, assuming that Taylor Decker is not coming back. Now, that's the other thing. If Taylor Decker is coming back, am I drafting his replacement, or am I just going to go with edge rusher?
Well, I've been saying all along I want a veteran center. And earlier this week, Kang pointed a couple things out to me. He said, look, there have been some really good centers that have come in and started in this league. We saw it with Frank Ragnow. And who was it this year, Kang, that came in? Gray Zabel, wasn't it?
Yeah, he played mostly guard this year.
Okay.
Their center, they did lose their center, but I don't think he switched over. But he was interior lineman, obviously.
So with that said, maybe I need to be a little bit more open-minded. If Olave Owane, the interior offensive lineman from Penn State, is out there. But I agree with you. The edge rusher would probably quiet most of the phone calls. Would probably go the furthest towards quieting phone calls. But I'm intrigued to hear what the people have to say. In the latest Mel Kiper player rankings, so this is a big board, and the Lions will have their own big board, and I feel like they pretty much adhere to that big board. They take the best player available, and if their big board looks anything like this, Ruben Bain is 13th. Jamal McCoy, the corner from Tennessee, is a top-ranked corner. He is 14th. Keldrick Falk, the defensive end from Auburn, is 15th. Akeem Messador, the other defensive end from Miami, is 16th. Caden Proctor, the defensive tackle from Ohio State, is 17th. He's the top-ranked defensive tackle. Owana A, the interior offensive lineman from Penn State, is 18th. Caden Proctor, who's the number 3 tackle, is ranked 19th. Lomu, the tackle from Utah, the other tackle from Utah, is the 4th-ranked offensive tackle. He's 20th. Peter Woods, defensive tackle from Clemson, is 21. And Mansour Delane, the corner from LSU, is 22. You know what I like about this? Actually, I like a lot. There's not a wide receiver in there. There's not a quarterback in there. There's not a running back in there. They're all positions that I could justifiably say the Lions should take. All 10 of them. It's kind of wild, really.
Kind of, yeah. And with the interior offensive linemen, I mean, again, it depends on what they do in free agency. If they don't draft a center, I mean, are you drafting a guard hoping to convert him to a center? Or are you going to draft a guy who played center in college and has played well at that position in college? Because Owane from Penn State's a guard, correct?
Yep.
And Pregnon is a guard from Oregon.
Yep.
So his next highest rated interior offensive lineman is Connor Lew, who is a center at Auburn. And Matt Gulbin from Michigan State, number 4, is a center. And Logan Jones from Iowa is a center. But then you're getting into 3, 4, 5 in the rankings. But again, do you think you can convert a guy?
I think
from guard to center.
Lions fans and me too a little bit, like you hate drafting a guy and then putting him somewhere he didn't play in college, right? I get that. I totally get that. I'm not saying to do that. But let's say the Lions have the guard much higher than the center on their big board, and they always stick to their big board. If they draft a guard still, what does that tell you about how they feel about Mahogany? Because they also ended the season, both guys, Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell's ended this end of the season pressers with, they want competition. That's competition, man. You know what I mean? May the best man win, right? This guard is too good to pass up. Even though we think you might be the guy, Mahogany, we're going to bring in some competition.
I think there is competition whether they bring more in or not. I think with Miles Frazier, there's competition. I think there's competition with Giovanni Manu. I think there's competition with Tristan Colon if they want to bring. I'm not sure if you have to bring him back or not, but I think there is competition all throughout there, even before you get to the draft. And yes, I do think they're going to draft somebody in the interior offensive line come April.
All right, this is kind of interesting. It's Mel's top players between 13 and 22 which somebody 13 could drop to 17 for sure, is a top-ranked defensive end, the top-ranked defensive tackle, the top-ranked interior offensive lineman, and the top-ranked cornerback. There's also the number 2 tackle or number 3 tackle in Caden Proctor. If you had to pick one of those guys, who do you most hope is on the board for the Lions at 17 and they can walk away with? 248-539-9797.
Another shocking gambling story has rocked the sports world today. This one primarily targets college basketball. A federal indictment has charged 20 men in a basketball point-shaving scandal. The scheme involves over 39 players and 17 teams, totaling to nearly 30 fixed games. The indictment lists betting irregularities ranging from $50,000 to as high as $428,000 placed on individual games, primarily focused on first-half spreads. 4 of the 20 players named have ties to the state of Michigan. Deshaun Nelson and Jalen Terry Terry both played at Eastern Michigan last season and are accused of point shaving in games against Oakland and Wright State. The indictment alleges multiple instances of text exchanges, irregular betting patterns, and subsequent first-half underperformances from Nelson and Terry. Marquise Hastings and Carlos Hart are accused of point shaving during their time at previous schools prior to transferring locally. 4 of the players named in the indictment are currently on NCAA rosters, including EMU's Hart, who has started in all 18 games this year for the Eagles. The indictment alleges the overall scheme is perpetrated by some of the same people involved in the FBI's indictment in sports gambling and illegal poker rigging that involved Chauncey Billups, Terry Rozier, and the Italian crime family La Cosa Nostra. And the Pistons are back tonight against the Phoenix Suns. It should be a primarily healthy squad as the team has had 4 days off. Tip-off tonight is at 7 o'clock right here on 97.1. We've got pregame coverage at 6:35. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Chabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. All right, so we got this this NFL draft topic with the Mel Kiper player rankings. It's pretty amazing because one of the things that you hope for is you hope when you're trying to make a next level jump. And I think that's clear that that's where the Lions are. I don't think of this year as a huge indictment on their roster. I think things didn't work out for them this year. They had some bad luck with injuries. Schedule was tougher. Then they got out of sync. Like there was something that specifically offensively, they struggled up front. And these are things that can get addressed year to year. I think this draft, and Mel isn't the be all end all, right? He's not by any stretch of the imagination. This is not a Bible that should be adhered to and followed as, word coming down from on high on stone tablets. But it looks like 17 might really align with positions they need.
Yeah, it really could. And something that might throw a wrench in this is the decision from Dante Moore to go back to college, because a lot of people thought that was going to be the number 2 overall pick. And if that prevents the Jets from taking a quarterback, if they're not convinced they need to take a quarterback and they take something else, it slides everybody else, ahead. And it could be an issue unless some other team decides to take Ty Simpson ahead of when they would have. I don't know. I like the mix of players. I do.
Yep.
And it's you're just given like the position group. Hey, this guy's the highest at this position. This guy's the highest at that position.
Doesn't mean they're good players.
No, but it also doesn't mean that that's where they should be ranked or whatever. It's Mel's rankings. That's fine. We need fresh Mel. We go to fresh Mel. But it's like you look at Ruben Bain, who has his 13 at defensive end or edge rusher, and yeah, there's a lot to like there. It's 16. He's got Akeem Mesidor, who's his teammate.
Yep.
So when you're watching the game next week, and you're watching those two bookend defensive ends, these edge rushers go at Fernando Mendoza, it's interesting to watch for a couple of reasons. One, to see which guy's better, perhaps, or also to see how the offensive linemen for Indiana handle it.
Mm-hmm.
Because they've got a highly rated tackle in Carter Smith, I believe, right?
Yep.
So there's a lot to watch with next week's game, but there's a lot of players that do fit the bill, and you don't have to be pigeonholed into, I have to have an edge rusher. I have to have a tackle. I have to have a cornerback. Now, it's interesting. The corner he's got in Jermod McCoy didn't play all last year with a torn ACL. So you're taking a chance on the guy who's in injured history there. And I think that would scare some Lions fans away from that.
248-539-9797. Which of those positions do you want the most? In the meantime, a ton of feedback coming in on a variety of things we've kicked around, including the John Hollinger story on The Athletic about how he would not take a big swing if he were the Detroit Pistons, because in his estimation, you really don't know who you are. Regular season success be damned. You don't know who you are until you get into like an Eastern Conference final, have a 7-game series, and some team really has a chance to exploit one of your weaknesses, and that's when the real story is told about who you are in the NBA. And since the Pistons haven't had that experience yet, he would not take a big swing. He would save that big swing for maybe next year or this offseason to address if something pops up. Here's feedback coming in. Justin in Roseville says, that former NBA executive is sitting on his couch instead of guiding a franchise. Should you really listen to that guy's advice? Well, Justin, yes. Yes, I actually will. More so than my own, Gators, any caller's opinion. That guy knows way more about it than any of us. Now, is he as good as all the GMs in the league right now? Probably not. That doesn't mean he's not a credible voice on a topic.
No, I can listen to his advice. I just disagree with it.
Yeah. And you can disagree with it. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you're trying to discredit a guy who was in an NBA front office for giving his opinion when asked, I will tell you that his opinion, I hope you value his opinion more than you value my opinion or Gator's opinion on that topic.
Speak for yourself.
Well, I know when it comes to the NBA, you are Mr. NBA here at the station.
These are facts.
Hardly a day goes by where you're not citing something from a random Sacramento Wizards game the night before.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Yeah, I don't. What I disagree with Hollinger is it's a wait and see approach, which I don't think you can be a GM of a basketball team right now and have a wait and see approach. There's a sense of urgency. You've got a chance to really take advantage of this conference. They're the top team in the conference right now by record. I think they're also the top team in the conference by the way they play. I don't think it's just the record. I think they actually are the best team in the conference. So if you're going to treat it as such, then that means you've got a real shot to get to the NBA Finals if you think it's the best team. How do they stack up against the West? Everyone seems to say, well, they wouldn't. They can't. Okay, is there a move out there that could be made that can get you there? And as we discussed yesterday, I think there is a path to get there without giving up too much of your core group of players that are really helping things out. Would it mess things up chemistry-wise? That's the risk you take. And I'm concerned about that because I think that there's great chemistry on this team. But I think that comes from J.B. Bickerstaff. I think he's the guy that instills that.
Feedback, next text, I totally agree with Hollinger. The young guys have to be tested. Next text, I'll say it. Run it with our current Pistons team this year. I think they really are that good. I think they can find a way to beat OKC. Next text. I agree with the former NBA executive to an extent. I love our team and I see many of these young guys as untouchable, but Ivy and Tobias must be packaged and traded before the deadline or they're walking for free. I don't want a Giannis move, but a move that got a forward that can shoot threes seems super necessary.
That text is pretty much spot on how I feel. This is the perfect timing to do this. With Tobias' expiring contract, Jay Ivey is going to become a restricted free agent. You have available players as Michael Porter Jr., Trey Murphy, whatever your choice is. Porter Jr. for most people. Yeah. And he's not on a long-term deal. He's only got 2 more years on his deal, Michael Porter Jr., so you're not crazy locked in. And, yes, I'm very curious of how this team would play it out, this current team. But I'm not trying. This is not a guessing game for me. If you can get someone who is an established scorer in this league who's playing very well right now, in Michael Porter Jr., and you don't have to give up 2 guys that are on quote unquote expiring contracts already. Jaden Ivey's going to be a restricted free agent, and Tobias Harris.
And Ivey's not really contributing right now. It's not that he won't, and I think he's got a high ceiling, like you mentioned earlier. He does, but right now on this team, he's not really contributing to the Pistons. So to move him with that expiring contract, and Tobias Harris might be a chemistry guy and a glue guy, but bringing in somebody that would be more of a contribute more than those 2 guys combined makes all the sense in the world.
I think the Pistons are 13-2 without Tobias Harris this year. He's averaging a career low in points. He's only getting older. Now's the time to move him. And I like Tobias Harris, but this makes all the sense in the world. And no Jason Tatum, no Tyrese Halliburton. Now is the time.
If that's realistic. That's the big if, right? Is it seems too good to be true that you could land a player like that, like Michael Porter Jr., and give up a player like Tobias who's got an expiring contract. That's why he's valuable. Jaden Ivey, who has high upside, but he's been hurt and hasn't really, gotten up to speed just yet, even though they're playing him 20 minutes a game. And then you're talking about draft capital, which doesn't matter.
248-539-9797. I really wish that the Pistons played OKC or San Antonio before the trade deadline because they seem like two teams that are going to be vying for the West. I mean, I guess I shouldn't dismiss Denver, but at the end of the day, and they will play Denver in a couple weeks before the trade deadline, but I'd love to see them against the league's best as another data point to how close they are, not to winning the East, but winning the whole thing.
I saw what they did to New York.
What's that?
I saw what they did to New York. That was pretty good. That's the team that's thought of as being one of the better teams in the East. But I understand your point about you got to see it in the West. Okay. But can't change the schedule.
So,
what it is.
but I'm just saying the point is, I think they are good enough to win the East right now, and I think they've proven that. I don't know if they're good enough to win the whole thing. I wish they'd played those. Like they have 2 games against Oklahoma City after the trade deadline. If it was perfect, they'd play them twice before the trade deadline. Hey, it's Doug Karsch here to tell you that Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights is ready to warm up the winter with hot deals, like a 3-year lease on a 2026 Chevy Trax LT for just $329 a month with $19.99 down. You heard it right, $239. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM employee discount through Ally Bank, 10,000 miles per year, plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends February 2nd. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Dante in Royal Oak writes in, sometimes they make a trade and it messes up the team chemistry, especially if you bring in a person with a big ego involved and it changed the whole chemistry of the team. On paper, it looks like it should be a good trade, but never underestimate the chemistry aspect. That's from Dante. And Dante, you're right. And I do get the sense that Tobias Harris has a huge value in that locker room. I also, the best I could tell, Michael Porter Jr., pretty good dude. And I don't think, from what I can tell, I might be missing something. Is there anything there with Michael Porter?
No, I mean, my biggest concerns with Michael Porter Jr. are hopefully his back is okay because he's had a history of back injuries. And secondly, can he play defense the way we want him to? He's not known as a defensive guy. Now, of course, coming here, we'd need him to score and shoot the three, but you still got to play some kind of defense. Those are the only two things. As far as locker room guy, when he was in Denver, he was forced to play a different role because they had two stars over there in Jokic and Murray. So, and now that he's able to play a starring role with Brooklyn, you see how he can shine. So I think locker room guys, he's been fine, and he'll be fine here.
The other thing is they're not bringing Tobias back next year. So
that's what I'm saying.
It's a locker room guy for a few months. And again, we all like Tobias, a really good guy.
Yep.
But if he has to be part of any trade because of the money to make anything work, then he understands that. He probably knew that the moment he signed that contract.
248-539-9797. Probably the biggest controversy with Michael Porter Jr. is his brother Jonte's banned from the NBA for gambling. But hey, that's not him. Let's go to Rob in Wyandotte. You're next. Hi, Rob.
Wouldn't me?
Hey, how's it going?
All right, Rob.
I had a thought, everyone's comparing this team to the Going to Work Pistons. And I thought to myself, they do remind me a lot of that. And I thought, well, wait a minute. Before the trade deadline in 2004, they picked up Sheed out of Portland. And I feel like, I didn't want to mess with chemistry, but he was that piece we needed, and the rest was history,
Well, they changed it. The other big move that they did was that they moved on from their head coach. They brought in Larry Brown, right. The professional vagabond, and he ends up, being the guy. So you talk about chemistry. Sometimes it's overrated, sometimes it's underrated. I'm not sure what's going on.
Yeah, I don't want to say, I'm just thinking as the team as a whole, not so much the coach.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of the team. Seemed like the chemistry, they were one piece missing, and they picked up Sheed, and that seemed like the magic potion.
That team was closer. That team had proven more in the playoffs. That team had been to an Eastern Conference final. And I'm not saying that this team isn't worth making that kind of investment in, but you know what? Hollinger would make the trade with that team. The argument against is being made by John Hollinger, the former Memphis executive, because he says you don't know who you are until you get into a deep playoff series later in the playoffs, not a first round series. And I can understand his argument with that. That Piston team in 2004 had done exactly that. They'd been to the Eastern Conference Finals and lost. Larry is next on 97.1. What's up, Larry?
Hey, fellas. Thanks for taking my call. How you guys doing today?
We're great. How are you?
Good, thank you. I agree. I got 2 points. My first point is with the Lions. I believe they're going to go back-to-back offensive linemen because it's been shown over the last 3 years if they keep Goff upright, there's enough offensive firepower on the Lions where they can win the 38, 31, 35 games. And last year, as much as they were beat up on defense, I'm going to say they were adequate, maybe respectable, with all their injuries on the back end and around. That's my Lions point. My quick Piston point is the main guy to go get, in my opinion, and I want to hear what you have to say, is Markkanen out of Utah.
That'd be costly.
What's that?
That'd be costly. I think Markkanen would be great here, but it would cost you a lot.
Well, you know what? I agree it's going to cost you a lot, but he would absolutely be the perfect fit. Like you just said anyway, they're not going to retain Tobias Harris.
So give him the cost.
And how many first-round draft picks do they have stashed up?
Doesn't matter.
They would be
for good teams.
It would be. They would probably ask for Tobias and Asar Thompson. You would counter with Tobias and Ivy and Holland and maybe 2 firsts.
You think it would be that
Maybe
steep?
not. Maybe not that steep. But I'm trying to think if I'm doing the show in Utah, what I'm going to ask for, and I'm not. It's going to be more. Hell, if I'm doing the show in Brooklyn, I'm asking for more for Michael Porter Jr. that's reported that's out there. To be honest with you, but yeah, I'm asking for a lot.
I think Markkanen fits their scheme because they'll still have Durham and beef stew underneath. They got a legitimate, top quality 3-point player. Give Utah whatever they want.
Oh,
Larry,
you can't give them whatever they want. What I just mentioned was ridiculous. Yeah,
Well,
I mean, Joker would fit here too, and I mean, you can't. You're right. He would make a ton of sense, and he could be in play. It would hurt. I would imagine it would hurt to get Lauri Markkanen.
Well, in the last 2 years, I mean, he only played 47 games last season, and he's played 33 games this season. So he's been banged up a little bit, and his shooting percentage from beyond the arc is 34.6 from last year and 36.5 this year. I mean, it's nothing special. The previous 2 years were over 39%, but it's not like he's this expert marksman from beyond the arc. He's good, and he's got the size, and he does fit a lot of what they'd be looking for. And a guy who's averaged 28 points a game this year is pretty exciting. But there's downsides to it.
Quick search. The Jazz want Asar Thompson. And that's cutting into one of your core guys for the now and the future.
Yeah.
And they get more than that, obviously.
Yeah, because what Asar brings is the want to play defense.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's part of the identity of this team. I'm not looking to get rid of the guys who are part of the identity.
Utah side, they want Tobias Asar and 2 draft picks. Probably 2 first-rounders. That's tough.
That's why the Michael Porter Jr. trade is so enticing. You get to keep Asar in that scenario. If they're willing to take Ivy, Tobias, and some first-round, second-round picks, you're not giving up any of the core. You're giving up guys that might not even be here next year.
Yep. That one's hard to say no to. And again, the more I think about it, the more Gator and I talk on and off the air, I can't imagine that's true. Doesn't that feel like it's a light price to pay?
Yeah, but you know what? Trae Young just got traded and no draft picks were involved. And I know
true.
you don't like Trae Young, but the guy is an all-star in this league, and it just depends on how motivated the teams are to move certain players. Because, I mean, Desmond Bain got moved for a bunch of draft picks. It's weird.
Let's go to Jim next on 97.1. Hi, Jim.
Hey, guys. How are you?
What's up?
I want to talk to you about this Pistons trade that a lot of guys are calling in about.
Yeah.
I wouldn't. I'm one of those who believes that this young team, and if you take out Tobias Harris, about 9 years in the league, and Karis LeVert with about 8 years, almost everybody else on this team has played only 5 seasons or less. They're 25 years old or less. And why break up this chemistry? I'm in agreement with that. These guys got something going. Bickerstaff likes defense. You've got a great core. Why don't you consider something like Donovan Clingan, 7'1" center? He's doing great with rebounding, block shots, or go and see if you can get Con Knuppel of the Hornets for your 3-point shooting to spread the space the floor better. That's all I had to say. I would go that direction rather than having to give away so much stuff. And as far as trade, Jaden Ivey, Tobias, and Karis would be the only people, possibly. I mean, I like them all, but you keep your core and you go after somebody who will fit in a 25-year or under, and they can grow even more together. That's all I got to say.
Well, I mean, look, I don't know why Charlotte would be wanting to move on from Knuppel. When you're a young team and you got a young player that's showing promise, that's a guy that's part of your core. I mean, they just took him with the 4th pick of the draft. So I think you're talking to somebody that you're talking to a team that wouldn't want to move him. Who was the other guy you mentioned? I completely blanked. Who was the other guy? I don't remember. Yeah. So bottom line is, that would make sense for Detroit. How does it make sense for Charlotte? I haven't seen anything about him being available. 248-539-9797. We got open lines. Just a reminder, you can stream the show with video if you go to twitch.tv and youtube.com. Bang, there we are. Always love the people that participate in the streaming chat on those websites. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much for watching. And sometimes we read your posts on the air. Also, You can listen with the Odyssey app. Get it for your mobile device today. AUDACY. Then you can listen to this show and all the shows here on 97.1 anywhere in the United States. Stream through our website, 971theticket.com, where the Birchie Kid and Evan are responsible for fine content. Check it out. Stream the show. All different ways you can take us in here at 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. Ken Cal has spoken.
Cal?
Oh, we love Cal. Yeah, I'm going to read his latest tweet. One of his latest tweets. Predicting the future a little bit. Cal. Get to that coming up in a few minutes. Play-by-play voice of the Detroit Red Wings. Steven in Grosse Pointe, you're on 97.1. Hello, Steven.
Hey, thanks for having me on, guys. Love your show.
Thank you.
I just wanted to get your take on how much do you think the, dare I say, failure of the Lions, Wings, and Tigers trade deadline is affecting our Detroit fans' opinion of the Pistons? Because I feel like of all the teams who would be okay to do nothing, or at least make propositions that would result in nothing because they don't want to give it away, the Pistons are in the best spot to do that. But because of what we've all been through watching the three other teams, I feel like the Pistons have to do something, but I'm not even sure that that's smart because of how much we like the team we currently have.
So do I think it impacts some people's impression of what the Pistons should do? Absolutely. I made a rule earlier, and by making a rule, I mean nobody needs to abide by this, but I'm making the rule anyway, and that is if you say I want the Pistons to make a move because I want one of our teams to do it, that's breaking the rule. It has nothing to do. One should have nothing to do with what the other should do, and that makes no sense.
I agree with you there. Someone on 97.1 yesterday, I forget what show, just said it would be an absolute failure if the Pistons sat around and did absolutely nothing. And I don't know that that's necessarily true, just because the core is set up nicely for a few years, and I don't want to give away pieces currently, although I do know there is a window this year. So
there's a window this year, but I don't think that window's going to close. I mean, last year before the injuries in Boston and Indiana, I felt like Detroit's future was very bright, and nothing has changed. I only think it's gotten brighter. I don't know that we can sit here and, okay, so they don't win it all this year, and that might be maybe they don't win the East. It doesn't change the fact that they have a great young core that's getting better and better.
Yeah, I mean, their star player is turning into a superstar player. Their good player is turning into a star player, and they've got a bunch of guys that know their roles and they play them well. And different players each game step up, and they're a fun team to watch. Tonight's game against Phoenix is I don't know if it's gonna be telling or not, but Phoenix is a good team.
Yep,
and they're one of those
good
Western Conference teams. And is it a barometer game? I don't know if it's that, but it's nice to play good teams. Although I guess Devin Booker is not playing tonight. I think he's sitting this one out.
Yeah.
Thought I saw that.
Is he going to be wearing Detroit gear?
Probably.
So, look, and we're going to do, but we're getting to the same territory, too, with Trajan Langdon. Unless we know what deals he turns down, it's really hard for me to put my name behind heavy criticism of him.
Yeah.
And I get that, people get frustrated at trade deadlines. Oh, Brad Holmes should have done more. We don't know what he did or didn't do. We can every once in a while you find out what they did or didn't do, and when you do, you go, "Oh, I wouldn't have done that either." But at the end of the day, if there's some deal on the table where they can get better without cutting into the main core, I'd be disappointed if they don't.
I think trades happen. It seems like trades happen way more often in the NBA than they do in the NFL when it gets to the deadline. And trades of significance. There's player movement all the time in the NBA trade deadline. And I right now, I'm expecting the Pistons to make a trade. I don't know if it's going to be one of the big ones we've talked about for Porter Jr. or for Markkanen, or if it's just a simple trade to get another ball handler around the team or somebody to come off the bench and knock down threes at a high proficient rate. We'll see. But I do think they're going to do something. I don't think that this is a team that sits on their hands.
Well, last year they brought in Dennis Schroeder, which was very important.
That's the kind of trade I actually expect. I expect it to be future draft capital. I mean, they got 15 players under contract, so some guys would have to go and off the bottom of it. But that could be a trade that's what I would expect. All right, it's been circulating that the team with the toughest schedule the rest of the way in the NHL is the Detroit Red Wings. Tankathon has them with the second toughest schedule based on their opponent's strength of schedule, their opponent's records. So their strength of schedule from here on out is either the toughest or the second toughest, depending on what you're looking at. So it's circulating amongst Red Wing fans. Ken Kal piped in on social media, said if the Wings win 17 of their final 34 games, that should be good enough to get in.
So half their games.
Half their games the rest of the way should be good enough to get in.
Well, I hope they win more than half their games. If they go 17-17 down the stretch, that doesn't seem like that's a team ready for the playoffs. But I understand point-wise, it might, formulaically, it probably makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, they'll have earned it.
Yeah.
You don't back your way into that 82-game schedule. However, I'd like for them to be positioning for seeding. Like I like home ice. I like some of that kind of stuff. But, yeah, I mean, the schedule's been tough the last couple of games, and they took care of Montreal. They beat Carolina in overtime. They had the scheduled loss against Boston, back-to-back, emotional night, et cetera, but no, I think this team has proven a lot. They don't need to reinvent the wheel, and maybe they're buyers this year. Maybe they're buyers. Do the Red Wings need three-point shooting? 248-539-9797.
That they don't need.
No.
But
do the Pistons need to get tougher on the blue line? 248-539-9797.
Which team needs a Reg Escher more?
Good call. Are we ready for the Munch of Marth?
Yep. So, just something to keep in mind. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Skubal won't be moping. That's really all we can ask now. One more special season from Skubal and make a run. Hey, Gator, not spending is a Chris Ilitch problem. If Chris wanted to spend, he would tell Scott Harris to sign Alex Bregman or Bo Bichette. If Harris didn't, he would be fired. This is all on Chris Ilitch. That's from Adam in Royal Oak. I mean,
they made him the best offer last year, money-wise, in terms of guaranteed money to Bregman last year. Bregman pivoted and took a short-term contract, and then they just backed off completely this year, which was a little strange to me. But then seeing what Bregman got, I'm not paying Alex Bregman $35 million a year.
Well, let me also state that the reason Ilitch came up, it was in the context of Skubal. And somebody basically said they can bid with anybody for Skubal. And I don't want them to, because the teams that can bid for him are going to offer him a kind of contract that I'm not comfortable with giving Skubal because of what I think is going to happen next. I think he's going to be exceptionally good. I think he's going to be one of the best in the game. Another year, maybe two. But odds are, like the people he gets comps against in arbitration, like DeGrom and Price, if you look what happened after their contracts.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely a concern. And I'm with you. I don't like the length of the contract I
don't like a length
that he's going to end up getting.
Now, if Chris came in and approved a 2-year, $90 million extension right now, I'd be like, hell yeah.
Yes, that makes sense.
But it might, that's probably, Boris probably wouldn't agree to that.
Boris isn't going to do it. Not with this guy. This guy's the golden child. This is the next one.
Next text. You can say whatever you want about a dumb deal, but you're a loser organization when you can't keep a pitcher who just went back-to-back Cy Youngs. Well, they are keeping him. He will be a Tiger this year. 1. 2 is, I'm sorry, but if you think it's right to give him $400 million over 8 years, then we have a fundamental disagreement. I think that is that kind of contract for a pitcher that's already had arm events seems like too much to me, but that's how you build your team. That's how I build mine, and there's our disagreement.
There we go.
Here is Mike Stone and Rico Beard.
What's going on?
How we doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
Stayed out there, but hey.
It's all good. All good.
A 4-person crosstalk. I like that.
Yeah.
Nice chapeau there.
You like this piston hat?
Yeah, I actually do. Yeah.
Oh. Thank you. Is today National Hat Day? I think today is National Hat Day.
Oh, I wish I would have known. I would have worn
I didn't know. If I'd have known, I would have worn a hat too.
Yeah.
Damn. You got good hair. You don't need a hat.
Thanks. Thank you.
What do you guys got planned coming up next?
Well, there's some sports laws that we need to try to have, and a lot of it is predicated about some nature events that took place yesterday.
Nature events? Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. I'm intrigued.
Yes.
Sneak attack snowstorm, I'm guessing. But
kind of, yes. And the latest on the...
nothing like a great snowstorm on your day off.
Right.
The offensive coordinator shuffle, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
I got another name to throw into the mix. It probably won't be very popular, but that's okay.
Okay, I like that.
But I still, McDaniel's still number one on, I think, everyone's board. And you know what stinks? If they don't get him, everybody's going to think, oh, the Lions, it's a failure.
Well, they shouldn't. But have a great show. Stay
Thank
safe,
you.
everybody. Treat each other with respect. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
The Pistons are back in action tonight against the Suns. Phoenix star Devin Booker has been ruled out. Tobias Harris, Isaiah Stewart, and Jalen Duren are all probable. 7 p.m. game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. It's the latest betting scandal in college basketball that has 20 men dinged with various charges, including wire fraud, bribery, and conspiracy related to point shaving. Overall, 39 players involved in fixing 29 games. There are 3 different EMU players listed, including current Eagle Carlos Hart. His involvement was allegedly at his previous school in New Orleans. Ben Sherratt left practice early for the Red Wings due to maintenance today. Tom McClellan thought his defense would look the same tomorrow, however. The Lions have requested to interview Steelers offensive coordinator Arthur Smith for their offensive coordinator job. John Harbaugh's contract with the Giants is expected to be 5 years and $100 million, according to Yahoo Sports. This, according to Chris McCoskey, late last night on the Tarek Skubal arbitration situation. Quote, the Tigers offered $19.8 million, and Boris, according to the 2 sources, did not counter. The negotiations ended there. They would have been willing to slide that offer up considerably, certainly over $20 million, maybe closer to $25 million, end quote. Alex Bregman has committed to play in the World Baseball Classic for Team USA. Despite retiring from the Dodgers, Clayton Kershaw has committed as well to give it one more run. At the Cornwall Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Valenti Show with Rico. Unless you have a lot of wax in your ears, you know that I am not Mike Valenti. He is Rico Beard. I'm Stoney. And, you know, Mike and his father, the great Big G, couldn't make it today because they're on a frickin' bender.
No.
A frickin' bender. When the news broke late last night that the Giants and John Harbaugh are finalizing a deal, Mike woke up his father. They met at a speakeasy and just started pounding bourbon all night long, and that's why Mike's not here. And congratulations to Mike and Big G.
Stoney, here's the thing. I got exclusive news. They started off on the bender. They hopped on a Delta flight. They're in New York right now.
Oh, okay.
They are trying to seal the deal. What do you need to know? You need some horse information. What do you want to go? You want to sit with me at Saratoga? That can happen. What do you need? Johnny, work with me. What you want the best slice in New York? I'll tell you where to go.
Yes.
Big G's out there, just like whatever you need. Whatever you need.
I mean, Mike said, you know what, John? You have to sign on the dotted line. To make it real, I'll even admit that your brother never cheated. Okay? That's it. I want you that bad that I'm going to say your brother never cheated at Michigan.
Yeah. He's doing it for Big G. They were very happy. I heard from both this morning.
Oh, good.
So, yes, Big G is, it probably ranks right up there with his kids being born.
They should be. I hope John Harbaugh's obviously up to the media scrutiny. I mean, the Giants have lost, 10 games in 8 of the last 10 seasons, and he's going to be looked upon as a savior. There's obviously some good pieces that they have there, if you believe in Jackson Dart, who I'm not going to say he's going to be as good as Lamar, but somewhat similar skill sets as far as running and throwing and things like that.
I think John Harbaugh will be happy because he's still young. You could still mold him. Lamar was going to do what Lamar was going to do, and that was it. You got to make it work or it's not, and you see it didn't. Mm-hmm. But, yeah, you got Dart, you got Neighbors, you got Scatterboo. You got a lot of young talent there.
Defensive side, pretty damn good, too.
Yeah, just, tell Abdul Carter quit being Sharon Moore in the back of the room and pay attention.
He was Sharoning?
He was Sharoning his phone. Yeah.
Yes.
Put the phone down and pay attention.
That has become a verb, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
All right. Well, so congratulations to John and all the fans, my friends back in New York who are big Giant fans. I'm not one of them, but he's a really good
player. That's enough.
David, I'm just wondering, what do you think? Okay, what do you think the over-under before the man who normally sits across from me will complain about something with the Giants? Because you would think there's nothing to complain about, right?
Right now, they had nothing, yeah.
No. If Mike was sitting here right now.
Before the draft, he will be upset about something the Giants did.
No, he'd be upset now, still.
Yeah.
But they signed Harbaugh, but they didn't get rid of Joe Shane.
You know what, Stoney?
You're right.
You win.
That's what he'd be bitching about right now.
You win.
Yeah.
I've never seen anybody can never just be happy. Like, really? Yeah, but there's no but. All right, we're done here.
Look, I understand the East Coast mentality because I'm from there. He sometimes takes it even way beyond where I used to be. I mean, anyway, all right. Rico, you had a day off yesterday. Did you expect on your day off that we would get hit by sleet, snow?
No.
It was ridiculous.
No. Sonny, I was taking a nap on the couch, got a phone call. Somebody's talking about snow. I'm like, what? What are you talking about? It's not snowing. Look out the window like, oh, wow. All right. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that at all. No.
So, and I saw, because my wife was looking online were there any explanations for this? And there were some weather people who said, it came out of nowhere. It, surprised us all. I'm convinced, and we'll get into a little bit later, the gambling in college basketball that Jeremy Otto spoke about. But it's getting to the point now with weather because they're wrong a lot. And look, I'm not right on sports prognostications either. So I'm in the same boat with the Rich Ludermans of the world. But soon, FanDuel and DraftKings and all our friends, you're going to be able to bet every day on, precipitation. How much snow we're going to get? I don't know. DraftKings says it's minus 2.5 inches. Are you going to go with that? Because it's incredible. They're always wrong. How do you... That's your job, your A1 job. Like my job is to be, somewhat opinionated, have some fun, entertain, whatever. My job description is not to pick games correctly. A weather forecaster's job, and most of them, hopefully, have degrees in meteorology. They're supposed to be right.
Yeah, that biggest myth ever. No. It's like somebody saying, hey, dial this number. I'll pick all the winners for you.
Yes.
You're trying to control something you have no control over.
Right.
So people are, the weather people, that's your... Dude, there's so much. I've actually sat in the weather studio at Fox 2, and there's so much that goes into that. David, I worked there.
Yes, I'm the same with him. When I worked at Channel 4, Paul Gross, Chuck Gadigan, you sit in their office and
you're sitting there.
The amount of information, this is even before, the internet.
I mean,
stuff.
Luderman comes out there and, when he's in his moment and like he's looking at stuff, it's like, okay, he's looking at this screen and following this. And, so I give them a credit like, you're supposed to know that it's like trying to pick a game.
Yeah.
You think you know all the information, but you don't know that it's somebody's birthday and they're going to go out there and play the game of their life. Or you don't know that this player just broke up with his girlfriend,
right?
And now he's going to go out there and just suck all night long.
Right.
You don't know these things
exactly
when you try to predict the game.
Right.
So same with the weather. I cut him a break because, it's if it was that easy, then take all the playoff games and just try to pick all the winners on the money line.
Right.
Promise you.
Well, I'm one of those yahoos because, like you, I worked in the sports department at the TV stations that could never, for the life of me, despite what the ratings would show, understand why they would spend more time on weather than they do on sports. I could never understand it. What do you want from a weather forecast? What's it going to be tomorrow? What am I have to wear? Is it going to rain? That's it. It should take a minute. But no, they have 4 minutes. Well, earlier today, back in Midland, we had this. But it's the most highly watched part of the news. That's why they do it.
You want me to explain this to you?
Sure.
I can't believe I'm doing this, Dave. I feel like I'm in a class right now. But before David cuts my mic off, it's because most people tune in for the weather and then they're gone.
Right.
So that's why the weather's constantly on in the morning, weather on the 2s, weather on the 8s, like whatever it is, because you're only listening for a short period of time and then you're gone.
I get that part of it, like with our, brother station WWJ, or even like in the morning. But like on the 11 o'clock news at night, if anybody still watches that stuff, why is weather getting 4 minutes and sports getting 3? It's a joke. There we go.
Because weather affects everybody.
I know.
Sports does not affect that.
Yeah, but I don't need to know what the weather was 8 hours ago. Why? Who cares? That's not going to affect me tomorrow. I just want to know if my kids are going to go to school. And David's kids, the schools were closed all over the metro area today. So anyway, congratulations to the kids who didn't have to go to school today. Although in some school districts, they had finals. So that kind of screwed everything up. Now, the way this relates to a certain extent to our sports world, and our telephone number is 248-539-9797. There is going to be a big football game being played on Sunday in Chicago, where the Bears will be hosting the Rams. And as of now, and I'm sure it will change, and, well, what did we just talk about? Maybe it doesn't make a difference, because it will change. The wind chill for Sunday is supposed to be like -7. I love, the fact that I've been to a lot of outdoor games and it's fun and it's things like that. But I want to know at 248-539-9797, do you wish Ford Field did not have a roof. That if the Lions were playing in a playoff game, like two of their other divisional rivals, the Green Bay Packers and the Chicago Bears, that it would be outside. See, I love outdoor football. However, when it comes to the playoffs, there ought to be a law. Every new stadium that is built should be retractable. It shouldn't be domed. It should be retractable. That way, when it's 70 degrees, 65 degrees in September and October, you can have the great outdoor experience that we don't get at Ford Field. But then again, when it's in December and it's 10 degrees, we do get the comforts of being inside. Because the new stadium in Buffalo, it's not going to have a retractable roof either. Because they're so proud. They pride themselves. Ooh, we play in the snow. We're Bill's Mafia.
Well, I was about to say, Stoney, I don't think the fan base here, they're too soft for that now. Like, because they've been in the Silver Dome and then they've been in Ford Field.
Right.
You're not used to this anymore. You're not. So, whereas Buffalo, they are. Green Bay will probably never have a dome.
No.
Because it's a part of what they do. Chicago, it's why it blows my mind of like when Philly had a chance to leapfrog them and become the 2 seed. It's cold in Philly, but why would you want to go into Chicago, the windy city? You want it's why the Lions had it when they, you know what, all games are going to be warm for us. We're not playing out in the elements.
Right.
I get it. Now, fans here would never have an outdoor stadium.
No, I admit
that shit passed a long time ago.
I admit it when I go to the big house for especially the Ohio State game, because that's probably usually when it's the coldest, but there are a few exceptions. I like being in that environment. I'm sure when Michigan State plays big games at the end of the season, Spartan Stadium, you'd rather it be outside.
It's November cold and January cold are two different animals.
Yeah, that's true. All right, 248-539-9797. I also want to ask you this about it. What else in the world of sports should there ought to be a law for? Because I have one that affected me a little last night. 97.1. 248-539-9797. It's going to be as cold as which is what in Chicago on Sunday. Temperature, wind chill right now slated to be about -5, and I know it says wind chill because they factor in the wind, but where that venue is on the lake, it is unbearable at times. So I was just wondering if, we have a dome stadium here. Do you wish we had a retractable roof? And there should be a law that any stadium that is built from now on should be retractable, the option. And then they'll figure it out, what the temperature would be to close it if it got that far. But there are other things that I think there ought to be some sports laws about. And like last night, I didn't stay up. But I believe that any time a team from the Eastern time zone, i.e. most of the Big Ten, has to play a game in the West Coast, like Michigan played Washington. I think Michigan State has to go out there. Have they been out there already? I forget. Anyway.
They played Washington on Saturday.
On Saturday.
Because they had to wait for the NFL game,
right?
So that they wouldn't have the crowd at the same time,
right? So they're going out there. So So it doesn't affect them for this game, but during the week, come on, really, 10:30? That's ridiculous. If you want to do, because I know they have to do the travel thing. They paired things up. Do Friday night in Washington and Sunday afternoon in Oregon or something like that. Yeah. It's really ridiculous, and it screws the fans, let alone, dare I say, the players, but whatever. They can deal with that. But the fans you want to...
You stayed up too late?
Well, I watched some of it. Normally, I wouldn't even watch any of it, but I was working and I thought maybe if something happened, I'd want to see it. I fell asleep.
Oh, wow. Well, let me help you out, Stoney. As a person who watches Michigan State, who's played a ton of late night games,
right?
Friday late night football games, right? Because heaven forbid Michigan has to ever get out their comfort zone. Let me say this to you. Whack. Okay.
All right. Well, it's not a whap about Michigan.
No, I just said you had to stay for your first time. You had to stay up late. I'm with you.
Right.
But it's what happened when you brought in the West Coast teams, and Peacock needs a game. That was a game on Peacock.
No, it was Big Ten Network.
Oh well, I can't even help you with that.
Yeah, came right after the Illinois Northwestern game. I just think in the middle of the week, people have jobs. Normal people. I mean, I'm fortunate I didn't have to work till 2:00. But if you're a fan of any of the team, it's nothing to do with Michigan. Why should you be not forced? It should be your choice, but to stay up till 12:30 on a weeknight?
Because the thing is, they're going to say, well, it's 8:00 their time or whatever, so they're not up late. I'm with you on that. Mm-hmm. As trust me, like when State played USC, and I think the game started at 11:30.
I was awful.
And
that was
like,
disgusting.
Yeah,
the only saving grace was it was a weekend, so you didn't have to go to work the next day. But still, it's awful. It's ridiculous.
You're praying for a blowout. I just want to go to bed.
Right.
So
they had one before they even joined the Big Ten when they played Arizona State in the heat. Right.
Yep.
That was a 10:30 start.
I was out there for that one.
Oh my God, it was a joke.
Yeah.
So let me ask. So you're only applying this to college sports? Because what about when the Pistons have to go over to play Portland, Sacramento, Lakers?
It's okay. How else are they going to do it? They can't have the schedule go an extra
month. Then how
month.
else are they going to do it in college football?
I just told you. I just told you.
No.
Friday night you play in Seattle, and Sunday afternoon you play in Eugene. That's the way you do it.
You can't. No.
So the Pistons play Friday in Portland and Sunday in L.A.
Yeah.
But then
I'm not even talking about
two other games.
They're professionals.
On the West Coast trip.
That's different.
They're professionals now in college sports.
College kids are professionals as well.
Yeah, I get that. No, I think it's way different in the pros. I don't have a problem with in the pros.
But I'm saying Davis right. It's the same for when the Pistons or when the Wings go on that West Coast trip and you want to watch them, you better drink some coffee because you're going to be up late.
I know. I hated it, when they play in the playoffs, but regular season, teams have to go, the 5-game West Coast trips. that doesn't bother me that much.
When did you tap out last night?
I don't know. They were, first of all, Michigan was, that's a whole different topic, but I don't want to talk about it. I think they may have peaked too early. I don't know. Middle of early second half, probably. I don't even remember. I was just, I watch games in bed. It's just,
See, that's your problem right there.
Well, I know.
You can't watch the game.
I know. Well, it was time. I get some sleep.
The bed's going to take over at that
Then
point.
they go to a commercial, and I'm out.
Exactly.
It sounds like Stoney's trying to legislate sports laws around his schedule.
Yes, you're exactly
sorta
right.
seems that way.
You're exactly right. I should be the sports czar. David, do we have any ticket texts?
Yes, we do. It's not about being soft when it comes to football. I just hate the idea that weather can significantly impact the game. That is Brandon in Macomb. Someone else, John in Lake Orion, says, Stoney, in 1990, I watched State play Wisconsin in East Lansing. The temp was about 10 with a 0 wind chill. Outdoor football stinks. Another one for you, Stoney. Stoney, if Ford Field was open, I wouldn't go to a single game. You'd have to pay me $4,000 to $5,000 to sit in the sub-zero temps for 4 hours. Should definitely make that a law.
Right. And then you have the people who sit there, football's an outside game.
No, but here's the thing,
I got plenty of that.
Here, we've had generations who sat in the Silverdome and sat in Ford Field.
Right.
We're not built for that here anymore, okay? I know grit and Detroit tough. You ain't built for the weather anymore. You gotten soft because Green Bay, Chicago, like places like that, Philly. I don't think Philly would ever go to a domed stadium because it's like this is part of what the team is. We are the cold weather. Teams hate to come and play us, so we have the psychological advantage the second you step off the plane.
Well, look at Miami's record when they play.
Right.
Yeah,
So
right.
it's like, okay, so for like you're looking at this like LA can't even remotely prepare for 0 degrees. You could crank up the AC all you want. That's not the same as 0. Like you can't prepare for that.
You know what they should have done? The Rams should have come to either Green Bay or here, and you use the facility and practiced outside.
Yeah.
Before they go to Chicago.
Because it's
They
a
almost
different
they
feel.
almost beat Philly in bad weather last year in the playoffs. So we'll talk about those games tomorrow. But I think the Rams can compete in the weather.
What about Comerica Park? Why isn't there a retractable roof? That is Tom in Detroit. Someone else
I don't think
says
you really
here.
need a retractable roof for baseball.
I don't think you need it up here for baseball because we're not that hot.
The only place you need
I
it
get rain delays, but
is Phoenix, and they never open it because it's too hot anyway.
Right.
I think Miami, they have it. But like
they should have one in Kansas City probably.
Right. I remember during the World Series in 2012, some of those games, it was really freaking cold.
It was.
Now, 40-degree September cold is a lot different than -7 December cold.
November.
Yeah.
The way the World Series goes.
Correct. Right. October cold really is what it would be. Yeah. No.
I get it, but yeah, the retractable. I'm like, if you're gonna build a stadium, spend the extra dollars. It's like getting heated seats for your car. You spent all of this money. Spend a little bit more. It ain't yours. The taxpayer's paying it anyway.
Right. I remember.
Then it is ours.
Right. Get the siren ready. I remember when the Ford Field was being built. I asked Bill Ford Jr. why don't they make it retractable? And I don't remember the exact price tag, but he said it was like $20 to $25 million more.
Well, then you know what you would love? You would love where the Colts play because it's retractable.
That's an amazing, and they can open up the side too.
Right. Lucas,
it's amazing.
People get angry at me in this city, but I'm like, man, Lucas Oil is everything that Ford Field wants to be when it grows up. I've been there multiple times, multiple events. It's nice. And because I was asking somebody, because I went to a game down there, I was like, so how does this work? And I was like, oh, yeah, it's cool. You just open these panels. They open the windows right there, and the breeze comes in, and it's so nice on nice days. I'm like, that would be kind of a cool concept.
See that part of it was cool, but I was at one event at Lucas Oil, and you know what? I like Ford Field better because Ford Field felt the attendance figures are probably similar. Ford Field felt more homey and comfortable. Lucas Oil seemed a lot bigger to me, even though
it is huge.
The attendance
it's huge.
Yeah. So I like
It's a barn, basically.
Right. Yes, I like Ford Field better because it's more homey. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. There's got to if you were a sports czar, Rico, what would you make a law if you could in sports?
I got two things. I'll give them to you next.
All right, 97.1. There ought to be a law. Bears Rams going to be like -7 wind chill, and wondering if Lion fans, do you wish Ford Field was retractable, or do you like it the way it is? And what other law? Because I said there should be a law that any new stadium you build should be retractable. That way you have the best of both worlds for fan comfort. And by the way, on Twitter, Dave says, did I just hear Mike Stone say that he likes to be out in the elements for a football game? Sometimes. I said, I wonder if he remembers being at the 1995 Michigan-Purdue game when him and his friend couldn't handle the weather and left at halftime and hid in Chrysler. Here's the story with that.
Oh, boy.
He is correct. It was my ex-brother-in-law. And if anybody remembers that game, we left our house. It was like 45 to 50 degrees. Out of nowhere, talk about.
Oh, so you weren't ready. You weren't dressed for this.
We weren't dressed. We had like a T-shirt and, whatever. And all of a sudden, a sleet storm took place. The game ended. I believe Michigan won like 5-0 or something. It was one of the worst football games. It was the most uncomfortable I've ever been at a outdoor sporting event. For the first half, and the second half, I said, you know what? We're going to Chrysler, watch it on the screen, because they had TVs in there somewhere. I found. But,
before I give you the two things that I have, here's the thing: bad cold weather games. If your team wins, it becomes legendary. Like everybody remembers at Michigan when you beat Ohio State,
remember the
and
snow
how it was
globe,
snowing and all
great.
of that, because it was great.
Yeah,
and you were like 30 degrees warmer. You weren't cold in that game.
No.
It was like later that day. Nobody remembers, but like when State played Penn State. And the K9 was making the Snow Angels game.
Right.
And it was, snow just came, it just started pouring in during that game so badly that at every timeout, the officials had to go and like dust off the 10-yard lines.
Right.
Because you couldn't see anything so they could see where the first down markers were. So go.
And that's my law. I don't want you to wipe down the markers. I don't need it cleared off. I just want the snow to fall.
But
just
David,
let it fall.
David, you literally had no point of reference.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Because you have the old school on the sideline, 10, 20, 30, that marker. You don't need the marker in the you don't need that. You have that on the sideline, each sideline.
Wow.
If you can see it.
You can.
Sometimes
it stays there because the technology, you can put a weight in that thing and it stays down.
David Hull playing the role of Denzel in Remember the Titans.
Because
we're going to do this old school.
Because on TV, it doesn't matter if they clear the snow because they can do the digital lines.
Right.
I got that reference, Rico.
David, yeah, it was no point of reference. You just look, it was field. It was just, I don't know where the 50 is. I don't know where the 40 is.
Just play football.
And it literally was like two guys were having races to see who can get the most done. And we were sitting there cheering each guy on. Here's what I would change.
Okay. There ought to be a law. Here's Rico, the sports czar.
The biggest one is the NFL. The Super Bowl needs to be played on Saturday, not Sunday. Play it Saturday. If you're going to hold the game Saturday, do it Saturday night. So you can stay up as late as you want, kind of like you. Because for those who have to get up early Monday morning, unless your team is in it, man, you're dying. Play it on Saturday. There's nothing else going on. And even if there is, it's the Super Bowl. You're going to win that battle.
Okay, but it's not that the Super Bowl ends on Sunday at midnight. It ends at like 9:30. I mean, that's time to go to bed. That's fine.
At 9:30.
That Super Bowl doesn't end at 9:30.
The game doesn't kick off till like
6:30.
6:30 kickoff.
No,
Then you have
6:30.
So 10 at the latest.
6:30 is
It's
America
11,
the Beautiful.
because you have a halftime show.
6:40 is the national anthem.
Thank you.
Followed by here's all the winners of the Players and Fans of the Year awards and blah 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 blah. And then the actual kick actually happens at around 7-something.
No, it doesn't. No,
Like 7:03.
It doesn't. No,
because they got to do the ceremonial. We got to flip the coin.
No,
Bring out this old guy from this team. Bring out this old guy from this team.
The kickoff is
The
usually
kickoff
by
is 6:30. All that stuff is before that,
Yeah,
but it
yeah.
still ends at 11:30.
It
doesn't
Not
end at
9:30.
11. It doesn't end
It
at
is.
11:30.
No. And
It's not going to take 5 hours to play the Super Bowl. I don't
Tony,
care how long the halftime show is.
Called a halftime show. Trust, and heaven forbid the game goes into overtime. You in trouble.
All right, so I have
hold
an
it
answer
on Saturday.
I have an answer to this. The last Super Bowl ended at 10:46 p.m. The last Super Bowl did.
See?
Oh, okay. Well, I'm wrong. See, it could be a weather forecast.
I'm just trying to figure it out for everybody here.
10:46, really? Wow. All right.
So that's what I said.
Wrong.
Hold it on. Because, Stoney,
Well, it's
we remember, I can say this because the Super Bowl started earlier in the day.
Oh, yeah.
On
It
Sunday.
was 4 o'clock.
Right. So you were able to watch the Super Bowl and still do something else. Now they keep pushing it. I'd rather see the Super Bowl, if you're going to go this route, play it on Saturday. Same for me. Figure out the NCAA tournament and have the championship game on a Saturday night.
Or Friday night.
Thank you.
So
or Friday night, whatever. Or the weekend night.
Or even if you do like Final Four Friday night, championship game, 6 o'clock on Sunday. That's enough.
For basketball? Oh, yeah.
For basketball. Therefore, you're done. The Monday night thing, like, guys, you're begging people just not to watch your sport.
Right. I know, because they tip it off at 9 and it's over between 11 and 11:30.
Right.
And it's
you want to stay
ridiculous.
up for one shining moment? Good luck.
Yeah. You brought back, you remember when the Super Bowl started at 4. When I first started following sports, the Final Four was Thursday, and then Saturday afternoon was the championship game.
And they had the consolation game, too. The
Yes.
2 teams that lost play beforehand.
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the last consolation game was the year Michigan State won in 79 when Penn played DePaul.
Yeah.
I think that might have been the last consolation. But it's amazing. Yes. All right, let's go to Greg. You're on 97.1.
Good afternoon, fellas. Hope everything's well.
Yep.
Hey, Greg.
Listen, I wanted to chime in about the stadium thing, but I just wanted to make one comment about the show before. Gator was talking about Scooble should go for a 2-year extension and get 40, what he said, 45 for each season. Then let him go like that if he would take it. And actually I like what he said about that because I think it's more than fair. But, you can't sign Scooble to anything really long anyway because I don't think physically he can handle it.
That's
okay.
That could be true.
I just wanted to see what you guys thought about that. But the stadium thing, retractable or a dome. Because I'll tell you, I've sat games down in Michigan back in the day and at Tiger Stadium before even the Silver Dome. Terrible November, December. Terrible. Wouldn't subject anybody doing that. People used to pour coffee and hot chocolate on their hands just to stay warm and stuff like that. It's crazy. No. I wouldn't suggest nobody for an open stadium. Is Chicago still a new one they're building? Is it dome?
Well, they haven't agreed to build it yet. I mean, we don't even know where it's going.
Oh my God!
No, they can't decide whether
they threatened to move it to Indiana.
Well, they want to do it in Illinois or keep it downtown or Indiana. It's crazy. We just saw the artist rendering for the new one in Washington. That's going to be a dome.
I mean, I'm with you with the retractable roof because here, let me do this. Whoops, wrong one. No, because when state, they're going to do their thing for football, I'm like, are you guys going to do a retractable roof? No, can't do it because unless they tear the whole thing down. I'm like, well, hey, if you played all your games at Ford Field for 2 years, I wouldn't care. But no, they're going to build up the facades all around it. But I was just like, can you put a retractable roof over this thing?
The other reason that new stadiums will do like retractable roofs, I know Philly might be trying to get one, and a lot of the fans don't want a roof because they like it the way it is.
It's a part of your image.
But if you have a roof, you get Super Bowl possibility, you get Final Four possibility. I mean, look, that's part of the reason the Super Bowl came to Detroit was because of the new stadium.
Right.
If they had never built the Ford Field, we would have never got another Super Bowl.
Right.
I don't think.
And also put you in rotation for like NCAA tournaments.
Right.
As well.
Yeah, we're having the Final Four here in 2027.
I like the retractable roof. I think that I thought Ford Field missed the boat with that. I'm with you. Play some games outside. And you know what? If you're going to play a Miami or you're going to play an Arizona team, open the thing up. It'll be cold. Tell everybody, bundle up. Just like you do with the uniform reveal.
Right.
We're going to have a weather reveal. Roof's going to be open.
Some tickets, David, please.
From Sid in Ann Arbor, he says, if I was a sports czar, I would bring back regular season ties in the NFL and the NHL.
Definitely in the NHL. I hate the 3 points.
No, incorrect.
Well, the NFL does have ties.
Yes.
We had one this year.
Not in a regular. Oh, yes, they sure do.
They do. If nobody scores.
Because it looked like it was going to be screwing the Lions for a while.
And they should do that in the NHL, too. We don't need to see a shootout.
I agree.
I like the shootout.
Can I add something else?
Yeah, of course.
Could possibly, because, David, we talked about this. First round of NBA playoffs and NHL.
Yeah.
Can we play games consistently instead of playing a game on Monday
and then
the next game on Saturday?
Yeah.
Can we get, because as soon as you get into it, like, oh, when are they gonna play again? In about 5 days.
Do you remember like one of the years? I think it was '88, maybe even '89 as well. The Bad Boys. The first round was best of 5. And you lost that first game at home.
Yep.
You were in trouble. You talk about really high pressure series. Best of 5s. But they'll never do it because it's all about money.
I had one for scheduling, too. I was wondering how to workshop this properly, but I wish that if you were on a back-to-back, whether you're NBA or NHL, if you're on a back-to-back, the team that you're playing should also be on a back-to-back. Therefore, no competitive advantage. I don't know how you'd schedule it, but I feel like that's, if I was a sports czar, I'd make that a rule.
Oh, the scheduling for me for sports czar is ridiculous. It's like if you have season tickets, and then they have in the NBA, okay, where the Pistons play the Raptors, right, on a Tuesday at Little Caesars, and their next game is either Wednesday or Thursday, also against the Raptors. You know, I don't need that. I like this. If I have season tickets, I don't want to see the same team twice within 2 or 3 days. That's ridiculous.
They do that in the NBA now where they're doing home and home, but they do it with a day in between.
Yeah.
It's like, why?
Well,
why am I playing Chicago Thursday and then playing Chicago again Saturday?
Right.
Should be Thursday, Friday.
Or it shouldn't be. You shouldn't play Chicago twice. 248-539-9797. 248-539-9797. We'll get into the Lions offensive coordinator update in a little bit. There's some new names that are out there that are kind of interesting, including one who actually coached for David's favorite team, who David is not too keen on, is he? No. All right, we'll get that in a second. We're asking, there ought to be a law. Okay. Now, before we do that, we have to do football today.
Well, guys, in this town and for my team, they're already in the offseason. So let's think about the offseason already. Who cares about the playoffs?
The offseason.
So let's go to predicting the biggest NFL trades that could shape the 2026 offseason in the NFL. So they have compensation here. I can give you that on some of these if you want it. But let's start with this one. Max Crosby.
I was going to say Max Crosby leaves the Raiders.
He goes to the Commanders in this trade.
What are they giving up?
First round pick this year, 5th round pick this year, 1st round pick next year.
So the Lions would have a worse pick than the Commanders because the Commanders had a worse season. So the Lions would have to maybe go 2 1s and a 3 or something, maybe.
They don't have a 3.
They don't have a 3, so they
that's
can't
right.
do it.
Or a 2.
So they would have to give up a 1 and a 2 and a 1.
Yeah. I would do it,
what?
but that's.
And as much as I like the edge rusher, as far as the Lions go, you can't afford that this year.
No.
You have 2 years ago, I would have said jump all over this.
They need
right
that
now,
offensive line.
You need so many different pieces. You can't burn everything on one player, as great as Max Crosby is. But if the Commanders get that, they already got their QB, so that would be a good pickup for them.
Next up here, we've already talked about it before, A.J. Brown. We pretty much know he's going to be dealt this offseason.
Hold on. Where would A.J. Brown go?
Where do you think he should go?
A.J. Brown will end up as a Raider because he just looks like he fits where the Raiders, that whole mindset.
Okay, so you're guessing the Raiders, Stoney.
I would guess the Dallas Cowboys because they're not going to keep Pickens.
You all are both wrong. East Coast, AFC, they are still in the playoffs. I'm sorry, no, they're not. They're not in the playoffs. A.J. Brown to the Patriots are in the playoffs. A.J. Brown to the Patriots.
Oh, he played for Vrabel, and
yes,
when Vrabel was the coach
he did.
there.
They gave up a 1st round this year, 3rd round this year, 20 in a 3rd round next year, 2/3 in the 1st.
I would tell Vrabel, you're lighting your team on fire. You can't have both of those guys on the team at the same time.
By the way, Howie Roseman did speak today, and he was asked about trading A.J. Brown. He said, quote, "It's hard to find great players in the NFL, and A.J.'s a great player. That's what we're going out and looking for. When we go out in free agency in the draft, it's trying to find great players who love football, and he's that guy." So that would be my answer, which is basically a non-answer.
Yeah, if I'm A.J., you know what? Maybe I'd go to the Texans. I would go to the Texans. Put him and Nico Collins out there.
Oh, yeah. Well, they'd have to give up at least a 1, right? He's not a free agent.
Right. I'm saying if I'm the Texans, though, you have the defense that stops nobody. Now, nobody's getting through you.
Right.
But what about Tank Dell?
Does he still play?
Next on the list, your wide receiver, Brandon Ayuk to the Bills. And the Bills give up Keon Coleman and a 2026 5th round selection.
Do you want Keon Coleman?
You know what? How about just a snowplow? Like that's the equivalent of both of those players.
Coleman is cheap, and I'm thinking they'll get him, hoping that he turns it around, but he's cheap.
You know,
I don't want to speak for you and your fandom for the Niners. Do they even want a Keon Coleman? To me, that's like,
you know what? They need bodies.
That's why I'm saying you get them, right?
You know what? Yeah, you get Keon Coleman. You need bodies because your 1st round pick, Ricky Pearsall, never played.
Right, I know.
So a 5th round pick and you're getting rid of him off your salary, yeah, I mean, I would do it. That not really much, but sure, why not?
Next on the list is a quarterback being dealt this offseason. You want to guess which quarterback is getting dealt in this deal?
Quarterback being dealt this offseason. Is he a starter?
He is currently a starter.
Okay.
Joe Burrow?
No.
Currently a starter. Huh, because I would have just said Burrow. Who, David? Wait. Oh, Kyler Murray.
No,
Tua.
It is Tua. Tua gets dealt to the Jets. So the Jets
Sure,
receive
why not?
Sure.
Tua, a 2nd round pick, and salary compensation for a 5th round pick.
Oh, yeah, because the Jets got a ton of picks because
do.
of the Sauce Gardner.
They do. So they could take that trade and still draft a young quarterback if they want to.
It would have to be late.
No. When you think about when Dante Moore is like, Oregon, go Ducks.
Right.
Go Ducks. I do not want to be a Jet. I'm a Duck.
Right.
I'm not going to draft.
So they would have to draft a quarterback not in the first round unless
you're going after Ty Simpson.
And he doesn't just do much for me.
If I'm the Jets, here's what I would do. And the beauty of it is you got 2 simple teams that'll do dumb things. I would offer up a package for the Raiders and get the number 1 pick and just go get Fernando Mendoza. And you know what? You could have 2 first-round picks this year. You'll have ours and you'll have the other the Colts pick. Just give it up right now and go get him. You don't do that? Yeah, you're screwed.
Yeah.
You mentioned another quarterback there, Rico. Kyler Murray. He gets dealt in this one to the Steelers.
I love this. This is a great move. This is a great move. Yeah.
Is Kingsbury going to be their offensive coordinator?
So the Cardinals get a 3rd round selection, conditional 4th round selection in the 2027 draft.
Well, it's your team. You want Kyler Murray?
No.
Who do you want your quarterback to be next year?
At this point, just let it be Mason Rudolph, tank, and we'll try it next year.
Yeah, next year's quarterback draft on paper sounds good, but they said that about this quarterback draft before,
But you miss
too.
out on the playoffs, David.
I don't care. I don't care about missing the playoffs.
Okay, but you may not tank the way you think you're going to tank. So
I understand that because they'll still try because it's Pittsburgh. But no, let Mason Rudolph be the quarterback or Mac Jones or whoever.
You might as well bring back
no
Rodgers.
Kyler Murray. You know what? No, thank you.
I got one for you. Kirk Cousins.
I'm good on Kirk Cousins. That is your football today.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Eastern Michigan just offered me the following statement on the betting allegations today. Eastern Michigan University has been made aware of a federal indictment involving 2 former men's basketball student athletes who left the university last year, as well as 1 current student athlete. That alleged conduct attributed to the current student athlete in the indictment occurred prior to his enrollment at EMU while he was attending another institution. Eastern was not aware of any allegations of this nature during the recruitment process. He has been immediately suspended from all team activities at EMU pending the outcome of the case, and the university has initiated its student conduct process as well, end quote. Pistons back on the floor tonight against the Suns. No Devin Booker here today. For the visitors, should be a clean bill of health for Detroit once again. Jalen Duren, Tobias Harris. They're both probable to play tonight. You can hear that 7 o'clock tip-off right here on 97.1 The Ticket. 6:35 is the pregame show with Chris Fuller as well. John Harbaugh expected to get a 5-year deal worth about $100 million here today to be the next coach of the Giants. That's according to Yahoo Sports. And the Lions are still expected to interview a couple more candidates as well. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
As Jeremy Otto just told us here in Detroit, $20 million a year for 5 years. Who's got it better than John Harbaugh? Nobody.
Right
$20 million?
Wow. I mean, it must be nice when you get fired and before you make it to the parking lot, you have 7 messages saying, hey, give us a call. By the time you start the car up, you now have 9 teams requesting. And at the time, it was only like 7 openings. So 2 teams were like, we got a coach, but we'll get rid of our coach for you.
Right. John Harbaugh does answer the question of, well, how can we hire this guy as a head coach? He's never been an offensive coordinator or defensive coordinator before. He wasn't. He was a special teams coach for Philly, got the Ravens job. Andy Reid, before he became the Eagles coach, he was never a coordinator. So it's not an exact science about who becomes really good head coaches or not.
No, I think a lot of it, too, is also right place, right time, the right team. Like, you look at Dan Campbell with this team, this is his – I mean, he's taken over not just the team but the entire mindset of the city.
Correct.
That they are dialed in, they are focused, they play for him. I mean, every team in the city is now embracing the term grit, and you want to be tough, and you want to be this, and yeah, you're right. There is no, well, you got to go through this coaching tree, and you got to come from this pedigree. It doesn't matter where you come from because you can win without being an offensive coordinator.
And speaking of offensive coordinator, the Lions are obviously on the hunt for an offensive coordinator. They've already interviewed Mike McDaniel, the former head coach of the Miami Dolphins, who is interviewing for other head coaching jobs and probably will for some other OCs as well. Zach Robinson, who's the OC for the Atlanta Falcons, he's going to be interviewed. Arthur Smith is the new name today. He was the OC for the Pittsburgh Steelers, former head coach of the Atlanta Falcons.
That one is a real head scratcher because the biggest thing that he's known for is running horrible offenses. With the Falcons, you had all the pieces there, and you got Bijan. I know, but what if we use him as a decoy? Or, hear me out, you turn around and hand the ball off to number 7 and let him do his thing. Steelers, like, their offense, I think the only reason they brought him in was because, hey, teach us what was wrong with our defense when you came in here and you kept running the ball on us with a team that just couldn't run the ball all year. What I think Dan is secretly trying to figure out what was wrong with the defense. So let's bring him in as an interview, find out, and then we send him on his way.
I think he has his history is running as a run game. Now he give it to Bijan enough when he was in Atlanta. That's for damn sure. And what the Lions need to get back to is running the ball a little more, right? So maybe that is the reason.
I mean, he'll be good for radio because I think, man, people will turn on him very quickly, like they did in every other city.
Well, he's considered a Nepo baby, too. I mean, his father was the head of Federal Express. And that's how he got his job with the then Redskins.
Gotcha.
You know, he did play like lineman at University of North Carolina. So he has played the game, but yeah, he's Fred Smith, the late founder or CEO of FedEx, which that's where the field was named in Washington, FedEx Field. So you think Daddy helped him get a little gig? Absolutely. There's another name that I have that would probably be, shunned, so to speak, because he doesn't have a great track record, but he's still kind of young in the coordinator school because he really hasn't been a coordinator before. He's coached around in college, in high school, and he spent some time as a quarterback coach. And that would be one Josh McCown. Now, you can sit there and say, well, he's the Vikings quarterback coach. JJ sucks. Okay. He did get a little better towards the end, but he was also the quarterback coach last year. And correct me if I'm wrong, Sam Darnold had his career changed under the auspices of, yes, Kevin O'Connell, the head coach, but also the quarterback coach known as Josh McCown. So it's just, I'm not saying they should go out and hire him. It's just a different name out there.
But Stoney,
he's going to get interviews.
Does it take away from the fact that Darnold then went to another team and continued the same success, that maybe it was just him? And like if Darnold had fell off,
right? Maybe
then I can see where you're like, you know what? Yeah, this guy. But he then went out to Seattle, and they're the number one seed in the NFC.
Correct.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, that's part of it. Clint Kubiak, a really good offensive coordinator in Seattle. I think that's pretty. I think McCown's got a shot. I don't think they would hire him, but I think it's another name to consider.
See, I wonder if Lions fans have built it up that if it's Mike McDaniel or nothing. Like, if you don't get him, then you're going to be disappointed with whoever else
the Lions are too cheap.
That's what I wonder for Lions fans. 248-539-9797. Have you talked yourself into McDaniel or bust? Like, do whatever you need to do.
Right.
This job is better than any head coaching job that's out there. You got to bring him home, because I feel sorry for whoever the OC is if his name is not McDaniel.
I think if he takes a head coaching job, I don't think fans will care. But if you
see that he took
another OC job,
he became the Philly OC.
Right. Or I know Tampa is someone interested in him as well, him and Baker to work together. I don't know. There are others out there, but I don't know. Look, I'm maybe biased, but this is a perfect situation for him. I mean, indoors, can run his offense. He doesn't have to worry about any of the BS because his head coach has the personality to be the head coach, as opposed if he goes, let's say, to Tampa, Todd Bowles, with all due respect, is kind of a wet noodle that he...
See, and I wonder, would Campbell just basically say, here you go, son. Run the offense. I'm going to leave you alone. I'm going to stand over here. I'm going to help guide this defense along. But this offense, that's all you. Here's all the keys to the car. Right. Here's their phone numbers. Make this work.
Right. I'll decide whether we're going to go for it on fourth down, but you have the fourth down play ready.
See, here's the thing, and what you just said, Stoney, is the reason why it has become McDaniel or bust for the fans, because you said this is a perfect spot for him. The perfect spot for him.
Mm-hmm.
Is it, though? If you think about it over Philly, okay, running back here, running back there, who could arguably be better than the one you have here. Quarterback. I'm not going to say who's better, but
theirs.
I'm not going to say
theirs.
But
theirs is not
talent.
Jalen had a bad year, but go ahead.
And then you get to the other weapons. Okay, kind of even in my mind as well. What's not even right now is the offensive line.
Right, because Lane Johnson's going to come back healthy, you think.
And so with the concept...
Goddard and
well, Goddard's a free agent. They got to bring him back, and that's not going to be easy considering how much money they're paying other people.
And there's questions right now in Detroit, yes, that you have to fix it, But then there's also questions on if Brad Holmes is going to do what he needs to do to fix it. You never have that question with Howie Roseman there.
No.
So I think the Eagle job is better. But everyone here thinks, oh, we have this, we have that. It's the perfect job.
Well,
is it?
Well, you know why the people think that, and I understand, and I somewhat agree. Even with the lack of a better term, crappy OC stuff that went on this year, they still scored a hell of a lot of points, and Philly didn't.
Which leads me to another problem I have. Let me see if you're
going to say what I'm going to say, David.
Are we focusing on the wrong side because of that?
No. Hold on. I like what you're about to say, but
okay.
hold on.
Go ahead.
The points, Stoney, were empty calorie points. You padded the stats against the bad teams. You went out there and scored a ton of points against the state of Ohio. You did. You did it early on with the Bears when they were figuring it out. You dropped the 50 burger on. You did so much stuff.
But the Eagles didn't do squat offensively. They didn't do squat. They were, believe me, they were awful offensively, and they had weapons.
Well, and the other thing with the Eagles, to add to this, David, the Eagles, when they go outside to bring in their coordinator, guy turns into a head coach. When they go internal, he gets fired.
Right.
If they go outside to get him, chances are he'll be back doing something else. Now, I know we had Ben Johnson leave, but the Eagles have a history of OC to head coach.
And as much as Hurts struggled this year, I will give him the benefit of the doubt that it was his fourth OC in 4 years. Two of them, Kellen Moore and Steichen, became head coaches, and the other two were the internal hires that you're talking about, and Brian Johnson and Patolo, and they didn't work out. So, yeah, and that's why I like the fact that the Lions, at least for the offensive side of the ball, are not looking inside.
But, David, go ahead with your point.
I just feel that the Lions are focusing on fixing the wrong coordinator, the wrong side.
Oh, boy.
Because, Stoney, you said it. They were top 5 in almost every offensive category. And, yes, you can probably say that empty calories, most of them are. But I think that no matter who the OC is because of the weapons here, you'll still be top 5.
Yeah.
Being one doesn't really matter to me, but you're top 5.
I mean, here's the thing.
But what happens is the DC didn't adjust on the fly the way he should have. He did it twice. One time in the Baltimore game. At halftime, he made adjustments, and they did the QB spy, and then they just destroyed Baltimore in the second half. And then the other time he adjusted was the last game of the year.
Season's over.
What happens in between that? You need a DC that can adjust, not just say, oh, I like my scheme, I'm sticking with my scheme, but you lose these guys on the field, you got to adjust. I think they're looking to replace the wrong side.
248-539-9797. Take your calls, your texts. Valenti Show with Rico on 97.1.
Hey, let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way, Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew and the sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer, and they will guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy. Period, folks. They'll find you every discount, rebate, and incentive to save you some money. So get into Hamilton Chevrolet right now and start the new year off right with great deals on their massive inventory. Selection is best right now, and they are ready for immediate delivery. So there's no waiting weeks and months. No. Hamilton will take care of you right now, including the January Rico deal. Rico, what's that? Well, it's a great deal. Maybe the best deal ever. A new 2025 Chevy Trax LT for $239 a month. $239 a month for 24 months. You walk into Hamilton with $995 down, you'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mile. Go see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet and tell them Rico sent you and make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
248-539-9797. Discussing who do you want the Lions to hire as offensive coordinator, and maybe more important, as David and Rico kind of illustrated, if we can only have one coordinator change on one side of the ball, which one would it be? Now, the reason everybody's focusing on the offensive coordinator is because they don't have one.
See, and I want people to understand what I'm saying here. I know they don't have one, but what I'm saying is if you hired a de facto OC, someone that can just be in that position and Dan Campbell still calls the plays, your offense is still going to be the same. You're still going to be a top 5 offense. Mm-hmm. Defensively, though, I don't know if you're better with Kelvin Shepard still being there.
I'm under the I'm under the belief, and unfortunately, I think I'm in the minority. I just think young guys, young coaches deserve more than one season. Give him a chance to see if he can improve, like we give players chances to improve. And if he doesn't, if the defense still sucks, then you get rid of him after next year.
Stoney, I look at it like this, though. When you let's go back to the Eagles. They won a Super Bowl. They had guys in there for a year and said, you know what, we got too much talent to underachieve like this. We're going to broom these guys out. We're going to bring in some better guys. Super Bowl. When your window is now, I get what you're saying, but you don't have that, well, let's give you a chance. This isn't learning on the job.
No, but let me ask you a question, though. You said, well, the Eagles had all this talent. The Lions defense have all this talent? No.
Well, I mean, they have, but.
I mean, a lot of it was injured, but still.
The back half is where most of the talent, aside from Aiden, it's your secondary and all of that. But,
their tackles were not very good either.
I said outside of Aiden and the back half of the defense.
Yeah, and the back half of the defense couldn't play because of injuries. So,
But here's the thing, though, Stoney. And I guess this is where if you had a DC, you use what you got. You look at what a Robert Saleh, who lost all his pieces and said, okay, you know what? As David said, we're going to fix this on the fly. We're going to start playing this type of defense now. We're going to start doing this. We're going to maximize the few amount of pieces that we actually have rather than blitz on 3, run 2-3, blitz.
Well, like last year when the Lions had all the defensive injuries and Aaron Glenn was the DC that everybody seemed to love, they really didn't change crap, did they? And we kind of saw what happened.
But you had your back half. You had your safety.
That's true, too.
Yeah.
Yes, you did have your back half, which is huge for this Detroit Lions defense.
Right. Yes, indeed. All right, 248-539-9797. We need text, David.
A Shepard should be better his second year. If not, then get rid of him.
That's me. I agree.
So waste another year. Got you. I like McDaniel, but Zach Robinson would also be a great hire. He is a McVay guy, knows golf, and have you seen Bijan run?
That's true.
See, I still think that. I know everybody's clamoring like, oh, John, Atlanta is the best job to me if I was a head coach. I would want that because they're a young team with a lot of stars on both sides of the ball.
In a very winnable division.
Yes. So that's the one where I'm like, man, I just got to go out and find a QB. Yeah. You go get a Malik Willis, and you can turn that thing around.
McDaniels or bust for OC, but can Dan Campbell relinquish total control and leave any OC alone to do their job? That is from DD.
Yeah, he did it with Ben Johnson. Right?
Well, I was told that, Dan really called those plays. Well, Ben didn't do much.
Well, Ben called the plays, but Dan did help, game plans and things like
that. The philosophy was
yes.
I'm kidding because people told me when Ben didn't do anything. Like, guys, Ben did a lot. We don't have to be that way. We really don't.
All right, 248-539-9797.
We lost medium-sized Vern. Call back, Vern.
Vern, please call back. I was all primed for you. Terry in Southfield, you're at 97.1.
Hello, how you guys doing today?
Good.
Yeah, you know what, really, I don't think it's a major big deal if we don't get Daniels as a coordinator. I think the guy with the Rams, he's pretty qualified too. My biggest thing is I just think that with McDaniels, what are we because I think Mike said it yesterday. Mike said, hey, the owner go in their pocket and make him the highest paid OC. I'm making him the highest paid OC based on what? Creativity or wins? Because I know he's a qualified person to be OC. I'm not taking that away from him. But there's a lot of qualified OCs out there. And I think the Rams OC, if we had a shot at him, I would say I would go after him. But going after McDaniels based on what? Creativity or wins? We're going to make him the highest paid OC based on what?
Well, when you're an assistant coach, I don't think sometimes you have a good offense and, yes, creativity. The wins, that was for him as a head coach. I'm not going to hold that against him for a coordinator job.
Well, but we're talking about, if you see what the guy did with Matthew Stafford, Matthew Stafford's probably going to be the MVP of the league. And, we see how many points the Rams put up. I think, and plus McDaniels, this is a personal thing with me. I know he's a qualified guy, but I just think he's a weird dude. I don't think that.
No, he is a weird dude. It ain't just you, Terry.
Which is why he's perfect for being a coordinator, not a head coach.
Terry, what you're hoping is he could go back to the days when he was the run game coordinator for the Niners. Now, Shanahan still called the plays. And people like, oh, well, he didn't call the plays. Shanahan called them.
Right.
He was the run game, but he put the designs in for the plays where you saw tons of motion. And that's the stuff that Ben Johnson did where he could motion a guy open, and now it's an easier play for Jared Goff to get that completion.
Right. I just, I kind of agree with David a little bit too. Hey, are we looking at the right coordinator? But if I'm coming in for an interview, I'm asking the head coach, hey, when things don't go right, at what point you going to pull the play calling from me? Because that's a concern too for any OC coming here. You got to ask that question.
I don't think so. I mean, the results speak for themselves. But yeah, you're right. Okay, so Anthony Lynn, Campbell got rid of, and he got rid of John Morton, or just reassigned both of them.
Quietly fired.
But the offenses were stuck in mud. And they weren't great when Campbell took over, except for a couple games. But
here's the thing. If you don't fix the offensive line, you could bring in Andy Reid to be the offensive coordinator.
You are so right.
It won't work.
Right.
Because here's what you found out, that you just can't plug and play people on the offensive line. Young guys sometimes play like young guys. Backups play like backups. And when you couldn't run the ball late in the season and it was predictable, like, oh, Goff's going to have to pass, pin your ears back, go and get them, make them uncomfortable, and you lost games.
Right. Look. Everybody's trying to compare everything to Philly. Why did part of Philly's offense blow this year? Because their offensive line fell apart. Lane Johnson wasn't healthy.
Correct.
Juergens got hurt for a little bit. They lost Becton to free agency.
Correct.
I mean, this is what happens to really good teams. And we are so quarterback obsessed as fans, and rightfully so. It's probably the most important singular position in sports. But the offensive line in all of sports, including maybe starting pitching and bullpen or whatever, is if you don't have a good offensive line, you can't do squat.
Agreed, which is why my point is you can fix that and your offense will still be top 5. Now, what would happen, though, because you fixed the offensive line, it wouldn't be empty yards. It wouldn't be empty points. It would be you will be better against the better teams because your O-line is better, but you're still top 5. Your defense, though, will not be top 5. David, I think if Kelvin Shepard is still here.
Doesn't matter. You're playing a last place schedule. Doesn't matter.
I don't think no matter who the defensive coordinator is, it'll be top 5, though. Unless they somehow get...
Okay, give me top 15. Because they weren't that.
I know, but... I'm not trying to use it as an excuse. If they don't get their safeties back for next year, nobody's going to make them a top 15 defense.
Here's the thing, David, and it's like almost like the offensive line. If they don't invest in their defense and on that defensive line, the way they invest in the offense in the draft, and they're like, guys, other side of the ball needs some help. There's enough toys over here. Help out this side of the ball, and you'll get a lot better. Look, I'm not saying you're going to turn into the Texans.
No.
But you can be so much better.
When they invested in the other side of the ball, it was not great. I mean, Tyreek Williams, it's still too early to, I would never call him a bust. He's an okay player right now. But Terrion Arnold has been disappointed. Rakestraw can't get on the field. So when they invest in these defensive players, they don't do anything. That's the biggest problem. 248-539-9797. Two 248-539-9797. It's the Valenti Show with Rico. Stoney here in for Mike. 248-539-9797 for text as well. But Keith has been waiting patiently in Detroit. What's up, Keith?
What's going on, fellas? How you guys doing?
Good.
Keith.
What's up, Reek? And you know what? This might be for David, but I agree. I don't like learning on the fly. We've been patient long enough as Lions fans. But there's a name that nobody's talking about. I'm talking about Terrell Austin, bringing him back from Pittsburgh. When he was here, defense was formidable. Now he's got more pieces to play with, and who knows, maybe a first and a next year's second might be able to bring Watt on. I want to know what you guys think about that as I'm driving.
Well, it's interesting because people kind of think, thanks, Keith, that Watt might be traded. But Terrell Austin, they had a good defense here, but they also had some pretty good players. I mean, he had Sue here, don't forget. And what was it? C.J. Mosley was pretty good when he was
right. But you also,
DeAndre Levy. They had some good Slay. They had some good players, right?
Yeah, you're bringing in somebody with experience, though, not learning on the job. Look, like I said, Shep could end up becoming a great guy, but as you know, Stoney, just how you start off isn't how you finish. And if you can upgrade in a window that's really, you're right there. And you can bring in somebody that's better, I'm okay with that. And maybe, you know what, hey, we're going to put you back at linebackers coach, learn here, or make him co-DC or whatever you got to do to make him happy. But I'm okay if you can upgrade at the DC position. I know you and a lot of people give him another year. I don't think you have another year. This team, you're walking backwards from where you were a few years ago.
My caveat is Brian Flores. I would give up Kelvin Shepard if you can get me Brian Flores.
I think he's going to end up being a head coach.
So do I.
Honestly, I think he's going to end up being
Atlanta.
I think he's going to be David's head coach, or he may end up Baltimore's head coach.
He fits both those franchises. He really does. 248-539-9797.
Don't forget, if you go to the Steelers, that's your job for the next 20 years.
I know. He's got to be pretty happy about that. Let's go to Nitty. You're on 97.1.
Or not.
Yeah, Nitty is gone. Greg, what's up?
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good.
Good. I was calling because I wanted to see what y'all think about bringing in Raheem Morris as the assistant head coach to partner up with Calvin Shep and bringing in Mike McDaniels as the OC.
That wouldn't be horrible. I wouldn't be opposed to that. Co-DCs, maybe. Raheem Morris, one of those guys.
Yeah.
Seems to be a really good coordinator, but not a good head coach.
No, I like it, Greg. Like I said, if you can bring an upgrade to any part of this team right now, I'm all for that.
I'm with it. That's why I think it would be a great move for the Lions since that spot's open with the assistant head coach and be able to kind of solidify all positions and let Dan Campbell be Dan Campbell.
Let me ask you this, Greg. If not McDaniel, who do you think should be the OC?
That one there is kind of tough. I like Kevin out of Cleveland.
He's going to be a head coach, I would think, but you never know.
Like all of the other guys that I kind of like, I think are going to get head coaching jobs. So I kind of want to see what falls after that, you know, because I really don't think Mike McDaniel is going to get a job. I think he's going to be an OC.
I tend to agree with you.
No Dan Orlovsky?
Okay. We had a caller who said he was going to bring up Dan Orlovsky. Dan is very, very good at breaking down games on tape for television. And he could eventually become a decent coach. There is no way in hell, as much as I like Dan Orlovsky personally, that I would want a guy to come here and be a coach, let alone a coordinator, for his first gig.
No, I got you.
It makes no sense to me.
I brought that up because that was the news yesterday. I'm like, wait, what? So I didn't know if you guys talked about it or not.
No, I was laughed at it. It's Matt Millen.
Here's the thing. If you're the Lions, that's a gimmick, and you're too good for a gimmick.
Yes.
If you're the Lions, you need to find somebody that can improve this already powerful offense. Plain and simple. I can't stress this enough. You probably have another 2-3 years of being this good before you're going to have to break this thing up. You can't have anybody learning on the fly like Orlovsky. If this was the old Lions, Yeah, why not? You got nothing to lose. You have a lot to lose right now if you do the gimmick.
Right. If you brought him in as, I don't know, an assistant quarterback coach,
How about no?
Or a quality control guy, as you know, that version of a GA or something like that, yeah, that's fine. An offensive coordinator because somebody's good on television? Really? No. That makes no sense.
They've done that before. Matt Millen.
That's what I said.
Right, but that was back when your team was bad.
Correct.
And you just
He was
needed
trying
something.
things.
Your team is good.
Right,
so
they were trying to go outside the box. I understood it at the time. They just shouldn't have extended.
you know
them.
what? Color within the lines.
Yeah.
Stay in the box.
Yeah.
Bring in somebody who can help you win and get this team to that next level.
Right. I mean, Dan Orlovsky? Really? Sometimes we just get blinded by what we see on television. We do. I mean, I know a lot of people when we were searching for a general manager just were in love with Louis Riddick.
Because you see him all the time.
Right.
And he seems so smart on TV.
Yes. There's probably a good reason why Louis Riddick is not employed in the National Football League.
Yeah. When I look at people like that on TV and they always look so smart, it reminds me of the people on Instagram who live the perfect lives.
Oh, yeah.
You know why? Because they don't show you the bad days. They don't show you the things that happen. They don't show you the fights that they have on vacation. It's just beautiful sunshine and look at me and here, I'm Kenny on a boat. So.
Yeah, remember the Mike Mayock experience with the Raiders?
Oh, yeah, exactly. It just doesn't make sense.
That person was if they were in high demand, but chances are they're not. So no, that's why you always sound so smart, so brilliant when you're on TV.
Right.
Because you'll highlight everything you say wrong, but anything you got, right, but anything you got wrong, we're going to move on past that.
And look, he does a really good job of what he does. And sometimes on social media, he will, make, tweets or whatever that are at that moment. But most of these guys on television, they have the fortune of, seeing the result before they make their comment and break down. When you're an offensive coordinator, it's split second. You got to figure out in a hurry what play you're going to run and all that stuff. It's not as easy as sitting in your Barca lounger at home and being on a laptop. It's,
Or setting up the chess pieces. I'm going to run this play
correct
in the second quarter so I can run a variation off of this play in the fourth quarter.
Right.
So, it's those types of things.
It's cool that, a lot of it gets explained to us that I would never understand. Like, for instance, the last play in the Philly-San Francisco game, why the hell they run this 4 vertical ridiculous play, and they explain it, from the all-22, and you can see how stupid it was.
I think they thought that the Niners were going to be in a zone. And the Niners basically said, we were in a zone, but you pick up whoever runs in your zone and you play man with that person. And Philly didn't expect that. They thought, okay, we'll play in the zone. 4 people will go out, and somebody's going to be in an empty spot for the first
They
down.
called a timeout. They saw the picture of what they were in, and they still ran a ridiculous. But what I'm saying is, not to focus on that play, is you have to make split-second decisions. Dan Orlovsky or any of these guys on television, they're not doing that right now. Could they eventually? Sure. But they're not doing it right now.
And that's why I guess caller mentioned that the passing game coordinator for the Rams is somebody that I would be looking at.
Oh, Nate Schillhouse, the former quarterback at Illinois, right?
Yeah, because that's right, he was at Illinois. I want him because I want the coordinators that's going to push Goff to be a better Goff.
Right.
I look at what he has done to Stafford, and that looks like Stafford looks better than he was when he was here. Like, it's just more of a confidence to his game.
Right.
It's more of a swagger to his game. Heck, we all thought he wasn't going to be playing because of his back. I like what he did there. I need somebody who can come in here, push Goff, and maximize all of his skills.
248-539-9797. You assume he's going to be MVP, don't you?
Yeah.
I mean, Drake May's had a good year, but Matthew Stafford.
If you're going to use the numbers and it has to go to a quarterback, then it's Stafford.
Let me tell you something. People don't realize, we'll talk about this tomorrow, but So my Sunday is Detroit Lion fans' worst headache. Stafford versus Ben Johnson.
I saved that topic for tomorrow.
Okay, yeah. Because I thought, like, going into it.
I didn't put it on the sheet for a reason.
I said the NFC Championship game, if it was that, and it obviously is not, it's going to be this week, yes. 97-1. 248-539-9797. David, hit it.
So I already told you I am already in off-season mode. So let's go ahead and move over to the 2026 college football season.
David, there's still a lot of important games left to be. Okay.
Who cares about that? Let's talk about the hot seat for coaches entering 2026.
Wow.
So I want you to give me a 5 for the hottest seat or 1 for, we'll see. Dave Aranda for Baylor. Now, he started off, he was 2-7 in his first season, then he went 12-2. Hasn't done anything since. 6-7, 3-9. Yeah, it's not so good.
I think it's a hot seat. I think it's a 5 because, and now correct me if I'm wrong, they signed somebody really good out of the portal, I believe.
They signed DJ Lagway.
Yes. Well, somebody famous. I don't know how good he is, but yes. So, yeah, if he can't succeed.
Missed another bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would probably say I'm at a 4 or 5. You're in the Big 12. Not a powerhouse team in there. Somebody's got to rise up. I thought Baylor would become that new powerhouse team. Yeah, I think this is going to be it for him.
And he did give up play calling duties to the new coordinator, Joe Klanderman. So that may be the sign that, you know what, you give up duties and you still fail in a season, you're probably out of here.
Now you know you're desperate if he hires Connor Stallions.
Well, let's get to the next one here. Bill O'Brien at Boston College. Now, a lot of people had him on the hot seat last year, but they say Boston College doesn't fire coaches after 2 years.
I know.
So that's why he
just
didn't
brought
fire
in a new running back coach.
Exactly. Mike Hart.
Yeah,
Well,
somebody found Mike.
I see.
he might be on the new coaching staff next year.
I'm going to say 2. Boston College, what kind of pressure do they have there? As long as they're competitive, I think people are happy and can give Notre Dame a good game.
They were
You're right.
7-6.
Right. They don't fire people that quickly. And I think, Stoney, I think Bill O'Brien came in with higher expectations.
Yeah.
When Boston College hired him, the fan base was like, yes, we got somebody that's going to help us win titles. And I'm going to say, David, the seat is going to be hot for him because Cignetti has changed the game. You're not allowed to have all of these years anymore.
So this would be what, year 3, if I'm not mistaken?
It would be year 3 because he went 7-6 in 2024 and then went 2-10 because of the QB issues, losing a QB, but he didn't get a QB good enough to run his team.
So I'm going to say probably I'm going to put it at a 3.
I'm putting it at a 2. I don't think they care enough in Boston College to fire him.
Okay, well, do they care enough at this next program? It is Florida State, and it is Mike Norvell.
I think it's 4.5, 4 to 5. Yes, I mean the fact that he even came back for this year shows that they gave him a little patience. This is it, buddy.
It's a 5, and you know what made it a
3-0.
No, but you know what made it a 5? Even though David's already moved on from this season, Miami playing in the national title game. You got to think that the president, the AD, and all the boosters are like, these SOBs are in the title game, and what are they doing? We're spending money here.
And Florida fired their coach, right?
So 5.
Yeah, they lost 4 straight, and in that 4 straight, one of them was to Miami, finishing 5-7.
I mean,
this
David,
year.
Things hit different in the state of Florida.
Yes,
like those 3 teams, they all position themselves on what the others have done.
Next on the list, Mike Locksley.
I don't know how he made it back.
I know. It's incredible. The guy, because he recruits all these good players, but when push comes to shove, they don't do squat.
His quarterback was Malik Washington. That's why he's still there.
Yeah, he's good.
He convinced Malik to come back, and that's the only reason. It's before he found out about Instagram, it was the reason why Sharon Moore was going to come back, because of the quarterback. He sees, okay, I have a talented quarterback who did not hit the portal. They're going to give him another year. But, yeah, I was fully expecting him to be fired I thought he was going to get fired after he lost here at Ford Field.
The easiest money is betting on Maryland the first 4 or 5 games of the season. and then they just go into you-know-what.
Yeah, Maryland and Northwestern are two teams. They start off and then fall off the cliff.
And I also give you a sign of bad things to come because the school decided to retain him, and they said they would commit more money to NIL to support him. What does that usually mean? We supported you.
You better win.
Failed.
Yes.
You didn't. You're fired.
Here's a check. Go buy real players. Do what A&M did and Texas Tech did, or you're gone.
Have it build a new stadium, a real stadium.
You don't like that stadium?
No.
Really? It's okay. I mean, what do you expect?
I know.
I mean, it's.
I know. I was
Stoney,
there.
as you know, that's a pro football area. You got the Ravens, and you got the Commanders.
I know.
And nobody goes to their game. It's a fun little friendly stadium.
Yeah, I know.
To me, it's the old Ryan Field East Coast version, where it's half and half with the fan base. David,
right? You're absolutely right because I was there for a Michigan game and it was like mostly Michigan fans. Yeah. But when I worked there and covered the Boomer teams and those teams, they still didn't really support them the way they should have.
No, they never will.
So we're going to close it out with the last one here, and it is Shane Beamer down in South Carolina.
All he does is bitch about things.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to say this is a 5. I think Beamer should have left and took over the Virginia Tech job that he didn't want. But I think expectations are going to be high. You're in the SEC. I think if you don't win this year, he's gone.
I tend to agree with you.
I think you're right because the SEC schedule, Mississippi State at Bama, Kentucky at Florida, Tennessee at Oklahoma, Texas A&M at Arkansas, Georgia, and then at Clemson like they do every year.
Two words for Indeed. Well, 3, Indeed.com. There you go. You're not going to make it through this, Shane.
No.
Yeah, that's rough when you win against Kent State and Towson, but then you're done. That is your College Football Blitz 97.1.
Brought to you by Blue Chew. Eastern Michigan Athletics has confirmed that the current student athlete on their men's basketball team alleged to be involved with the latest point shaving scandal has been suspended. The actions allegedly occurred before he got to Ypsilanti, and the staff was not aware of the allegations during his recruitment. The Suns battle the Pistons tonight and will be without 25-point-per-game scorer Devin Booker. Meanwhile, it looks like Detroit will have a clean bill of health as Duren Harris and Stewart are all probable to play. Paul Reed is a recent add to the report. He's out for personal reasons. Hear the 7 o'clock tip right here on 97.1. 2 former Lions have been named to the College Football Hall of Fame class, including defensive lineman Ndamukong Suh and receiver Herman Moore. The Lions have requested to interview Steelers offensive coordinator Arthur Smith for their offensive coordinator job as well. Eastern Michigan assistant and former Michigan star Mike Hart has been hired to be Boston College's running back coach. According to Matt Zenitz of CBS Sports, Michigan defensive lineman Eno Etta is expected to withdraw from the transfer portal. He's one of the top 10 players available currently. Ben Sherratt left practice early for the Red Wings due to maintenance. Tom McClellan thought his defense will be the same tomorrow, however. And Alex Bregman is committed to play in the World Baseball Classic for Team USA. Despite retiring from the Dodgers, Clayton Kershaw giving it one more run as well. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Two 248-539-9797. Hope you had a good day. I know a lot of people had to deal with their kids being off from school due to the unexpected snowstorm that we had overnight. So hopefully,
why are they off today?
Because the buses couldn't run really good this morning. Okay. I mean, it was fine when we got here, but I was told in the morning it was not an easy commute, so to speak. You know, it happens. By the way,
was that bad? It was awful this morning.
Okay. Yeah. By the way, on the Detroit local update, Jeremy Otto mentioning Ben Sherratt. You know,
you got to say it right.
Missing Detroit. Yes, thank you, Elliot. Ben Sherratt was not at practice. He'll be back for tomorrow. Tomorrow they play San Jose, and if you have a chance to either go or just watch. One of the great, and I mean great, young players in this game is Macklin Celebrini. I mean, he's playing the Canadian Olympic team already. He's like 20 years old. He's unbelievable, and that team's pretty good. It's a good test for the Wings tomorrow. And real quick, I watched a little of the Buffalo Sabres last night on TNT.
You were just up all night.
That was an early game.
No, I'm just saying, but you were watching all night. That's why you fell asleep on Michigan.
Watch that. Watch Landman, a few episodes with my wife. But anyway. Here's a prediction here. The Buffalo Sabres are going to make the Stanley Cup playoffs. They've won, 15 out of their last 17. Their defense is playing really well. Tage Thompson, Alex Tuck. Like I said, their defense, Dahlin.
But will they be able to dial it back up after the 3-week break?
I don't know. That's the whole thing. It's like the Wings. I mean, they're good in good position, but I think they're only up by 7 points right now, something like that. And they've played more games than anybody else. It's going to be, just get ready for as the Ohio players would say, it's going to be a roller coaster. I mean, that's what this season's going to be like the rest of the way. Okay. It is. We're going to have a lot of highs, a lot of lows. Okay. So that's your Red Wing look. And tonight, Devin Booker not playing the Phoenix Suns. But I wonder, and we talked about it briefly on Restore the Floor, the podcast on the Pistons that Evan and I do with the voice of the Phoenix Suns, John Bloom. Dylan Brooks, is on the Suns. You could have a little Dylan Brooks, Isaiah Stewart situation tonight, just because what the hell? Dylan Brooks is a antagonist. No. Isaiah Stewart don't take crap from anybody.
No, I can
that could be that. It could be a very interesting storyline tonight.
But no book, so
yeah, he's such a good player.
If I were going to go down there, that would be the reason why.
Oh yes, absolutely. Although who's playing really well for them, one of the most hated players in college basketball history, Grayson Allen. Oh, yeah. Grayson Allen is playing really well. All right,
the most punchable face.
Yes, well, most Duke players are.
No. He took the cake. He just looked like the type that just Nepo kid who rich dad and always got his way. Yeah.
Well, but J.J. Redick was like that. I mean, think about it.
Face punchable.
Okay, he's right there. I certainly don't disagree with you.
J.J. Redick was good though. Grayson Allen was just like really. He's just like we're getting beat by him.
Yeah, I know.
J.J. was like, all right, it's okay. All right, I may not like you, but I respect you.
Well, like all right, I'll say it. All the Duke white players were all hateable by white guys. I know you're not going to go there. I will. I can. I mean, come on. They're Wojo. I mean, he had a punchable face too, right?
Yes, I can punch Wojo in the face. Oh, wrong Wojo. I'm sorry.
All Wojos. I mean, Redick. I mean, go back to Leitner. You can do. There's a plethora.
Yeah, but
Cherokee Parks.
They were okay. Cherokee Parks.
Danny Ferry.
Most players were at least good.
Yeah,
I never saw Grayson Allen as good.
Oh, I thought he was good. I thought he was dirty.
I thought he was dirty, and I thought he was just lucky to be on the Duke team. Like he was brought in just to be that scumbag guy to pick the fights and
Grayson
to get
Allen. He was good.
He was a good player.
I never.
Just
but
dirty.
He was dirty. He was dirty. Yeah.
When your game is you have to be dirty, you're not good.
That wasn't his game, though.
That was his game.
No.
He could try take it to the hole. He had a good shot.
You're making me defend Grayson Allen.
Well, you're a scumbag too.
Oh, you know who else we didn't mention in that list? Bobby Hurley. I mean,
I like Bobby Hurley.
Good player.
Yeah.
Punchable
like
face.
Bobby Hurley, but don't like Grayson Allen. Bobby Hurley is the dirtiest player I've ever seen.
Bobby Hurley was the straw that stirred that drink, David.
Yeah, because he's dirty.
And he made me a lot of money when he beat UNLV.
There it is.
And he made you happy when they kicked the crap out of Michigan in the finals.
No,
right?
I didn't care. They knocked off UNLV.
Right.
So that was a bet that I made that I didn't have money to actually pay.
Yeah.
So I was.
Oh, my God. All right. Speaking of college sports, Monday we will have the national championship game in football, as you know. It's the Miami Hurricanes, the U, going up against the Indiana Hoosiers. Hard to believe. Indiana playing for the national championship. If they win this game, do you realize they're the only school in history to have an undefeated championship team in both football and basketball?
Mm-hmm.
Last done by the 1975 Hoosier team or 76?
I think it was 76.
Yeah. Look, I'm going to definitely watch the game. I wish it was tomorrow night rather than Monday night, only because enough already. It's January 15th. End the season already. I mean, Dan Lanning was correct. They should just play after.
This game should be Friday.
Yes.
Friday or Saturday.
This game should be Friday. None of this Monday stuff. And I know it's a holiday and things like that, but still, this game should be Friday. Actually, if you want to get into the weeds about it, this game should have been New Year's Day or New Year's night, but hopefully that'll happen in another years where they'll schedule these things correctly and we won't have to go past January 1st with college football because that should be when it ends.
As they expand the playoff, that's a pipe dream that'll never happen.
I understand that.
Just so you know
because they won't get rid of the damn conference championship games.
No, when it goes to 16 teams, it's good luck with that.
Yes. All right. 248-539-9797, by the way, is the telephone number and the text. And the fact that it is not, Ohio State and Alabama and Georgia and the quote-unquote blue bloods, does it ruin it for you, or do you like that, seeing something new? Now, Miami's not new, but they haven't been in this position for a while.
No, when you look at this, I had this conversation with Kenny, I think last week or 2 weeks ago, because he's like, I don't really care about the game, and Georgia's not in it. And I'm like, right there. Georgia's not in it. Georgia's in this thing. You care about this. Georgia's not there. You don't care.
Already a flag. That's not what I said. I said the expanded playoff has made it hard for a fan of, if your team isn't in it, Okay. You know what?
Now go ahead, Kenny.
If your team isn't in it, it's not a 4-team playoff anymore. It becomes just watered down and harder to watch, especially as what Stoney said, without there being a quote-unquote blue blood. At least if you don't like the blue blood, you can root against them like they're the evil empire.
Or you can hate watch.
Exactly.
There's not much hate watching here unless you just don't like seeing Michael Irvin on the sidelines, or you don't like the facial expressions of Cignetti. Or I guess there are people like my relatives, for some reason, who don't believe that Indiana should be there because they have no fans.
Well,
and all of a sudden they're jumping on that. I said, come on. I mean, if you went to the Indiana, all of a sudden you got great out of nowhere, you wouldn't hop on board, whether you went to the games or not as a student. Because as you know, Rico, you've been there. Most of the students on football Saturdays go to tailgate and they don't even walk in the stadium.
Right. It's like when all of a sudden, like, George Mason got good. I didn't care that George Mason fans came out the woodwork. Like, be proud of your school. You're winning in hoops. But I would say this. I think you're both wrong. College football, unfortunately, is the most mentally conditioned sport. It tells you that unless one of 8 teams win the national title, the season doesn't count. It's fake. And you can only win. You can have to go to one of these 8 schools. And other than that, that's it. Think of the preseason poll every year, Stoney.
Right, I know.
You literally just put them in a hat, shuffle them up, and I can tell you 8 of the top 10 teams every season.
Right.
That's not how it ends.
Correct.
But it's got to be one of these teams. I love this because it's a reshaping of college football. Why? Because for the first time, I actually believe that anybody could win the title. 10 years ago, 5 years ago, 3 years ago, Indiana had no chance of doing this.
No.
Indiana now, Cignetti is now going to put pressure on all these other schools. They did it. They had the all-time losingest record in college football.
And now they're only going to get better because people are sitting there saying, wait a second, I'm in a portal. I want to go to Indiana now. Right. I never thought about that. Nick Morris, perfect example. So, and the quarterback that they got to run it next year, too.
I'm saying this. I like this because now it tells me any team can do this. Now it tells me, you know what? If you're an MSU fan, you don't have to sit there and say, well, we'll never win. Why not? Indiana just did. That should be the answer to any school out there not named Texas, Ohio State, Alabama, Georgia. Indiana did it. Why can't we do it? The athletic director should be telling their coach, Indiana did it. Why can't we do it?
Well, that's partly up to the athletic department because it's based on portal and NIL.
Right. But I don't need to see roll it Ohio State versus Alabama. I've seen those games before.
I get it.
Okay. You know what happened? They actually went out on the field and played the games, and these were the final 2 teams.
Right. Miami beat Ohio State.
Now a committee would have told you if we would have left it up to a committee, these two teams wouldn't have been there. You would have said, nah, Indiana's not real. It's probably going to be Georgia and this team and this team. They played it out on the field and they got it done. Even Ole Miss. But Ole Miss went out there. Well, they can't do anything because they lost their coach. Didn't matter. They went out there and they played.
I think Indiana would have gotten in anyway because they would have beaten Ohio State for the Big Ten championship game. That's the difference.
The people would have been like, yeah, but they're not real.
248-539-9797. No Blue Bloods Monday night. Does that appeal to you or does it piss you off? 97.1.
Hey, you've heard me talk about my partnership with Fanatic Sportsbook and their one-of-a-kind fair play injury protection covering all first-half injuries, not just in pro football, but in pro basketball as well. That's right. And that's why there's no better place to bet than Fanatic Sportsbook. Last night proved my point not once but twice. First, it was New York and Sacramento. New York's franchise point guard left the game in the first quarter with an ankle injury, did not return. Then there was Denver at Dallas. Rookie forward went down in the second quarter with an injury and briefly returned for the final minutes of the first half, but did not return after halftime. Fanatics Fair Play voided all pro player prop bets across the straight parlays and single game parlays instantly. I got the numbers right here. Fanatic Sportsbook Fair Play policy saved 54% of the single game parlays in the New York Sacramento game and 48% in the Denver Dallas game. Don't wait for that bad beat with other books. Bet with the book that always has your back. Fanatic Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatic Sportsbook app.
248-539-9797. It's the Valenti Show with Rico Stoney here for Mike. College football, national championship. The University of Miami, the U, taking on Indiana. They're playing the game, for those of you who didn't know, on Miami's home field. But I don't believe, from what I've been told, it's going to be that much of a home field advantage because they don't get great support anyway, number one. And number two, the Indiana people are coming out of the woodwork and they're paying big money.
Oh, yeah. They bought up Fiesta Bowl. They took that place over.
Yeah.
And if you're Indiana, I mean, I look at it like Lions fans. When the Lions were on that run all the way, they bought up tickets everywhere because you're thinking you're about to watch something magical, except for I think this is going to end very magical. Mendoza at home.
He's from there, yes.
Grew up a mile and a half from the stadium. I think it's going to be something special. And 248-539-9797. Do you need to see a blue blood in this game in order for a care factor to be there? I like college football. I realize I'm in the minority. I know people say, oh, the game is ruined. But I think it's ruined because the door got open for everybody to actually go out there to win. And it's not just a handful of select teams. And then because it was almost like varsity and JV. It was 8 to 10 schools, and then it was everybody else. And you playing your little bowl games, and we'll handle the championship.
I think the reason some people think it's ruined is because it's taken a lot of the traditions away, and that bothers people.
Yeah, college football fans, it is the one sport. It's deep in tradition. Mm-hmm. This is what I grew up with. This is what I saw. These were the teams that were always good. I get it, but it's changing.
I don't know if it's so much that it's Indiana, Miami. I'm still going to watch it. That's number one. But I will also be paying attention on another, either a tablet or another screen on the Pistons are playing the Celtics Monday night, which is
That's a big game.
That's a good game.
Yeah.
And I'll be focused on that as well. Now,
I'm shocked that the NBA is doing that because they
doing what?
Because here's the thing, and maybe it's because they just don't respect college football. They don't play games on the national championship game.
For basketball,
right.
Yes, but because that's the NBA, they promoting their own sport.
And that's what I said.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because it's college football, because I know for college hoop, the national title game, there's never been a game played, so the former players can go back and support their teams.
Right. Well, the other thing, though, is MLK Day has always been a huge NBA
Sure
day.
has.
That's true.
Sure has.
From matinee to
And so what happens
night.
is because college football has a longer playoff, it just ends up on that day.
Correct.
Too bad.
Right.
NBA's already playing.
That's why they should have played tomorrow night. Now, there would still be NBA and NHL games and even college basketball games. But, Monday night they would think they'd have the whole stage to themselves, and they don't. And look, it's still going to get a huge rating. I'm not, who's kidding who. It's still a national championship game. It's still people are going to be betting a lot of money on it. That's just the way it is. Would I rather, if it was, let's say it was, obviously if it was Michigan, I'd want to watch more. But let's say it was Ohio State. I would rather hate watch that game and just root for Miami, like I did when they played each other on, New Year's Eve, than Indiana. Indiana, I think it's a cool story. I really do. The fact that they're able to get not just Mendoza, the fact that that team is basically the foundation is from James Madison it's just incredible to me. It just shows you what coaching is. That these guys who were not big recruits, played at a smaller school, went to the big time. They don't have a lot of penalties. They're just they're a machine.
Right, they just beat you up, and you cannot stop them offensively. Defensively, when the first play of the game against Oregon's a pick six, you just knew, this was over.
See, and that's the thing. It's, to me, if my team's not in it, I want the blue blood in there so I can hate watch.
Yeah.
That's what I want. It doesn't have to be all blue bloods, but if it's Ohio State versus Indiana, yes, I want to hate watch that.
Texas, Indiana, Alabama, Indiana.
Yeah,
just give me one
I'm going
blue
to hate
blood,
watch.
and then I root against
But technically, isn't that Miami?
Miami is kind of a blue blood, but they've been away for a while.
That's yes, but it's been so long.
I mean, Michael Irvin out there with the belt to ass.
I'm not hating that though. It's crazy. It's wild.
Find somebody to love you the way he loved Miami. and you'll be okay in life.
Yeah, I mean, I have no problem with Ray. Ray Lewis at least keeps it under control to a certain extent.
I don't find, Stoney, that's the key to life. Anybody, find somebody that loves you the way Michael Irvin loves Miami.
I know. I mean, look, Jimmy Johnson's there. That stuff's all cool, and it's going to be,
But everyone's regular except
Michael Irvin.
Michael Irving.
Right.
What are you doing, man?
Mike looks like drunk uncle at the picnic.
Yes.
Like, somebody go get Uncle Mike.
Everybody's like, here we go again.
David, go get your father. Go get him.
There's actually a place in Boca, like it's a bar. It's called Crazy Uncle Mike's. It should be for him.
Yeah,
that's exactly what it looks like. Has Cignetti gotten to the point of hate watching yet?
See, I look at this team, and it's not hate watching, but it's almost like watching that LSU team with Joe Burrow. Like, this team is a machine. Like, I want to see the coronation here. I need you to finish this thing off and go undefeated, because I don't think that anybody out here can come close to you.
But the difference, correct me if I'm wrong, was Coach O the quarterback, the coach of the Joe Burrow team, or is it somebody else?
Yeah, it was Coach O.
Okay. He was lovable.
He was.
Cignetti's not lovable. He's a great coach.
I think he's lovable. He's a curmudgeon.
He's not lovable.
He's a curmudgeon, but he's lovable.
I don't think he's lovable at all. I think he's
He just stole at the end of the game. I'll smile once to go crack a beer.
Even during the game, he's just this weird face.
The intensity.
He's a great. It has nothing to do with his coach. Just my perception of him, as compared to Coach O. Coach O is a lovable uncle character. Cignetti's like your crazy gym teacher, in school, or he taught like. They don't even have shop class anymore. But
correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
This is Detroit, and everyone loves Dan Campbell. He's not lovable.
And he has intensity on his face.
Yes, during games. So what's the difference?
I don't know. He's just goofy looking to me. There's stare down faces. Campbell doesn't have that. I'm not a big Cignetti guy. But I take nothing away from his ability. He hasn't built up. He's as close to hate watching as I'll get.
I'm rooting hard for Indiana to win this thing. At this point,
oh yeah, I want the Big Ten.
It's not about the Big Ten.
I'm not one of those Big Ten guys.
No.
Either.
It's not about the Big Ten. We are basically playing NCAA football 26.
It is.
You took a team from the trash and you built them up to a championship. Mm-hmm. I'm rooting for it at this point. It's real life.
Yeah. Your quarterback became the Heisman Trophy winner. Like you took the University of Tulsa and said, "I'm going to make this the NCAA." But now, that could actually happen, because if Indiana does this, I think it opens the door. I was telling Kenny, I think a lot of the reasons the Blue Bloods you won't be seeing as many is because it used to be if player X went down, player Y was just as good. They're gone because of the portal and the NIL situation. The Alabamas of the world aren't the same schools.
I'm rooting for Indiana, believe it or not, even though I'm not a Cignetti guy, because I have a friend whose kid went to Miami, and he never said a word about Miami when his kid went there. Now it's every other text, the U. Everything's the U. I said, just because you paid, $60,000 a year to your kid to go to the University of Miami, all of a sudden you're this great Miami fan?
Sounds like a real blue blood program to me.
We have some texts.
Yes, I do. I'm more excited for this playoff than anyone so far in my young life, besides when Michigan won the Natty. Two complete underdogs who weren't supposed to be there playing for the title. Storybook. That is from Ethan. I'm more interested because it's not Ohio State and Alabama or Georgia. I like seeing new faces. I love no Blue Bloods. If it were 8 years ago, you have Bama and Georgia would have been selected for the championship because that's what they did. They only selected Blue Bloods. This is good.
Exactly, because it's actually settled on the field, Stoney. Because this isn't the championship that the College Football Playoff Committee in Dallas would have said, okay, these are going to be the final two teams.
But you know who wasn't a blue blood and went to a few championship games and won a championship, and now they're kind of disappeared. Not disappeared, but they're not good anymore. Clemson. Clemson was not a blue blood, but they seemed to be there every year for a while, and then Dabo decided, hey, you know what the heck, I'm not going to play the game.
That felt strange.
No, but I liked when Clemson crashed the party and said, wait a minute, guys, we can win this game. And when they drew up that play and
Hunter Renfrow, that play, yeah.
I was cheering like, yes.
See, I guess I'm contradicting myself because I did not like that. I did not like when Clemson just popped up out of nowhere. I hated it. But it was nothing but blue bloods back then.
Yes.
Nothing but. It was Alabama, Georgia, Florida was winning them back then. I don't know.
But
Clemson
if you think about it, now Kenny might get pissed off. Georgia's only been a really great team
Say that out loud.
For the past decade, if that, right?
Yeah,
Georgia used to be Michigan. They couldn't deliver what they promised, except for the Herschel Walker
8, 9,
year.
10
That was
wins.
it.
Yes.
Yeah. And they had years, and they, Jimmy would tell you, our program director, Mark Richt, and all these guys.
Good,
and then
started
they
getting
got
in trouble with the law. You're right.
Yeah, say that out loud. Georgia is not a blue blood.
They're not. They're not a blue blood.
They are. Don't do that to Kenny.
They're not a blue blood.
Are.
Hey, I like Georgia.
Kenny, I'm standing up for you. You're on the phone, okay? I'm standing up for you.
No, I heard every word of it.
But they're not a blue blood.
They're not.
Winning back-to-back natties, I don't know.
That doesn't make you a blue
I'm
blood.
not saying it makes you a blue blood. I'm just saying it doesn't hurt the resume.
No, I know. I rooted for them too. If they were playing now,
and I would say,
I'd root for them.
When you got a large percent of your players in the NFL, yeah, you're a blue blood.
No, blue blood is historic tradition for years and years.
Tony, history and tradition is gone in this sport.
I
now.
understand
it is
that.
gone.
All right,
They're a modern day blue blood.
Okay, we have to go modern day. All right, yeah. If you've been good for like 7 of the last 10 years, you're a blue blood. Wow, things have changed. 97-1. 248-539-9797. We're having a hard time in the break. I was talking to our program director, Mr. Georgia fan Jimmy Powers. Besides Kenny, a lot of Georgia fans here. Look, my daughter went there for a year, and I like them too. But the problem is defining what a blue blood is now. And I'm going back to, when I was younger, like USC, Penn State, Ohio State, Michigan, Texas, Nebraska, Oklahoma. Those were what I would consider the blue bloods, but a lot of those schools have fell on hard times. They had periods where they really weren't any good. So are they still blue bloods? And you're right. Georgia is a modern day blue blood because they've been really good since Kirby took over. But hell, even when they were good, they weren't. I mean, they never won anything even when Stafford was there. And Aaron Murray. 248-539-9797. We have any texts, David?
Stoney is wrong. Georgia is a blue blood in today's college football. They are in the fringe, but they are covered under the umbrella.
Okay, like we said, right? Modern day blue blood.
So how long does it take to get into blue blood category?
I think you have to be really good for at least 40 years.
And I don't think there's any blue bloods.
Well, yeah, their teams have been
40 years, consistently 40 years.
Yeah, look, you'll have your downturns.
That's tough. Right, because I remember Alabama firing some coaches.
Right, so they had like a 5 or 7 year period. Notre Dame is a blue blood, even though they had some.
Notre Dame's had some lean years.
Well, you can have.
I don't know if Michigan's on that list now.
Well, you have that. You have the 40 years, but you're not great for every year. You have all the schools have had downturns. So, I guess, and the good schools have come back, like Alabama.
So in the 40 years, I guess the criteria is. I like this. Let's just define it a little bit.
Okay.
40 years. What, you have to have a minimum of 9 wins every year?
Or pretty close. Consistent. You're a consistent top 10 team.
And Georgia's in.
I think that's Georgia.
Not over the last 40 years. The last 10 years, yes.
No team's doing that for 40 years in a row.
Right, Tony.
Well, not at 40, not every single year, but for the majority of those 40 years. So 40 years is what? 86? Is that what we're going back to? Yeah.
Would be, yeah, I believe so.
Okay. So Georgia was good when they had Herschel, and then they sucked they were irrelevant. They couldn't win when they had Stafford until Kirby Smart took over. Then they became great. Alabama's had some really good teams, and then they had some bad teams, and then Saban came.
Okay, early on.
All right, let's go to the phones. Pete in Waterford, what's up?
Hey, I got a comment about Cignetti. He kind of reminds me of Hannibal Lecter. Okay. He calmly dismembers you and moves on to his next victim, and he has a little charm about him, but he's really odd. He's kind of likable, and in that movie, weren't you kind of seeing Hannibal's kind of,
Yeah, you can't. Cignetti was to eat kava beans or whatever they were.
Kava beans.
Yeah.
My point is, he's so expressionless on the sideline. He's like void of any expression.
Like Belichick.
And yeah, but he's even more than that. I don't know.
He definitely looks.
To me,
he looks evil. So you're right. That's not a horrible comparison because Hannibal Lecter.
Serial killer.
Yeah.
He's a serial killer. He's so meticulous. He leaves no clues. How did you win? Well, we played good defense, good offense. We had good special teams. It's just everything is tidy.
And you know what else he did? And thanks for the call, Pete. He called his own shot and backed it up. Google me and all this kind of stuff.
No. He actually, at his very first time when he was in front of the Indiana basketball team, and he was like, F Purdue, you know what? And while we're at it, F Michigan and F Ohio State as well.
Right.
That's when he called his own shot.
Right.
That could have blown up in his face. The Google me stuff, that was just like, hey, man, I win.
Right.
But when he walked out and told everybody that, yeah.
248-539-9797. All right, we got the fact checking guys behind the glass here.
Yeah,
are going to poke holes in every one of my
no,
arguments.
Stoney, it
here.
was the whole 40-year thing. Like you
I know.
realize,
I know.
nobody's a blue blood because there's been.
Before Kenny gets to his list, because he found a good list that we can go through real quick.
With criteria.
You said 40 years, so
Yeah.
1986.
Yeah.
I went through
should have
those
said 50
seasons.
years.
They have 6 seasons where they won 6 games or less in that 40 years.
Who, Georgia?
Georgia.
Yeah.
That's a blue blood.
6 games?
Only 6
Okay,
seasons.
Okay, all right.
Where they won 6 games or less.
Yeah.
That's blue blood.
It is.
I guess so.
Along with SEC titles, along with national titles.
They won 1 national title up until the last 5 years, right? So Herschel Walker, who was when did they win the other one?
It's Alabama in overtime, Stone.
No, I know. I said within the last 8 years.
You got Jimmy Powers on there.
No, I said in the last 10 years.
I'll
Yes,
be doing
they
the
became-
show. I'll be doing the show by myself tomorrow.
In the last 10 years, yes.
Now, they are. If you're going to count the Notre Dames, then Georgia is a blue blood.
I guess. You know what? It just goes to show.
I mean, look, Michigan has some lean years.
Yes, they did.
But you would still consider them a blue blood, right?
Yeah.
Guys,
Texas.
I found a list with criteria. I want you to see if you can agree on this criteria real quick.
Okay.
Top 15 in program win percentage, minimum 750 games, at least 1 national title in 2 of the 3 eras, whether it's AP or whether it's Bowl or whether it's CFP.
Okay.
Here are the teams. Is that fair criteria?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Alabama, Florida State, Georgia, LSU, Michigan, Oklahoma, Miami, Notre Dame, Texas, Ohio State, Tennessee, USC. I think that's a fair list.
That's a fair list. I'll give them. That's very fair. So Nebraska didn't win enough, right? Because they weren't on there then, right?
Not enough eras of success. No.
Because they stopped basically when the forward pass came. You know, basically the bottom line of the story is I'm freaking old. That's it. Right? Because to me, like Penn State is a blue blood. You know, USC is a blue blood.
They were on Kenny's list.
Well, they should be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just was like, man, Stoney, like Georgia, they're there, and I'm not a Dogs fan. But
I know.
Jimmy dropping a bomb on you in the background back here
No,
made
but
my
he
whole
missed.
week.
But he missed my point. I
Jimmy's
said
like-
he didn't hear me say in the last 10 years they are.
Well, that's why we included 2 of the 3 bowl or championship era lists.
Correct. Yes. Yeah.
Sustained success.
Yes. Yeah. But he wasn't in my basement with the high school kids watching Tua beat Georgia for the freaking national championship, which pissed half my house off. Anyway,
7 seasons of 6 or less wins, and that's not blue blood. Wow.
that's
all right.
That's Mike Stone.
I'll take the L. 97-1. 248-539-9797. We'll get into the Lions offensive coordinator update in a little bit. There's some new names that are out there that are kind of interesting, including one who actually coached for David's favorite team, who David is not too keen on, is he? No. All right, we'll get that in a second. We're asking, there ought to be a law. Okay. Now, before we do that, we have to do football today.
Well, guys, in this town and for my team, they're already in the offseason. So let's think about the offseason already. Who cares about the playoffs?
The offseason.
So let's go to predicting the biggest NFL trades that could shape the 2026 offseason in the NFL. So they have compensation here. I can give you that on some of these if you want it. But let's start with this one. Max Crosby.
I was going to say Max Crosby leaves the Raiders.
He goes to the Commanders in this trade.
What are they giving up?
First round pick this year, 5th round pick this year, 1st round pick next year.
So the Lions would have a worse pick than the Commanders because the Commanders had a worse season. So the Lions would have to maybe go 2 1s and a 3 or something, maybe.
They don't have a 3.
They don't have a 3, so they
that's
can't
right.
do it.
Or a 2.
So they would have to give up a 1 and a 2 and a 1.
Yeah. I would do it, but that's.
And as much as I like the edge rusher, as far as the Lions go, you can't afford that this year.
No.
You have 2 years ago, I would have said jump all over this.
You need
right
that
now,
offensive line.
You need so many different pieces. You can't burn everything on one player, as great as Max Crosby is. But if the Commanders get that, they already got their QB, so that would be a good pickup for them.
Next up here, I've already talked about it before, A.J. Brown. We pretty much know he's going to be dealt this offseason.
Hold on. Where would A.J. Brown go?
Where do you think he should go?
A.J. Brown will end up as a Raider because he just looks like he fits where the Raiders, that whole mindset.
Okay, so you're guessing the Raiders, Stoney.
I would guess the Dallas Cowboys because they're not going to keep Pickens.
You all are both wrong. East Coast, AFC, they are still in the playoffs. I'm sorry, no, they're not. They're not in the playoffs. A.J. Brown to the Patriots are in the playoffs. A.J. Brown to the Patriots.
Oh, he played for Vrabel, and
yes,
when Vrabel was the coach
he did.
there.
They gave up a 1st round this year, 3rd round this year, 20 in a 3rd round next year, 2/3 in a 1st.
I would tell Vrabel, you're lighting your team on fire. You can't have both of those guys on the team at the same time.
By the way, Howie Roseman did speak today, and he was asked about trading A.J. Brown. He said, quote, "It's hard to find great players in the NFL, and A.J.'s a great player. That's what we're going out and looking for. When we go out in free agency in the draft, it's trying to find great players who love football, and he's that guy." So that would be my answer, which is basically a non-answer.
Yeah, if I'm A.J., you know what? Maybe I'd go to the Texans. I would go to the Texans. Put him and Nico Collins out there.
Oh, yeah. Well, they'd have to give up at least a 1, right? He's not a free agent.
Right. I'm saying if I'm the Texans, though, you have the defense that stops nobody. Now, nobody's getting through you.
Right.
But what about Tank Dell?
Does he still play?
Next on the list, your wide receiver, Brandon Ayuk to the Bills. And the Bills give up Keon Coleman and a 2026 5th round selection.
Do you want Keon Coleman?
You know what? How about just a snowplow? Like that's the equivalent of both of those players.
Coleman is cheap, and I'm thinking they'll get him, hoping that he turns it around, but he's cheap.
You know,
I don't want to speak for you and your fandom for the Niners. Do they even want a Keon Coleman? To me, that's like,
you know what? They need bodies.
That's why I'm saying you get them, right?
You know what? Yeah, you get Keon Coleman. You need bodies because your 1st round pick, Ricky Pearsall, never played.
Right, I know.
So a 5th round pick, and you're getting rid of him off your salary. Yeah, I mean, I would do it. That's not really much, but sure, why not?
Next on the list is a quarterback being dealt this offseason. You want to guess which quarterback is getting dealt in this deal?
Quarterback being dealt this offseason. Is he a starter?
He is currently a starter.
Okay.
Joe Burrow?
No.
Currently a starter. Huh, because I would have just said Burrow. Who, David? Wait. Oh, Kyler Murray.
No,
Tua.
It is Tua. Tua gets dealt to the Jets. So the Jets
Sure,
receive
why not?
Sure.
Tua, a second-round pick, and salary compensation for a fifth-round pick.
Oh, yeah, because the Jets got a ton of picks because
do.
of the Sauce Gardner.
They do. So they could take that trade and still draft a young quarterback if they want to.
It would have to be late.
No. When you think about when Dante Moore is like, Oregon, go Ducks.
Right.
Go Ducks. I do not want to be a Jet. I'm a Duck.
Right.
I'm not going to draft.
So they would have to draft a quarterback not in the first round unless
you're going after Ty Simpson.
And he doesn't just do much for me.
If I'm the Jets, here's what I would do. And the beauty of it is you got two simple teams that'll do dumb things. I would offer up a package for the Raiders and get the number 1 pick and just go get Fernando Mendoza. And you know what? You could have 2 first-round picks this year. You'll have ours and you'll have the other the Colts pick. Just give it up right now and go get him. You don't do that? Yeah, you're screwed.
Yeah.
You mentioned another quarterback there, Rico. Kyler Murray. He gets dealt in this one to the Steelers.
I love this. This is a great move. This is a great move. Yeah.
Is Kingsbury going to be their offensive coordinator?
So the Cardinals get a third-round selection, conditional fourth-round selection in the 2027 draft.
Well, it's your team. You want Kyler Murray?
No.
Who do you want your quarterback to be next year?
At this point, just let it be Mason Rudolph, tank, and we'll try it next year.
Yeah, next year's quarterback draft on paper sounds good, but they said that about this quarterback draft before,
But you miss
too.
out on the playoffs, David.
I don't care. I don't care about missing the playoffs.
Okay, but you may not tank the way you think you're going to tank. So
I understand that because they'll still try because it's Pittsburgh. But no, let Mason Rudolph be the quarterback or Mac Jones or whoever.
You might as well bring back
No
Rodgers.
Kyler Murray. You know what? No, thank you.
I got one for you. Kirk Cousins.
I'm good on Kirk Cousins. That is your football today.
Eastern Michigan's second leading scorer, Carlos Hart, was listed in the National Point Shaving College basketball investigation today. The school has confirmed that he's been suspended, saying that the conduct is in direct opposition to the values and expectations of EMU athletics. Per the statement, school officials were not aware of those allegations at the time of recruitment. The indictment alleges that Hart was offered bribe payments to fix a game when he was playing for New Orleans. Hart then went on to recruit a teammate who was one of the leading scorers on the team to act with him. They were offered a total of $20,000 to fix the game. The Lions have requested to interview Steelers offensive coordinator Arthur Smith for their OC job. The Ravens declined center Tyler Linderbaum's fifth-year option last year. He'll become a free agent. Linderbaum is someone Dave Burkett said the Lions should go after, but some are speculating he may follow Harbaugh to the Giants. Seahawks Sam Darnold was just added to the injury report with an oblique injury. He's questionable to play this week against the 49ers now. Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes' rehab is going great. His goal is to be ready to go by week 1 next year. This, according to Chris McCoskey late last night on the Scooble arbitration situation. Quote, the Tigers offered $19.8 million, and Boris, according to 2 sources, did not counter. The negotiations ended there. They would have been willing to slide that offer up considerably, certainly over $20 million, maybe closer to $25 million, end quote. Pistons back on the floor at LCA tonight against the Suns. No Devin Booker for Phoenix. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Two 248-539-9797. Stoney in for Mike. It's the Valenti Enrico Show. And yes, you know how the Lions played Christmas against the Minnesota Vikings? That was me in this blue blood argument against Georgia. I got the crap kicked out of me. I take the L.
Stoney,
I take the L.
Stoney, I was just trying to guide you back No. Come on back over here. That's all.
I didn't give the Bulldogs their proper due because I only remembered certain things from recent where I said they were a modern day blue blood, but even in the 80s, besides Herschel Walker, they were pretty damn good.
So, Stoney, you were like, there's a fumble again. Oh, no. Another turnover for the Lions.
Exactly. That was me. I admit it. You know,
we getting beat by who?
You have to admit your mistakes. Was LSU on your list of blue bloods, by the way?
They were, in fact.
Okay, yeah, because we went back.
What was the list again, Kenny? If you have it, you can pull it up.
Well,
I know I'm blindsided.
I got it right here.
Okay.
We got Alabama, Florida State, Georgia, LSU, Michigan, Oklahoma, Miami, Notre Dame, Texas, Ohio State, Tennessee, USC.
Yeah.
They all fit the criteria of blue blood.
That sounds right.
And here's the thing. You know why? Because pretty much every year, that's 8 of your top 10 preseason teams.
Mm-hmm.
Just rearrange the order, but that's going to be 8 of your top 10 teams. And next year, 8 of your top 10 teams will come from that list.
None of them sound out of place, and I don't feel like we're missing any obvious ones. Because, Rico, I've always felt like, what's your point with Hall of Fame discussions when it comes to players? If off the top of your head you can't point at them and go, that's a blue blood, that's a Hall of Famer. I feel the same way about this.
You know who people think is a blue blood that definitely isn't? Hopefully I'm not going to get slammed again.
Here we go.
Texas A&M, they get way too much credit in my world.
No,
because they were nothing really when I was.
They're still nothing.
Yeah, but they get a lot of bluster though, don't they?
Yeah. But no, I can't really think of anybody on Oklahoma's on that list, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I can't think of it. I guess, but you could maybe go Penn State.
Yeah, Penn State should be on that list. They've been historically
but you know what?
good.
But Kenny, once again, if I have to put a question mark by
that's what I'm saying.
You're not a blue blood.
I think Penn State's a blue blood. But anyway. All right. You heard it in the updates here in Detroit from Jeremy Otto. And it's a big story. The gambling in the college basketball world, we've had some more. And a lot of players from smaller schools have been indicted and arrested. And here's some of the wagers that are listed in the indictment.
This is good, folks.
Approximately $458,000 were bet on Towson to beat University of North Carolina A&T, which is a MEAC school. Approximately $424,000 was bet on Kent State to cover the spread in the first half against Buffalo. $275,000 on South Alabama to cover the first half against Southern Miss. $250,000 on the Fighting Norse of Northern Kentucky to cover the first half spread against Robert Morris. That's Horizon League action. That's U of D. That's Oakland U.
Let's see if you get to that good one, though.
And finally, the one I have, approximately $161,000 on Louisiana Lafayette to cover the first half spread against Southern Mississippi. See, what happens here is a lot of these really small conferences, if you know your stuff really well, you can win a lot of money. And people kind of think that, nobody's paying attention to these ridiculous games. Oh, yeah, they are. And that's how people find out about it, when there's abnormal activity on these games. So, everybody's anti-game, this gambling thing, it's horrible. I get all that. But if you didn't have Vegas and all these, watchdogs, this stuff would go unscathed.
It's when it's a ridiculous amount.
Right.
If you got greedy.
Right.
Nobody... it was one game. I saw like $100,000.
Yeah,
man, nobody will bet $100,000 on this team in the next 20 years. And one night you're gonna bet $100,000 and think, oh, nobody's gonna notice this. Come on, man.
Yeah,
really? This ain't Duke.
No,
this McNeese State. Like, yeah, you were stupid.
Here's some others. 168 on the Guangdong. Oh my God.
The Chinese League.
The Guangdong Southern Tigers. Let's go, Guangdong. Who's betting on Chinese League basketball?
People who call the number frequently.
Yes. Attempted 50,000 wager at a casino in Kentucky on Southern Miss to beat Alabama State. 30,000 first half line wager on St. Bonaventure over LaSalle. And we have 53,000 on St. John's to cover the first half against DePaul. And here we go again. Another Horizon. The Horizon League is corrupt, man. $50,000 on Purdue Fort Wayne to cover the first half spread against Robert Morris. Boy, everybody's betting against Robert Morris. They only have one guy, Robert Morris. That's why.
I'm just saying, but
he should play William and Mary. Be two against one. Anyway,
but $50,000, right? You don't think that's going to trigger some people to say, why was $50,000 placed on this game? We're not talking, Kentucky versus Arkansas.
Yeah.
Like Robert Morris?
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? Flag that game. So I understand. I guess the players saw an easy way to make money. Let's face it. Probably none of these players are going to the NBA.
No.
They don't have the $1 million NIL packages. So they're saying, I'm going to make the money where I can. And it's one of those victimless crimes. But this sheer stupidity. It reminds me of I think it was the Alabama baseball coach who had somebody sitting at a casino as he was on the phone with him when he got lineup changes and was making the bets live, like, oh, this guy's not going to be playing for me, so make this bet. Like, the sheer stupidity of a lot of people. The sad reality, though, Stoney, I think that this kind of falls on deaf ears. This has happened enough that no one cares. It used to be an outrage. Oh, you're going to ruin sports? Now, the only thing that it does is when you have a two-guard fumble the ball out of bounds with the last few seconds in a playoff game, you start questioning, was that legitimate or not?
Okay, so there's a guy who played the NBA for the Bulls for a little bit named Antonio Blakeney. He was a pretty good player at LSU. He's played overseas in China and Israel. Now, according to the story, the scheme, according to the indictment, began in 2022 in September, initially on fixing Chinese Basketball Association games, where this guy Blakeney was the leading scorer.
I guess he figured nobody's paying attention.
allegedly manipulated his own performance and recruited other players from his team to join. This is incredible to me.
Well, I've heard
for the Chinese, because it's, I don't know, maybe Because it's China?
Well, no, but I've heard people where you got to eliminate, and Mike talks about it too, you got to eliminate the player prop bets.
Right.
That's not going away.
Right.
Here's the one thing that I've learned. Bad people find ways to do bad things no matter what laws are out there.
Correct.
Okay? You could legislate the hell out of anything. Bad people know how to do bad things, and it just happens all the time. You could put the best car alarm on your vehicle, but a true thief, if they want your car, they're going to take it.
Yes. So a center for St. Louis U allegedly threw a game against Duquesne. He texted one of the accused fixers, a guy named Jalen Smith, a screenshot of DePaul forward Deshaun Nelson's stats and said, worst team in the Big East, and he's ready to tap in. Already got him. Now, according to the prosecutors, Nelson and three of his teammates, Jalen Terry, who's from around here, by the way, McCauber, Etienne, and an unnamed player, allegedly agreed to underperform in 3 games in 2024 against Georgetown, Butler, and St. John's. Bettors waged at least $27,000 on Georgetown to cover the first half spread. Look, this is going on all the time. And, everybody's, like you said, Rico, everybody's going to make a big deal of this, which they should. But this is just nothing. Because, like, in our world and we do, commercials for online betting sites, as we know, the sports gambling aspect of the app, whether it's DraftKings, FanDuel, whatever, is hardly anything. They make more of their money off the slots and all that stuff on the line. And the sports is really a small part of it.
Well, but here's the thing. As far as the sports apps go, Stoney, it's the parlays and the prop bets. That's what makes most people just don't make that straight bet. I'm going to take this team in the points. I'm going to put this team in the points. I'm going to get this player to do this. I need this anytime touchdown, and I need this quarterback to throw for so many yards. And you parlay that all together, that's how they make their money, even out in Vegas. I remember talking with Derek Stevens. He was like, no, it's the parlays that really make the money on this. It's difficult because, you're going to have some players with the temptation of, I can kind of fix this and do that. But they're not going to. This isn't something that's going to go away by simply saying, "Well, you got to take away the player prop stuff." Like, no, we make too much money off of that. So.
Yeah, you're right, and then that's why they won't do it. But what they should do now, I don't know if it's kind of spitting in the wind, so to speak. If you can still have your prop bets, but you can only bet over on the prop. You can't bet under.
See, you can't do that either, Stoney, because
why?
Because what about people who want to bet the under? Just because a small fraction of people violate the rules, you can't just blanketly say, well, nobody can do it. It's, okay, well, you know what? There's drinking and driving. No more alcohol sales. Well, no, I don't get caught. I don't do this type of stuff. Why am I being punished for this smaller group of people?
Well, look, obviously it'll never happen because everybody in the world is freaking greedy, but it would take a league or college, Dave, nobody's running college anyway. It would take a sports league to put down the hammer and say, look, here's the deal. We're not going to take your advertising money anymore. We'll take a loss, but you have to change your prop bet rule.
You really want to fix it? It requires a league to step in there and not take 10 months or 2 years. Stoney, we caught you cheating. We got the proof. You're done. And you do that immediately now. Oh, okay. Because if you do something with the NCAA now, Stoney, it takes 3-4 years before they finally say something. You come out and in 3-4 days, no, this person got caught gambling. They're done forever. That's what will make it go away. Because now you see repercussions before the week is over. You're suspended. You're done. Yeah, I don't want to do this. I don't want to be a part of that.
248-539-9797.
Guys, you've heard me talk about what Matrix Basements did for me. They took a totally unfinished basement, and in a mere 7 weeks, they tricked this thing out, and I absolutely love it. Now they can do the same thing for you. They're offering the Build Now, Pay Later program. Go to matrixbasements.com. Get your free consultation. They'll come up with a design for you. And look, if you start right now, you'll be watching the Final Four in your brand new basement built and designed by Matrix Basements. But the Build Now, Pay Later program, that's the cherry on top. That's no interest and no payments until the year 2028. You don't have to wait to enjoy that dream space. 2 years from now, you'll make your first payment, but you'll be watching games in your brand new basement designed and built by Matrix Basements. Build now and pay much later. Absolutely zero interest and zero payments until the year 2028. Build now and pay later and enjoy that beautiful new basement with Matrix Basements sooner.
Don't forget tonight, the Phoenix Suns are at the Little Caesars Arena taking on the Pistons. No Devin Booker, and I know he's obviously one of the best players in the league and a popular player because he's from the state of Michigan. He always, reps the Detroit stuff. Saw him at a Tiger game this season. He swapped jerseys with Skubal, and he's been at Lions games, so he got hurt the other night, so he's not playing, which helps the Pistons a little bit, who will have, I think, everybody back except for Paul Reed. So always good to see teams that you don't get to see very often come in. Once a year, the Phoenix Suns are in town.
That's true.
And Matt Ishbia,
he's always here.
Yeah, that team, for a second here, much better than people thought. They got rid of Durant and Bradley Beal, who wasn't doing anything anyway. And they thought this was a major rebuild, but they've really turned it around and been a pretty good team. That's for damn sure. All right. 248-539-9797.
You know, it's funny, real quick, before we get to the phone line, Stoney, I'm looking at some video online of some of the players indicted in this gambling thing, and they're showing some Buffalo players against Kent State. And, you know, they are out here playing so badly that now that you know that they got caught up, yeah. Oh, oops. Here, take the ball. Oh, he stole it from me. Oh, shucks. He's going to go down for a dunk. Let me shoot my shot 5 feet short of the basket. Like, yeah, this looks bad, but I don't think that there's anything that you could do to fix it other than NCAA coming in and with a very quick, swift hammer, done. You are done. We don't need 3 years and have the FBI invest. No. This is our sport. You cheated. You're done.
Because it's not just the prop bets in this stuff. These are just basically point shaving. And first half spreads of innocuous games. And I'm still fascinated by the betting on the Chinese basketball. I mean, I know people who bet a lot.
Yeah.
And some actually bet on, like, you know, professional tennis matches that take place in Europe or whatever. Or I've seen people bet on Russian ping pong matches.
Yeah. Buffalo's up in this game. Kent State was minus 8.5 for halftime. And basically, Kent State went on a 12-0 run. Let's just put it like that.
248-539-9797. Any text, David?
Rico, gambling is not a victimless crime. People lose money on the opposite side of those bets. The people betting in the casino sports books paying out those sums, not victimless.
But if you I guess I'm assuming if you're gambling, you're responsible. That's, once again, it's a vice, and every vice is out there. And if you can't control the vice, then you should not be gambling. I don't know how else to put it.
Yeah. Oh, those.
It may not be PC, but if you can't handle it, don't gamble.
I think he was talking about, you know, the legal gambling, you know, as opposed to, you know, if you're going to gamble legally, if you lose a legal bet because of some unscrupulous activity, then you're a victim, no matter if you're betting $5 or $50,000, I guess.
They should just let the casinos deal with the reality that they are betting on people. This is nothing short of protection for a well-lobbied industry. Government should not involve themselves.
Well, the government, there's a lot of things the government shouldn't be in. There's stuff that I think the government should be in that they're not. However, no, it's a federal crime. I mean,
no, it is. This is something that if there was swift punishment, I think that you would see the end of it very fast. If you knew the repercussions could happen within a week, you would think twice before your teammate approached you and said, hey, do you want to make some easy money? Because the second somebody comes and says, do you want to make some easy money? Your answer is no, I'm good.
One more here, Rico and Stoney. I was in Vegas for the first time in 25 years. Couldn't believe how many open tables there were on the floor, and the sports books were overflowing. It was crazy how things are now, Mike in Fenton.
Well, you know what's crazy, and it has nothing to do with the sports betting of it, is when you go to any casino and blackjack and craps and some of the other table games, they are empty or, you know, very few people playing, but the slots are packed. Why are you
because you can
risking money on mindless activity as opposed to at least blackjack and, you know, at least you have to make decisions.
No, because Stoney, slots is like playing one of those video games where you just put the money in and you spin the wheel and you watch the go and the pretty colors and the sounds. You have nothing. There's no skill to slots.
Right.
Okay. But it's a way to kill some time and you're not gambling money, but you could sit there. She could sit there for hours.
I know.
And wins money. I'm like, how do you win money on a nickel slot machine?
Jim Leland used to do that all the time. He'd sit at the slot machine after Tiger games and decide until he had to go home. So. I mean, but if you're going to gamble, and this is not an anti-gambling thing, at least gamble something where you like have to use your mind.
This is it. They think that they have a system. Everybody has a system.
Let's go to Sean in Minden City. Hi, Sean.
Yeah. So use your mind so that somebody can steal it from you because they're acting outside the law. Is that what you're saying? Because that's what you're talking about right now. You're justifying the madness, man. This is bull crap. This is absolute garbage, man. You're justifying the fact that these people are doing these things. It's called, you know what it's called, conflict of interest. It's between the gambling and the sport you're viewing. This is a complete conflict of interest, and we're justifying it. It should be eliminated. You should not be able to do this. It's wrong. And now you're scamming people, so people sitting at a slot machine think they have better chance of winning than the people that are scamming you because it's all fixed.
Well, that's a whole different. That's a whole different argument. I mean, are you talking about sports betting, or are you talking about?
That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. What do you mean?
Wait, I'm lost. Are we talking slot machines or sports
Everything.
betting?
It's all well. You know the slot machines are only rigged to hit so often, so you know they're rigged. These people honestly feel better about their chances at a rigged machine than they do at letting humans control their gambling.
Well,
it's garbage. It's absolutely terrible.
So are you?
This is a terrible story, man. This is a terrible story.
Well, let me ask you this, because I agree with you on the slot machine. Obviously, there's a formula that these casinos use that they win more than they lose. Do you believe that every sporting event is fixed?
I think it's all rigged towards money. I don't think it's about the winner or loser. I think the winner or loser is determined by the amount of money bet on something. They don't care who wins a Super Bowl. They don't care who wins a game. They care about where the money falls.
Well, it's
obviously rigged. It's being proven right before our eyes over all these stories taking place, and now we're justifying them by saying, oh, these kids, and now you're talking about, well, who's betting on Chinese basketball? How about people in China might be betting on Chinese basketball?
No, obviously I was talking about people here, because, who knows?
Well, why? Oh, because people in China can't lose money at false gambling?
No, because people here, I'm a sports freak. I don't know anything about Chinese basketball. That's why. I mean, if you're going to bet on something that people know about. That was my contention.
People in China know about Chinese basketball, and they're getting screwed by a system that's fixed.
Well, you don't know that the actual game is fixed. The lines are set up, by the way.
No,
Hold on. We know that Vegas or whoever who sets up lines for games, they are there so they make money, so that half the people bet on one side, half the people bet on the other, and they get they get the vig. That's how they make money.
That's right, and the referees are there to manipulate the fact that we've seen the worst officiating in the history of mankind over the last 50 years. It's terrible, and it all has direct a coalition with gambling.
Well, you can't prove that, but you're not alone in that feeling, Sean.
That guy needs the sun to come back up.
I know.
He's angry at everything. The Chinese are losing money too.
I know.
I was so lost. I'm glad you got what he was saying.
I'm trying to.
Okay.
Maybe, and the slots. What about them?
Somebody go find Sean and give him a hug.
Maybe he lost money on the Kwangdong team or whatever it was called. Jim in Birmingham,
so
you're on 97
when
on the
you say
ticket.
this team names.
I know, but it is.
Guys.
That's true.
Hey, Jim.
What's up, Jim?
It's easy. People think that sports is, like that gambling is blowing up sports. And a little bit, something that'll fix it, a little bit along the lines of Rico's talk about easy money. How about an 800 tip line? You got a guy on the team or a manager or somebody working on stats ain't making any NIL money. They can drop a dime on them and fix it in a minute.
Oh, okay. So if you hear something, you'll make some money off of. Okay.
Yeah.
No, Jim. I can.
Keep it easy.
No, I can see that. Whereas to keep the sport, if you hear something that's wrong. Kind of like that whole if you see something, say something type of thing.
Right.
You hear something going on, give us a tip. But trust me, Jim, the thing is, these people would have gotten away with it if you didn't bet $50,000
right.
on a Kent State game. Huh?
I tell you, I mean, anybody's betting $20,000 on a game that's not like Duke, Carolina, North Carolina.
A playoff game, yes.
They got to be checking it out.
for sure.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, as far as these players and the
It's
people they
gonna
know,
draw
yes,
risk.
but there are tons of really rich people who if they're betting 50 grand on, McNeese State versus, Alabama A&M, $50,000 to them is like $5 to you and I.
Right, but you're betting 50,000 probably means you know something,
Yes.
which is why I said it gets flagged. Are all $50,000 bets illegal? Like, are they, technically, is somebody cheating? No. But if this little school got that type of a bet, that person who made that bet knows something because they're probably throwing it away, if not.
By the way, different subject real quick. See, Wemby shaved his head.
I just saw. I think that was a bet he lost. I believe.
Didn't he shave it when he went with the monks?
I don't know.
Over the summer, I know he was like hanging out with monks. He looks weird, but
Hey,
he's 7'6".
he's Wemby. I wish we had him.
David didn't pray hard enough.
I know. 97. He got his Cade, though. 97-1.
So I already told you I am already in off-season mode. So let's go ahead and move over to the 2026 college football season.
David, there's still a lot of important games left to be. Okay.
Who cares about that? Let's talk about the hot seat for coaches entering 2026.
Wow.
So I want you to give me a 5 for the hottest seat or 1 for, we'll see. Dave Aranda for Baylor. Now, he started off, he was 2-7 in his first season, then he went 12-2. Hasn't done anything since. 6-7, 3-9. Yeah, it's not so good.
I think it's a hot seat. I think it's a 5 because, and now correct me if I'm wrong, they signed somebody really good out of the portal, I believe.
They signed DJ Lagway.
Yes. Well, somebody famous. I don't know how good he is, but yes. So, yeah, if he can't succeed.
Missed another bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would probably say I'm at a 4 or 5. You're in the Big 12, not a powerhouse team in there. Somebody's got to rise up. I thought Baylor would become that new powerhouse team. Yeah, I think this is going to be it for him.
And he did give up play calling duties to the new coordinator, Joe Klanderman. So that may be the sign that, you know what, you give up duties and you still fail in a season, you're probably out of here.
Now you know you're desperate if he hires Connor Stallions.
Well, let's get to the next one here. Bill O'Brien at Boston College. Now, a lot of people had him on the hot seat last year, but they say Boston College doesn't fire coaches after 2 years.
I know.
So that's why he
He
didn't
just brought
fire
in a new running back coach.
Exactly. Mike Hart.
Yeah,
Well,
somebody found Mike.
I see.
He might be on a new coaching staff next year.
I'm going to say 2. Boston College, what kind of pressure do they have there? As long as they're competitive, I think people are happy and can give Notre Dame a good game.
They were 7-6.
Right. They don't fire people that quickly. And I think, Stoney, I think Bill O'Brien came in with higher expectations.
Yeah.
When Boston College hired him, the fan base was like, yes, we got somebody that's going to help us win titles. And I'm going to say, David, the seat is going to be hot for him because Cignetti has changed the game. You're not allowed to have all of these years anymore.
So this would be what, year 3, if I'm not mistaken?
It would be year 3 because he went 7-6 in 2024 and then went 2-10 because of the QB issues, losing a QB, but he didn't get a QB good enough to run his team.
So I'm going to say probably I'm going to put it at a 3.
I'm putting it at a 2. I don't think they care enough in Boston College to fire him.
Okay, well, do they care enough at this next program? It is Florida State, and it is Mike Norvell.
I think it's 4.5, 4 to 5. Yes, I mean the fact that he even came back for this year shows that they gave him a little patience. This is it, buddy.
It's a 5, and you know what made it a
3-0.
No, but you know what made it a 5? Even though David's already moved on from this season, Miami playing in the national title game. You got to think that the president, the AD, and all the boosters are like, these SOBs are in the title game, and what are they doing? We're spending money here.
And Florida fired their coach, right?
So 5.
Yeah, they lost 4 straight, and in that 4 straight, one of them was to Miami, finishing 5-7.
I mean,
this
David,
year.
Things hit different in the state of Florida.
Yes,
like those 3 teams, they all position themselves on what the others have done.
Next on the list, Mike Locksley.
I don't know how he made it back.
I know. It's incredible. The guy, because he recruits all these good players, but when push comes to shove, they don't do squat.
His quarterback was Malik Washington. That's why he's still there.
Yeah, he's good.
He convinced Malik to come back, and that's the only reason. It's before he found out about Instagram, it was the reason why Sharon Moore was going to come back, because of the quarterback. He sees, okay, I have a talented quarterback who did not hit the portal. They're going to give him another year. But, yeah, I was fully expecting him to be fired I thought he was going to get fired after he lost here at Ford Field.
The easiest money is betting on Maryland the first 4 or 5 games of the season, and then they just go and then you know what.
Yeah, Maryland and Northwestern are 2 teams. They start off and then fall off a cliff.
And I also give you a sign of bad things to come because the school decided to retain him, and they said they would commit more money to NIL to support him. What does that usually mean? We supported you.
You better
you
win.
failed.
Yes.
You didn't. You're fired.
Here's a check. Go buy real players. Do what A&M did and Texas Tech did, or you're gone.
Have it build a new stadium, a real stadium.
You don't like that stadium?
No.
Really? It's okay. I mean, what do you expect?
I know. I
mean, it's.
I know. I was
Stoney,
there.
as you know, that's a pro football area. You got the Ravens, and you got the Commanders.
I know.
And nobody goes to their game. It's a fun little friendly stadium.
Yeah, I know.
To me, it's the old Ryan Field East Coast version, where it's half and half with the fan base. David,
right? You're absolutely right because I was there for a Michigan game and it was like mostly Michigan fans. Yeah. But when I worked there and covered the Boomer teams and those teams, they still didn't really support them the way they should have.
No, they never will.
So we're going to close it out with the last one here, and it is Shane Beamer down in South Carolina.
All he does is bitch about things.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to say this is a 5. I think Beamer should have left and took over the Virginia Tech job that he didn't want. But I think expectations are going to be high. You're in the SEC. I think if you don't win this year, he's gone.
I tend to agree with you.
I think you're right because the SEC schedule, Mississippi State at Bama, Kentucky at Florida, Tennessee at Oklahoma, Texas A&M at Arkansas, Georgia, and then at Clemson like they do every year.
2 words for Indeed. Well, 3, Indeed.com. There you go. You're not going to make it through this, Shane.
No.
Yeah, that's rough when you win against Kent State and Towson, but then you're done. That is your College Football Blitz 97.1.
248-539-9797. That is the telephone number for texts and calls. Mark Ryan will join the station right after our program, and then that takes you up to Pistons Phoenix Suns basketball on many of these 97.1 stations. Red Wings are off tonight. They will resume play tomorrow night at LCA against the San Jose Sharks. Real quick, Rico, I don't know if you have the chance to see this, because I guess it just dropped around 4 o'clock. A guy by the name of Wojo, Bob Wanowski of the Detroit News, has a column on the Skubal situation.
Oh, boy.
Because you have, Evan Petzold seemed to have been, some people accuse him of being the Scott Boras mouthpiece, saying that, the Tigers offered, 19.8, he didn't accept it, and then they withdrew it to 19, and then Chris McCoskey gave the Tigers side of the
Scott Harris
story.
mouthpiece.
Yeah.
So Wojo's the arbitrator?
Wojo's the arbitrator here, basically. And I like what Wojo has to say, and I don't think it would happen. Look, there's no way that the Tigers are and should, I agree, get a $300 to $400 million contract, which he could get, in LA or, New York or one of those markets, maybe even Toronto, who knows. But Wojo offers this. Skubal, $250 million over 6 years, which would tie Zach Wheeler for the largest average annual value ever awarded a pitcher. Now, it wouldn't hit, and I'm just reading from Wojo's column here, it wouldn't hit Boris's purported dream number, but it wouldn't damage his hard-ass reputation. It wouldn't even push the Tigers' payroll into the top 10. Now, the Tigers would remain playoff contenders and perhaps World Series contenders almost every season that he pitches and remains healthy. Now, there's a benefit.
No. I like what Wojo said. I don't think it's realistic because I think Boras knows, hey, my guy could blow out his arm. This may be the last big deal. So if he goes 6 years rather than 10 years, those you may not be able to make that money up in those final 4 seasons, because at that point you realize it's going to be diminishing returns. It's going to be like the Miggy deal.
Right, and the Tigers should not give him a 10-year contract, especially if we believe and read the tea leaves that there may not be a season in 2027, which I think has been put in the back of or maybe the front of the minds of the Tiger organization, and maybe even Boras as well. But to me, you ought to offer some kind of compromise, and that's a compromise that both sides should be really good on. I mean,
Tony, I was willing to. I would even go a 5 year. I would go 5 year
250.
250.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, you're gonna get $50 million a year, and in the end, if you want to move on, you can. We're gonna maximize you. You're gonna maximize us. We're taking a chance on you. You did the whole Detroit tour thing. Mm-hmm. At some point, I know, this is it seems like between Boras and Harris. Skubal has to just step in and say, guys, enough.
Right.
Enough's enough. Let's let's make a fair deal out of this.
But what Wojo points out that I did not know, and I'm reading here from the great Robert Wanowski, Skubal,
great relative.
Skubal isn't just a pricey pawn here. He's a member of the MLBPA Executive Subcommittee. And if he wins his arbitration case, he'd land the largest amount ever awarded. So he is basically taking the hit. He's being the poster boy for his union.
He is, but it's one of those, if you're the Tigers, I don't see how you think you're going to win this thing.
No, I don't either.
He's back to back. Like, if he was just regular player, if this is, Riley Green, hey, you may win or come closer to your number.
Right.
Back to back, Cy Young, you're not winning this.
No.
Period.
Right. Now they have till February to work something out, but I don't see that happening.
It really boils down to where Skubal has to step up privately. Do you want to be in Detroit or not?
Right.
If you don't, then let's work on something and you move him before the season starts.
Right.
If you do, quit messing around and let's get a deal done. We're not giving you 10 years at $400 million.
Right.
So that's off the table.
You
know what?
I'm not giving him 8 years either. 6 would be my limit.
I would be angry if Scott Harris walked out there and handed him that big of a deal because that's ridiculous because you won't get your money's worth.
Right.
6 years is probably the longest that I would go on a deal. Ideally, I'd do 5 years, but if you had to do 6, fine. Give him that Wojo deal, you'll be okay.
Yeah, and look, the question is, if they trade him, are they going to get more now? I don't think.
No, you're not going to. Each day you wait, you're going to get less. If you wait to the trade deadline, you're really going to get less.
I know.
If you were going to trade him, ideally it was 2 years ago before that miraculous playoff run. You could have got a king's ransom. If you traded him at the winter meetings, you probably could have got something good. If you trade him now, you can get something to build upon. They love their young players. But if you wait to the trade deadline, you can forget about it.
Right, especially if they're out. Look, if they're in it at the deadline, which they should be considering the puke division
you're in.
in,
Comedy Central.
then you just, you'll let it, you Jansen it. You let it play out and you make the playoffs, hopefully win the division, and hopefully you catch lightning in a bottle and win the World Series. I don't foresee that happening, but we don't know. It's possible. You can't, win unless you get in.
Yes, anything is possible, but it's not probable.
No. And without a contract, is he even going to go more than 99 pitches if he has to?
I don't see you going through Toronto. I don't see you going through New York.
Correct.
Lord knows I don't see you going through L.A.
And Houston's going to be pretty good, too. And Seattle. The American League is loaded.
Right,
anyway.
but if you make it through that gauntlet, hi, we're the Dodgers.
Yes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, he is in studio with us, the snowbird himself, Mark Ryan, from the southern regions of our country.
Odds of survival driving in this, 30%. 30% chances. Oh, God, no. Even amens don't help me driving in through this right now.
How was it coming in this afternoon? Because it wasn't bad. I got here around noon, 12:30.
I set the over-under at 2.5 curbs hit, and I hit the over.
Wow.
Hit the over.
How'd you hit the curb?
But the car doesn't turn, Rico. What sort of wheels do I need that actually turn?
Where did you
in
buy
this?
your car from? Flintstone?
Not here. Not here. Hey, Fred Flintstone. That's good. That's good.
You have to pick it up?
I'm watching the maneuverability of other cars around here, and I'm like, I'm not driving what you guys are driving. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. But what you just mentioned, Stoney, I think it's unhealthy that the reality is that we're wondering, is Boris pulling Skubal from games? Is Skubal pulling himself from games because he doesn't have think about, 20 years ago, no one ever would say, I'm going to pull myself from a game because I'm going to be in a free agent a year from now. Yet when you don't go more than 6 innings in the key game of the year,
right.
It's a fair question, right?
Yeah, well, there's somebody who did do it. It wasn't 20 years ago. It was 12 years ago, and that was Max Scherzer, Game 2 of the ALCS against Boston. He took himself out. And after that, after he got his contract, after he left here, he became a workhorse. Mm-hmm. And look at
pathetic.
Look at the Dodgers. What's his name? Yamamoto. Yamamoto.
Back-to-back 9-inning games, 2 2/3 innings with no rest.
And he got his money. He got his money already.
Pitched every game in the World Series, it seemed like.
Right.
He was ready to go in that final game if they needed him.
It's amazing how ready you are when you have that security, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, yeah, because you blow your arm out, I'm good. I'll stay at home.
What do you have coming up today?
Well, it's, guys, it's all the gambling scandal all the time. It used to have a subscription to Sports Illustrated when I was a kid. There was a little section in there called This Week's Sign, The Apocalypse is Upon Us.
Yes.
Remember that?
Yeah.
This is this week's sign that the apocalypse is upon us. I think we're blaming the wrong people. Do you guys trust even what you're seeing anymore when you watch sports? And what result here that has happened here? Do all of these gambling probes and gambling scandals, do they draw into question the legitimacy of what result that we've had? Any come to mind?
Off the top of my head, the Rose Bowl in, was it 70, Charles White fumble, where he did not fumble the ball. He wasn't even close to, he fumbled the ball, he scored a touchdown. That was one. There was Kenny Anderson, Michigan State basketball, his foot was on the line with Georgia Tech.
Yeah, for me, it's, I don't have to go that far. Pistons-Knicks last year.
And that's all he's saying. You know what it is, right?
Yeah.
It's the last play.
Exactly.
You're down 3. You got the best 3-point shooter, okay? And the pass is right to him.
All right. Mark Ryan next, 97.1.